melanated people, stonemasons, agriculturalists, astrologers, peaceful in harmony with nature, a culture that still supersedes us today. It still supersedes us today. And I want our people to see our statues in the hands of these other cultures who learn from these cultures and act like our ancient culture didn't build everything around the world. Roll the coin. I just want y'all to see. I like to show artifacts. Because when you show artifacts, they can't be debunked. You can't say what you think when the artifact shows something that is true. Roll the coin. These people have maize gods, people. These people had maize gods, the resurrection of maize. Where do you think the resurrection of Osiris come from? Where do you think the biblical stories of the resurrection in the spring come from? These people turned into religion later. You got to understand it. We know the truth now. I'm just gonna go over some random stuff I've been seeing lately, right? Now, I want to teach y'all something. The etrog, a sacred citron, can successfully grow in the southeastern United States. A etrog. Who are the people that use the etrog as a sacred citron? Who are the people that use the etrog as a sacred citron? This is what you must know. Ashkenazi Jews use the citron as a sacred fruit. Why do they do that? Let's ask these questions. Paleo-Hebrew covenant links agriculture practices to faithfulness and blessings. This is where they get that from. Understand where they get this knowledge from. I'm going to show you. The covenant links agriculture to being faithful to nature. The nature blesses you on the back end. Now they turn that into religion. You get it? Let's keep going. Ancient Paleo-Hebrew language is deeply connected to agriculture. This connection is evident through the ancient vocabulary, agrarian metaphors, let's keep going. Etrog is found in the Caribbean islands. Historically, citrons, including those cultivated for ritual use, were grown in the Caribbean, with Jamaica being a notable source. Let's keep going. Etrog and lemons are found in America. In America. They try to say neither fruit is native to the Americas. They are lying. How? Let me show you why. Let me show you why. Etrog is not native to the Middle East. It's not native to the Middle East, people. It's not from there. If that is the Holy Land, why is the holy people's fruit not native to that land? You got to ask yourself this. Let's keep going. Middle East, no Etrog. Jerusalem, no Etrog. Ain't no Etrog in Jerusalem or the Middle East. Africa, no Etrog. How are nature's chosen people from the Middle East, Africa, and Jerusalem area, and ain't no Etrog there? How, Truth? The chosen people must come from where the Etrog come from. Common sense. Let's keep going. The Paleo-Hebrew used plows for farming. Wooden plow with metal tips. Interesting. Let's keep going. The Bible mentions that these people would mine copper from the mountains of the promised land. Let's keep going. The Great Lakes region has both copper and mountain mines. This is where the copper was mined of these glorious people in the Great Lakes. This is why the Great Lakes connects to the Sidonian Phoenician, the Cretan, Egypt. All of these places got copper from the copper mountains they speak about in the book. Mountains of the promised land, mine copper. Let's keep going. We use purple dye derived from the mucus of sea snails. Purple dye, mucus of sea snails. Let's go see what that said. Mounds containing murex snails exist in the Americas, coastal areas of the United States. These mounds are known for shell middens and were created by ancient Americans over thousands of years. That's our culture. The mining of the copper is our culture. The murex snail for purple dye for royalty is our culture. The Etrog come from the islands in Southeast America. That's our culture. Let's keep going. Ancient Paleo-Hebrew celebrated the seasons, directly tied to agriculture and religious calendars. Let's keep going. Mound builders celebrated the agricultural seasons. Through the exact nature of these celebrations varied among different groups. Adena, Hopewell, Mississippian people relied heavy on agriculture, and their mounds were aligned to track celestial cycles related to planting and harvesting. Planting and harvesting is the teaching, people. All the other stuff come from planting and harvesting. And I'm going to show you. Roll the coin. These so-called Israelites built tales and mounds, man-made hills formed by layered rebuilding of cities. Now, take all of the names out of what I'm taking. Hebrew out of there. Take Hebrew out. Take Israelite out. Take all of these names out of the teaching. Just look at what they are doing. That's all you got to do. Don't get confused by the names. Don't get confused by the Bible. Don't get confused by, just look at the culture. That's all I want y'all to look at. Look at the cultures. Don't look at no names. Just look at what the people are doing to the earth. Look at what they are doing with agriculture. Look at what they are doing with building styles. Look at the dye they use. Why they was called indigo. Look at what they done that became royalty and morals and things to follow in the future. Just pay attention to that. Don't listen to the names, right? These ancient people use irrigation and mining, skills they learned from the practice alongside neighboring cultures. In America, we got the most ancient mining people. We got the most ancient irrigation on the Mississippi River. That's the oldest irrigation in the world on the Mississippi River. Not the Nile. Their teaching came from a people before them. Let's keep going. Then you start to mix with their Middle Eastern neighbors. Then you start to mix with the Middle Eastern people. You start to mix with the North African people. You start to mix with the people on the Nile. But their culture is different. So when you mix with these people, new cultures pop out. You get it? They will teach you from the mixed culture and not the original culture. You get it? Let's keep going. Irrigation and mining. Okay. Engaged in mining, extracting metals like copper from the mountains in regions that they lived. We all know an ancient civilization lived in the Great Lakes. They got pyramid, they got mounds out there aligned with stars in the Great Lakes on islands, people. On islands now. Go research Isle Royale in the Great Lakes. Copper Harbor, Keweenaw Peninsula, Lake Superior. Most of the copper in these other countries come from right there. There was a shipwreck in the Mediterranean Sea full of American copper headed to the Mediterranean Sea. I'm trying to show y'all who y'all are. Let's keep going. Now, before I move on, I want to show y'all who y'all are. Your ancestors are the agriculture people. Your ancestors created that language for agriculture. Your ancestors took fruits and trees to an arid land and taught them people how to morals and standards and patience and virtue and balance and harmony in nature. Your ancestors did it. Tamari people, not Africans, not Israel, not people from Israel. They come after us. We built Israel. Not the Middle East. None of that biblical stuff they're talking about comes from that land. Now, what happened with the people after they got over there is another story. But it don't come from there. That's what you must understand. Right? Now, let me show y'all something. In South Africa, they are beating up people from other countries in Africa. So if you from Nigeria or Ghana, you move to South Africa, start a business, they pull up on you and run you out of there with violence. Because they said, you not from South Africa. You from Nigeria or Ghana. Now, on the same damn continent. Why y'all doing it? Y'all ain't attacking no white people. Why y'all attacking y'all own people? That's like when I moved to Georgia from Mississippi, I get attacked because I'm from Mississippi. Do that make any damn sense? These are, I love y'all, Africa. Africa, I love you, I promise. But y'all are not the chosen people. Y'all got a little bit of blood mixed here and there of our people. But the chosen people don't do that. Y'all are beating up y'all own people for starting businesses in the community. Saying if they don't have the paperwork saying they from South Africa, y'all gonna burn their businesses down. That's why I keep telling y'all, all these people talking about moving to Africa, they are beating up their own people. Now, we know the truth now. A Thai American, go to Africa, what do you think they're gonna do to me? They for sure gonna burn my business down. They for sure gonna try to run me out of there with violence. Saying that immigrants are taking their jobs. They are saying immigrants from another country in Africa is taking their jobs. Interesting. Y'all come to America and get jobs. We don't do y'all like that. Do it. Matter of fact, we go in y'all businesses and spend money. Hair braiding and buying knockoff goods, and we spend money with y'all. But y'all want to let y'all own people from another country up north of y'all have a business in y'all area. We don't do that because we are the chosen people. That don't affect us. We're not looking at it like y'all taking our jobs and our businesses. We look at it like y'all are melanated people. Therefore, it don't bother us because we are in balance and harmony with our nature and our land. We're going to eat regardless. We're not competing to eat with no other people. You can come here and make millions of dollars and we still have nothing to say about African people. That shows the difference. These people are beating up their own people for coming from another country in Africa. All y'all African. These are the people y'all are saying are the chosen people? No. Ain't nothing chosen about that. Ain't nothing virtuous about it. Ain't nothing great about it. Ain't nothing. Y'all are hurting y'all own people for trying to survive on a land ran by colonizers. Ain't nothing special about that. Y'all hitting them with whips and beating them up, burning their businesses down, just because they're not born in South Africa, but they born north of y'all in Nigeria or the other country. That's not virtue. Xenophobia is a rational fear, hatred, or prejudice against people from other countries or cultures. This is what Africans are doing to their own people. Their own people. Running them out of there, hurting them, right? High poverty and unemployment rates in townships lead local people from South Africa, to blame migrants for taking jobs and straining public services. Non-South Africans are stealing resources and opportunities. This is what they're saying. as they hurt their own people. This don't make no sense. Roll the coin. Now let's talk about this guy right here. This guy right here, right? Myron, talk about he don't want to fly on no flights with the N-words. He don't want to go to those stores with no EBT and Snap. He don't want to live in a neighborhood with melanated people. Go home, bro. See, y'all see a little melanated on his face, but this man, parents, is Sudanese. He not YT. I don't care nothing about no YT or melanated. He is a Sudanese Arab, Sudanese Muslim. He not you. He get on the internet and say the N-word and talk crazy and I don't want to be around him. I know you don't. Because you are an Arab Sudanese man. Your daddy migrated to America. But you play the role as if you melanated, but you not like us. They not like us. If you don't want to fly on a plane with Spirit with melanated people, take your ass back to Sudan. Go back to the Middle East. Hunter-gatherer. Y'all cannot come to our land and try to disrespect us, bro. Is you crazy? We're tired of getting on flights with niggas. We tired of going and snapping EBT with niggas. We tired of they moving in our neighborhood. That ain't your neighborhood. Your neighborhood in Africa. Go home. See how your podcast do. Roll the coin. Your mama and daddy left a poor country for you to be who you are today. You better show respect to the country your mama and daddy came to for you to be successful on YouTube, you hunter-gatherer. Because if you was in Sudan, I don't think you would have one subscriber. If you started your podcast in Sudan, you wouldn't have one subscriber, one viewer. You better show some respect to that. Running around talking about that white boy who was calling people out their name. Now he finna get 100 years. See, y'all are crash outs, bro. Why would you go out in the street and bother people like that, bro? But karma always comes back. Karma always comes back, right? Ignorance, no matter how many people watch it, is not going to win in the end. Hate and ignorance is not going to win in the end. Bad vibes and waking up all mad and barely acting like you are just mad at the world, that's not going to win in the end. You must wake up in peace. You must wake up in knowing that your day going to go well. You must wake up in harmony, in balance, in love. You don't wake up with hate and anger and being all grumpy. That ain't going to do nothing for your day. That's just how I act. Now you acting ignorant. Ain't nobody told you that. That's not normal. People who are in balance and harmony wake up just to be glad to wake up on this beautiful planet. That's who wake up in peace and harmony. But all you other people who don't, You got something inside you got to get rid of. If you don't wake up in peace, you got to get that out of you. That's not my culture. My culture talked about the sun rising of the glorious day. That's what they talked about. They talked about it rising and falling every day. This was a daily cycle. This is not quit waking up like these other people, mad and angry and aggressive and good morning. Fuck y'all, good morning. Quit doing that. That's their culture. You waking up acting like them. That's not my culture. I rise with the sun and shine with the sun. I don't rise because of no job or rise because I got some more money today that made me happy. I don't rise for no car or no how. I rise because I rise in nature. Then what our people are misunderstanding. The sun rises and they still depressed. In ancient teachings, every sunrise is abundant. Every one of them. You don't skip Tuesday. You don't skip Wednesday, Thursday. Every day is abundant. Every day I am positive to myself and my people. That's what our ancestors taught. Let's keep going. Let's look at this. In America, there is 400 years of documented torture, rape, murder, and terrorism committed by YT people. Yet we are labeled the violent ones. Now, before any pew-pew was over here, y'all had already mass, unalived whole tribes. Put that number into the number that y'all equate today. Put that number that y'all don't never talk about in the numbers of today. Y'all unalive so many people, the earth started to hurt. Do you know the people unalive so many people, the oxygen level changed on the planet? Almost took us back into an ice age. That stuff is true, people. We are a living being, part of this ecosystem. We are the first living being to be a part of the ecosystem. Here at one time, it changes the planet, people. If you think I'm lying, go research it. Go research. So many people got unalived in America, the whole climate changed. It didn't even balance. Who you think them people was? Natives? Nah. The first ones was us. The first ones was us. Let me see, can I get a moderator up in here? Tell me I'm running from you. I wouldn't run from a hunter-gatherer in light of, or in a light of an unalive, and I wouldn't run from a hunter-gatherer. Ever. Let's keep going. Now, a lot of people talking about this voting stuff, right? All this zoning and pushing our culture deeper, closer, and closer together. That's exactly what they are doing, right? Creating laws that intentionally segregate neighborhoods by race. Y'all still doing it, hunter-gatherers. You still up to no good. You know what? I was going to let you stay in here, but I can't do it. Because you're going to flag my page, And I ain't even got time for that today. Get your ass out of here. You gonna flag my page. That's all you can do is flag my page, bro. You can't stop us in real life. All you can do is flag TikTok pages. You a TikTok flagger, bro. Get your ass out of here. I ain't got a moderator to the first. Okay. Now, this is what I want to show y'all. Somebody keep asking me this question. And I must break it down. So my people can understand this. Now, in America, we got mounds aligned with the spring equinox, Cygnus, the summer solstice, the winter solstice. We even got mounds aligned with the harvest of August. The harvest of August also, because some crops harvest in August. You must know that. So we got all mounds aligned with all these different things in the sky, but we don't understand what they mean. Let me break it down to y'all what they mean. Isis, Horus, and Osiris forms ancient Egypt's original holy family, the Holy Trinity. The God, Jesus, and Virgin Mary story. It's the same thing. The Isis, Horus, and Osiris story is the same story as Jesus, God, and Isis. Why? Why? Do what you must ask yourself. Now, the Holy Trinity. In Egypt, it was nature, right? It influenced Christianity. It was nature in Egypt. Then it goes to religion in Christianity. Let me break it down. A lot of people keep asking me this question. You must understand what you're looking at. Christianity likely borrowed inspiration from Egyptian framework of a divine child born to a mother untainted by conventional union, deeply influenced the veneration of the Virgin Mary and the resurrection of Osiris set early precedents for salvation and the life after death. In ancient Egypt, the Trinity legitimized pharaohs. Every living king identified as the embodied of Horus, while upon death, the king became associated with Osiris. Isis was revered as the divine mother and protector of each ruling king. Now, why is Isis, why is the mother goddess always the warrior, the protector, Sekhmet, the Sphinx, Virgo, protector over the river? Why is the Virgo protector in ancient history? I'm going to show you why. Because it all comes from nature. Now, roll the coin. So if Osiris is the divine spirit, right, torn apart by forces of Set, which means the night time, sunset, that's where they come from, after dark. That's where the name Set come from, right? Isis, great enchantress, divine love and memory. She gathers the pieces of Osiris. She is the inner wisdom, a part of you that remembers the light when all seems lost. Now, let me break all this down. You must know what to ask, right? Let's go through nature. If Osiris is linked to the spring vernal equinox, he represents resurrection of agriculture, a seasonal regrowth of crops. That's the real resurrection. So spring comes before summer, right? Spring is first, Osiris. Then you get Horus linked to the summer solstice, the sun, the light, and the triumph of divine order. Spring, summer, then you get Isis that represents Virgo, the protector of all that was created before her. Now, let's break that down. Spring, summer. Virgo is in the autumn. It's all nature. You put the Trinity together for abundance of your people. You plant the seed, you start the harvest, then the mother protects it in Virgo. Late July, August. Do you get it? Let me say this one more time. Now, if Osiris was originally a corn mummy, that teaching comes from Tamari. Spring, sowing of a seed. Horus, summer solstice. The Sirius eye lining in the summer. You get it? Then you get Isis, the protector of the fertile earth. Bring these cycles to fruition. She nurtures the seed growing into the crop, and she nurtures it, and she is the protector that completes the Holy Trinity. Now, Jesus born in the spring, the resurrection of Jesus in the spring, it's the same teaching, people. The sun finally rises again December 21st. It's the rebirth of Horus or the rebirth of Jesus. It's the same thing. Let's keep going. Same thing. I'm just pointing it out, right? Now, Virgo is the virgin. Virgo is the virgin. How is Virgo the virgin? How can she have a child and she's a virgin? Because they're not talking about the human body, people. They're talking about crop to the earth, growing. She nurtures the crop. It's not a human body teaching. It is a teaching of agriculture. Once you understand it, you're going to stop trying to put all these people in places of a teaching of agriculture. No, Horus is not your God. It's not what I'm saying. These things represent things in nature. Ancient cultures showed respect to them because it takes stages of things for things to happen to be abundant. So you show respect to the stages on the earth. Other cultures took that as gods because they showed respect to it. That's what's going on. You get it? Isis is just Virgo. Going into Virgo. That's it. The mother goddess. That was represented by a melanated woman because the melanated woman was the first person to nurture after the harvest. She started the harvest and she nurtured it. That's why you put the melanated woman's face on the forefront of the creator. Let's keep going. Let me show you something. The melanated woman in the first Virgo, in ancient Samaria, it was Nasaba, or Nubian Kemetic roots of the virgin archetype. She is fundamentally associated with the first teachings of Virgo, writing, recording, learning, and agriculture. This what make her a goddess. She's the first one to teach writing, recording records, learning, and agriculture accounting. Now, that's why our people are connected to the goddess thing, right? Because the melanated copper-colored people are the first people to do this. She is teaching agriculture accounting, learning, writing. What languages are they writing? Right? The original person of grain oversaw the physical harvest. As trade grew, she became responsible for the records of those transactions, eventually becoming the goddess of writing and learning. This is what makes the female melanated woman the first nurturer on the planet. It's just that simple. Stop trying to put Tahuti and Thoth and all these men, all this stuff in front of the melanated woman. You can't do that. She's the first one to put the seed in the ground, grow it, cook it, and feed your ass, nigga. It's just that simple. So in this society, they try to script that away from her because they know her power. They know her power. So we want her dependent on us, our system. We want her dependent on our jobs. We want her dependent on our monetary system or support from the government. We want her not with her melanated man to nurture him, to make him great. We don't want that. We want her by herself, thinking she's independent, doing everything on her own, working herself to death. That's what we want her to do. Keep her over there, separated from these men, because we know the power if she nurtures and pours back in, our power is unlimited. These other cultures know this. So they want to isolate her. Make her do everything on her own. Make our women think that I make more money than him. I do it. They want our women to think like that. That separates the foundation of our power, and it turns our culture against each other. Now we losing. Now we losing. Roll the coin. We're not connected to source, so we start to lose. They put the monetary system in your place and push everybody else out. Now everybody want to be a boss. Everybody don't care about their people. I want 5 degrees and I look down on men. They want her like that. You know why? Because it cripples their culture. Why do you think the government ever put into place certain things to help a melanated woman? They didn't help nobody else. They knew if you separate the man from the woman, we can for sure eradicate these people. These people knew that if you separate the man from the house, the woman gonna raise the boy, and the boy gonna take on the same type of thing that the woman took on. Now he's scared to death of their system. They know that. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Now, the Virgo energy is viewed as the midwife of evolution, recording divine truth in the earthly language. The midwife of evolution. She gives birth to the harvest and take care of it. That is her job. That harvest is going to feed all our people. That harvest is going to feed all our people in ancient times. So this is so powerful. This is life or death. Her power is over us surviving and us not surviving. Do you get it? Let's keep going. Osiris as the seed in the spring. That's what that represents. The sowing, winnowing of grain in the spring. That's the beginning of the Holy Trinity. Let's keep going. Cycle of rebirth. Right? The autumn season and harvest months embodied this myth. You die in the ground to sprout again as a seed. Osiris was believed to give life to the crops that sustained the people of Egypt. He gave life, and then the mother goddess took care of it on the back end. That's what they're trying to tell you. Keep going. Now, Greek Rome, the constellation of Virgo was heavily associated with the goddess of agriculture. Where they get that shit from? Virtue and the harvest. Where did the later Greek and Roman people get that from? Who are some of the people who creates these biblical books or these Qurans or Torahs in the Middle East? Where they get that from? An ancient culture who was there first, doing amazing things on their land. Isis, deeply connected to agriculture and the fertility of the Nile. Keep going. So the seed is the death and the sowing in the spring. Then you get the harvest of Horus. Then you get the nurture of Virgo after the summer. That's the Holy Trinity. That became Jesus, God, and Virgin Mary, right? Story written down 2,000 years ago. This story was written down on the Nile 5,000 years ago. Same story. Same exact story, people. So they got it from this. But who they got it from? The culture before them, the mound building culture of America. Just evolved to be them. Then it turned to that. That's the part people don't understand. When I see this ancient culture, the most oldest in the world, it's on Timeri land. Because all our mounds align with everything the Egyptians believed in, and they are way older than Egypt. So now you see a connection between the teachings of an ancient culture going into a more evolved culture. Then they're taken out after they come over there on the Nile, and then these people turn these stories that they pulled out of mounds and tombs and pyramids and turned it into their story. Let's keep going. Horus and the winter solstice, December 21st. Right? The rebirth of the Son of God. That's what they're trying to tell you. The rebirth of the Son of God. The rebirth of the Son. Same thing. Roll the coin. Light prevailing over the dark. That means the sun on the shortest days of the year in December. Staying in the sky 3 or 4 days, short days. That became Christmas. That became Christmas. The birth of Horus was famously celebrated on December 25th, a date that coincided with the winter solstice according to the Roman calendar. The alignment was highly significant. The winter solstice marked the shortest day of the year, after which the days began to be long after that, symbolizing the rebirth of the sun. Jesus' birthday. That's what they're trying to tell you. Same thing. Same exact thing. Now, these are Mississippian artifacts. Pottery, earthen pottery. Look at these people. Just look at them. Just look like your auntie, your sister, your cousin. See the lines on their head? Do you see the lines on their head? That represents lines of agriculture on the headdress, right? See that? I want y'all to pay attention to them stripes on their head. See that? That's what I'm talking about right there. You see that? Roll the coin. Let me show y'all something. Let's go look at the pre-dynastic. Let's go look around a little bit. Roll the coin. Now y'all see them lines, right? Mississippian. Keep that in mind. I'm see can I find one of the old sarcophagus of the first Egyptian. And show y'all them lines on the headdress going straight down, just like those. It's the same thing. If I can find it. Let me see. See that? See how them lines on their head representing the lines on the crop field? Sun is gold, green is blue like green is water. See them lines like a tiger stripe on their head going straight down? See them lines like a tiger stripe on their head going straight down? You see them lines? See them lines on the Mississippian head? It's the same culture, people. Roll the call. It's the same culture. See them lines? That represents agriculture fields? See them lines? See? Y'all take this shit a joke. This is your culture. It's just prehistoric in America. That's the only difference. It's way older in Mary. Let's look at it one more time. Now look at the face. face. Look at the lines. Look at the eyes. Now look at the face. Look at the lines. Look at the eyes right here. Same old, same type of eyes, same lines on the headdress. These people know that the Mississippi River people are the ancestors of these people. They know it. They know it. Roll the coin. Look at the lines. As the culture grows bigger and bigger and bigger, and smarter and more intelligent, and now the structures are getting built, the statues are built better. It's evolving. These headdresses represent agriculture lands. The sun and the water lands, right? For fertility. It takes sun and water. We already knew that, right? We already knew that. That's why you put it on the headdress representing like the first waters and the first thing. Now, if you think I'm lying, this appears to be the Mississippian culture. If you think I'm bullshit, this is the Mississippian culture's pottery. This ain't no Egypt. Roll the coin. Got to show you that, just so our people will know. Now, these are structures in America. These are structures in America with some type of Indian face over the door. Theaters and buildings in America with master masonry. Master mason. Look at that brickwork. You might not see brickwork like that again. Look at that. Now, I'm just finna off the top of my head tell y'all what went on, so y'all can understand our history. Ancient American culture are the first people to align stars with structures on the ground, as in mounds. Mounds represent the creation story for our people. That's why the Egyptians called it the Ben Ben, the primordial mound of creation, the Ben Ben. That's why you had a Ben Ben stone on top of the pyramid. Do you get it? The pyramid is just the evolution of a mound, people. That's all it is. Roll the coin. Let me show you so you can understand. The Ben Ben Mound is the primeval hill that arose from the primordial waters of Noon, the snake people, at the beginning of time. At the beginning of time. Not the pyramid, the mound. So you make a Ben Ben stone, right? You make a Ben Ben stone to put on top of the pyramid. Sacred object, ancient Egyptian mythology representing the primordial mound that emerges from the chaotic waters. So the top of the pyramid is just an ancient teaching of the mounds to cap off the top of the pyramid. That's all it is. It's the same thing as a mound builder, just a evolved mound builder. Now, because they know their ancestry. See, we lost connection with our ancestors. We think the mound just some Native American dirt piles. No. That's the first bin. That's the first thing on the ground representing the creation of our people from the earth. Don't let them people tell you that a pyramid with a bin stone in Egypt is not the same as a mound in Winterville, Mississippi, in the Delta. It's the same thing. One of them just 3,000-4,000 years older than the other one. Because both of them represent the same thing. The creation of the copper race. Adama. The brown people. Huma. The brown people. Not the black African. Not the Ashkenazi Jew. Not the European. The brown people. To separate the real, you must look at the artifacts, right? To know what these people were telling you, you must look at the artifacts. King Tut is copper color. He is standing on an African and some type of Mongol Asian. Why is this? If these are the people, why he not on top and this one not? Because these are copper color people are the people that brought the knowledge to the Nile. And these people became enemies of our culture on another land. If you think I'm lying, I will show you. Right? King Tut standing on enemies. I ain't call y'all enemies. The ancestors did. But yet it show, I'm just showing y'all the truth. King Tut dominated his rivals. His artisans incorporated striking imagery of bound, defeated enemies onto his footwear, footstool, and ceremonial items, likely allowing them to walk all over his foes. I didn't create that. That's just our history. Now, roll the coin. Same picture I'm showing y'all. Enemies of King Tut. Why is the black African an enemy of the bloodline of Egypt? If they the original people. Why is the Arab looking dude and the African not the chosen people? I know why. I know exactly why. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. Let me see that. Come on, give me that. Give me these pictures. There you go right there. There you go right there. Let's go back to what they're saying. Look at that. Who are these people? They trying to be you. They trying to be. I'm just keeping it real. I ain't trying to be funny about Africa. I'm just telling y'all what the hell going on. King Tut had a cane with his enemies. This cane is one of the group that depicts the enemies of King Tut. The king used these canes in ceremonies during his lifetime. Two of the king's enemies are represented on this cane. I see an African and an Arab. That's what I see. I don't know about y'all. That's what old truth see. These the guys They be trying to kick knowledge. Right here. These guys trying to kick knowledge right here. Damn near Muslims today. And these guys claiming your identity on their land, they know the truth. Now, if these was black Africans, it would have been represented on the wall as black Africans. Now, what happened to the bloodline who ran Egypt first? They became enslaved. Now do you get it? Why King Tut and them got enemies? An enemy automatically got to be attacking you. But we were so good with the bow and arrow, we held them off for hundreds and thousands of years. We held them off for a long time, people. You see that chariot with the bow and arrow? Tasseti? We were experts with the bow and arrow. So we held off these people long as we could on a foreign land. So when a new dynasty started to start, that's when our people finally lost over a long amount of time of fighting on their land. Then we became builders of older, like newer pyramids, like Giza. Saqqara is the old culture. The first pyramid on the Nile is Saqqara. That's them copper people. Why are they attacking? Agriculture, people. Abundance. We got minerals from the earth, crops, food. We have spirituality with nature to grow anything. We got trees and fruits that don't even come from that land. You are abundant and wealthy. These people don't know nothing about no grapes and all that type of stuff. That stuff is grown by a certain type of people. Palm trees. That's not African. The tree of life is not even African. So they are attacking your people on that land until they conquer that land. Once they conquered it, then comes biblical times. Because time is moving as we are fighting these people. Then they get to talking about our people that's pushed out of Egypt in the Bible. But you don't understand it. Because that is the time when our people left there. Do you get it? Them exiled ancient copper people from the Nile are the people in Jerusalem and Levant. How you think they got there? They built them cities after they was exiled. They even exiled our people out of Mesopotamia. That's the Arzareth story in the hidden part of the Bible. They sitting there telling you that your people got exiled out of their land after they ran kingdoms forever, and then they finally cracked them and moved and made them some type of indentured service or some type of prisoner of war, and then they start moving around. Mesopotamia sitting there telling you that in Arzareth, they moved these people out and sent them back to their homeland. Where they homeland at? Here. Do you get it? Do you get it? Enemies of Egypt. Crazy work. Roll the coin. He go a better picture of it. If you think I'm lying, it's straight off the wall right here. Straight off the wall. Straight off the wall, people. Now, what makes him different from him and him? What makes him different from him and him? We build kingdoms. To start a kingdom, you must have agriculture. Solid agriculture, not no shit popping up here and there. You must have solid agriculture, solid building skills, astronomy, math, all of that. That's why our culture was hated back then the same way it's not like now. You still have a culture in you that nobody can match to this day, people. No other people on the planet could make music greater than Michael Jackson. Can't nobody dance better than him. Y'all songs not better. You can duplicate it all you want, but you can see it in the people. Why you think Michael Jackson talking about remember the times? He know that his bloodline is connected to some greater. Shot the video like he was in Egypt. He know it, people. He tapped into it. He know it. Why these people so great? Why LeBron play ball a certain type of way? Why Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, and come on now. Roll the corn. Why Chris Brown dancing all, kind of about dancing like Chris Brown and Mike and all these people? You better ask yourself these questions. Where is the Arab Michael Jackson? Where is the African Michael Jackson? Where they at? I ain't trying to be funny, but where are they? It's a difference, people. Your DNA is way older than every other culture's. You've been here longer. Your ancestors created everything great on this land. And it moved around. It moved around. Now, let me show y'all something else. Roll the corn. Now, some type of maze god with locks, people. Now you must understand who are the people doing the resurrection of the corn in the spring. Who are the people that done that first before there was ever a Jesus that resurrected in the spring? Who were the people doing the resurrection of agriculture in the spring that turned into that teaching? Ancient Tamaricans, Locks, Maize God. If Osiris turned and Horus ideology turned into religion, this is where it comes from. Let me show y'all I ain't lying. Roll the corn. Let me show y'all I ain't lying. They try to act like all this shit different languages, and it's not. Just an evolved language. Ancient Egyptian pictographs of agriculture involved directly into hieroglyphics. The earliest symbols were literally pictures of farming, tools, and crops that eventually developed phonetic values. Now, what that proved to you? Stop trying to separate the ancient paleo pictograph language with hieroglyphics. Stop doing that. A white man taught you that. He don't know what the hell he talking about. Because when I go through hieroglyphics and I go through Paleo Hebrew, it's the same damn language. So agriculture created hieroglyphics the same way it created Paleo Hebrew languages. So if Thoth is writing in hieroglyphics, he come from an agriculture teacher, not a space teacher. If the wisdom of Thoth or Cygnus is coming from agriculture people, they're coming from an earth being, a teaching of somebody who is intertwined with nature. It don't come from outer space. Not talking about no spaceship under Giza. It's talking about a real ship under Giza. Now you understand it. If Thoth is Cygnus, Cygnus aligned with all the mounds in the southeast of America. All of them. Thoth is Cygnus, people. The same teaching of the American mound builder. They want to separate it and lie to you because that don't show the connection between the cultures. Thoth ain't nothing but a damn ibis from America. That's it. It goes with the afterlife teaching of Cygnus in the sky. Facts. Facts. They just keep it simple. We ain't got to get all deep and all this making up. They just keep it simple. Can y'all see that? They just keep it simple, right? If we keep it simple, what does Thoth represent? The wisdom of Thoth. Let's go see. Roll the coin. Thoth is officially associated with the sacred ibis. In baboon, ibis is primarily sacred animal. His connection to the Cygnus Swan constellation stems primarily from, they try to say it's alternative, but that's where he come from. That's exactly where Thoth come from. The ibis representing Cygnus. Now, roll the coin. Do what I want y'all to do. Any mound site close to where you live, Google it and see if it's aligned with Cygnus. Please. Mississippians, Hopewell culture often align with Cygnus. The same teaching as Thoth. Now, if you know about some mounds in your area, Google it. If mounds up screaming your house, Google are they aligned with Cygnus. Watch what it tell you. They don't care where you at. Carolina, Florida, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Arkansas, Kentucky, Texas. Please ask the question. Go ask. And then come back and put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Go ask it. Y'all did it? Let me know what y'all come up with real quick before I keep going. Anybody did it? Roll the coin. Anybody did it yet? Saul's Mound in Tennessee. That's Pinson Mounds, right? Saul's Mound is at Pinson Mounds, right? Pinson? Saul's Mound, Pinson? Pinson Mounds? Complex layout ties into ancient cosmological beliefs surrounding the constellation Cygnus, the path of souls, the death journey, the Mississippians. It's the same thing as Duat in Egypt. Pinson Mounds are aligned with Cygnus. Facts. Pull up another one. Just keep pulling them up. Florida, all my Florida people, Georgia. Come on now. Emerald, let's go see. Go check out old Emerald. Now, Emerald has an alignment with the Milky Way path, right? Cahokia, yes. Come on now. That's the same alignment as Egypt, people. Right there in your backyard. It's right there in your backyard. Right there in your backyard. Right there in your backyard. Here go the pyramids of Giza. They go the Tomb of the Birds right there. Tomb of the early empire. Tomb of the Birds. Up there. See what it say? Cygnus on the modern map of Giza Plateau. Cygnus, stars of Cygnus. Overlay using the stars of Cygnus, matching perfectly with the pyramids. They go the bottom star right there and right here. See how they got an Islamic cemetery down there? They go to Valley Temple, right? Or the ancient people, and the Islamic people put their burial right there on top of ours. Same thing they do over here in America. Put the white people on top of our ancient mounds and bury them. All hunter-gatherers do that. That's why I don't even be with that Islam stuff. Right? I ain't got nothing to do with that. Roll the coin. This stuff is Cygnus, people. That's the real alignment. Cygnus, stars overlaid in red. Fits perfect. Fits perfect. That's a mound right there. The Deneb spot obscuring Mastaba. Mastaba is a mound where the Deneb sits, right there. Fresh out the sky. Now, as you see your real ancient culture on the ground, and they calling it Native American culture, it is not Native American culture. It's ancient melanated people's culture who've been here forever. You get it? To switch your history, they must tell you it's Native American. Because somebody built them. They 60 and 50 feet tall right in your backyard. Somebody built them. You couldn't tear all of them down in time for you to whitewash our history. So now they want to tell you the rest of them that's left, the one they couldn't tear down, Native Americans done it. Then they put NACPRA, federal law, giving our people's ancient bones out of mounds to Native Americans. It's not even their ancestors, people. These people are putting our people's bones and artifacts in museums, charging money to go see our culture in museums. And they know it. Ottawa mounds. Go look. Theorized by archaeoastronomers to align with the constellation Cygnus, the path of souls, or Tula, Toltec. Tula, Toltec, same thing. Tula, Toltec, same thing, huh? Let's go look at a Toltec, ancient Toltec artifact. Motherfucker got cornrows in his head. This is our land, people. Now, when y'all ready to take this shit back, y'all let me know. This is our land. There go your kinfolk right there on the pottery with cornrows in his head. Ottawa comes from a Tula. Tula is associated to Toltec and Tola. Same people. Melanated mound builders. This is not no damn bright-skinned Indian. You feel me? That is not no bright-skinned Indian. We know the truth now. That is not no bright-skinned Indian right there with a yin on his belt, the circle and the dot. As you see the circle and the dot on his chain, that is Paleo Hebrew. No matter what the hell y'all think y'all know from the Bible, this is before the Bible. I don't care how nobody feel about it. A yin. This is before all of that, so we ain't gonna put that into the conversation. This is before that. A yin symbol. We got bet and a yin all over our artifacts in America. Circle and dot, huh? There you go right there. There you go right there. What's that, truth? Jesus in ancient Hebrew language. Okay. They go look at it. A yin. Early Hebrew. There you go. Right there. Shit on all our artifacts. All of them. Mississippian artifacts, Hopewell, ancient Mexican melanated Indians, ancient South Americans, all of them. Circle in the dot. They got this from our agriculture people. Let's keep looking. Look up there on the headdress under the coin. Look at the headdress under the coin. A yin. What you think that is? The canes represent lamb. The canes represent lamb. The circle and the dot represents a yin. You just think some damn candy canes, huh? You just think it's some candy canes on the artifact, huh? You just think it's all come from Jerusalem, huh? See them canes? What that is right there? Cane, lamb. Here you go. Come on. There you go right there. Mm-hmm. We know the truth now. It stands for authority. Authority. Lamb, mem, delet. Lamb is authority. Mem is water. Delet is the pyramid area of the agriculture. That's why you call it the delta. Delet means delta. Mem means water. Lamb means authority. Lamb, mem, delet is Paleo Hebrew. Memphis, that is not no damn name from the Bible. That is an ancient name before it was even wrote. Mem is way before the Bible. Lamb, mem, delet. Delet is delta. Nachal, delet. Now delta. Now delta comes from Greeks. Nachal, delet come from our people. The snake, the river that's shaped like a snake. Nachal. Motherfucker ain't named no Nile. Hunter Gatherer taught you that. We named that river. Roll the coin. I just got to show you, man. Like I'm just showing you the truth. Our culture gave these people this stuff long before, right? Ancient Mississippian artifacts found on the Mississippi River with Cygnus on the head. Cygnus is on his head. Roll the coin. They ain't gonna show you this. Cygnus on his head. The path of souls come from Nachazin, Noon people, so-called snake people. Duat and the path of souls come from their teaching. All of it go together. Stop separating it. Don't separate the truth. It all go together. They want to separate ancient paleo languages from hieroglyphics, from Sanskrit, and the first Aramaic language. They want agriculture language. Gave them people language over there. It gave them language. Let me show y'all something. And I showed you yesterday, but it's powerful. Very, very powerful. Europeans were by no means the pioneers in human civilization. Half of man's recorded records in history had passed before anyone in Europe could even read or write. And I'm going to give y'all that on the back end. So it's showing a culture who created a language and a culture at the same time can't even speak a word. And they want to teach you that side of the world created the languages. Cap. Now, truth. Why are these people primitive and we got pyramids? Because we older than them. It's just that simple. We the first born people of the planet. They born after us, thousands of years after us. We had already figured out everything by the time they started popping out. This is the difference. This is why they don't like you. This is why they will never like you. They know this. So they steal this knowledge and act like it's theirs to act like they are the more sophisticated race. I know about the Chickasaw mounds. I got you. I know about all the mounds. All the mounds in the South, I studied them, bro. From Texas to up to Florida coast, up to Carolina, up to Virginia, I studied all of them. Now, Europe and Africa, same geography. The African, a little older than them. They older than them, but they not older than us. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They are still barbarous cultures. When our people had boats that came to the land of the real new world, which is Africa and Europe, these people were still barbarous. Facts. Our culture was already building pyramids and rolling corn and talking about star alignments, bringing seeds and plants and new life and paradise to the desert. That's what really happened in history. We brought paradise to the desert. The paradise represented our ancestral land. The paradise represented our ancestral land, people. That's what it represented. If you don't know this, you better get your knowledge up. Because in ancient Egypt belief, the heavenly paradise was known as Aru, the field of reeds. It perfectly represented the ancestral land, a flawless, eternal mirror image of mortal life alone. They try to link it with the Nile, but they're talking about the ancestral land as paradise. That's what they're trying to tell you. Over here, this is paradise, people. This is paradise. You know why? We got miles and miles of freshwater rivers. We got miles and miles of land that grows agriculture without nobody even touching it. Abundance is here. Where the grass grows on its own is abundant. Where the field of reeds grows on its own is abundant. This desert is not the promised land, people. No matter how deep you get into the book, the desert is never the promised land. So our people put paradise in the desert. You bring palm trees from your ancient culture, put them over there and start growing palm trees. You bring grapevines, corn too, corn rolled too, and you plant it right there on an arid land that you ain't even from. Now Egypt is talking about the pharaohs of two lands, the people of two lands. What two lands? To marry first, where the ancestors live in paradise, to over there. Here's what they trying to tell you. They said the knowledge came on a boat. The knowledge came on a boat and we buried it on the Giza. They find the Khufu ship under Egypt with records written all over it. Wisdom and ancient knowledge written all over it. Talking about they came from Atlantis. They come from Atlantis, all right. Now, to deflect history, they try to teach you Atlantis is a mystical place, a place sunken under the water, a place nobody ever seen before, but they lying. You sitting on Atlantis right now. From up here all the way going down into Mexico, all going down in Central and South America. You sitting in Atlantis right now. The people who built that stuff from here. Then you go into Sumerian knowledge. You go into Sumerian knowledge. The first culture in Samaria was the Ubaid culture, and they pulled up on the same type of ships the Egyptians talking about. Reed ships. The ancestors come from the land of reeds. They saying the same thing the damn Egyptians saying. Foreigners. Then when they get exiled off the land that they built because crops are right there and these people are hungry, they enslave them. Mix the bloodlines with them. Claim their birthright and heritage on all lands, not just in America. Your stuff got took over there on the Nile too. Saqqara. Anywhere you see that falcon at is our shit. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Alabama, Mississippi ain't just your shit. Nigga, Saqqara, Egypt, your shit. That's what I'm trying to tell people. Saqqara, Egypt. First pyramid ever built on the Nile. The Pyramid of Doja. It's your shit too. You think that ain't yours? You think that ain't yours? With that American Falcon on all that shit? So you must know. You must know what you looking at. This your shit too. These your damn people. These tall, melanated, so-called giants. These your people. 4,400-year-old tomb. Look at that. Look at the color of that man. Man, not from no Africa. Roll the corn. That bloodline don't even come from there. Now look at the Arab up in there with our shit. Look at him. No blood connection to none of this stuff. Saqqara comes from Saqqar, people. Saqqar is an American falcon. Saqqara is the first people on the Nile. They believe in Saqqar. S-O-K-A-R. An American falcon. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make it up. You cannot. The whole time, roll the corn. The whole time, they're telling you this stuff. But the whole time, Saqqar. This is before Horus teachings. This is before Haru. This is where they got Horus and Haru from. Saqqar. The coat of Saqqar. See that? The corn mummy. Memphis, god of the dead. Memphite. They connected to Mem. Mem is still a Paleo-Hebrew teaching, people. Don't try to separate Mem and Saqqar, because the Memphites got something to do with Saqqar. I'm reading an old book. It said that these people wrote in hieroglyphics and Paleo-Hebrew. Now, let's start thinking. Now, in the book, it said, why would they change their original language to glyphs, hieroglyphs? They didn't want somebody to read it, people. They didn't want somebody to read it. So you switch it to hieroglyphics. They're not even using the ancient language no more. They know how to write it, but they're not using it. They're using hieroglyphics to hide the truth from the outsiders. So you can never go decode it and pull up our people tombs. They were that smart. They were that smart. They were dead smart. Roll the coin. Giza is named Ras Tua, right? Ras Tua, Rostau, right? Right there. The desert of Rastua. The river becomes a dry bed, but that is the name of Giza. Right there. That's the real name. I want y'all to study it with that name. Don't study it with the pyramids of Giza. Them the pyramids of Rastua. Now, Tau, right? Tau, cross. They want to separate these crosses, right? The Tau cross, Tau. Let's look it up. Here go a glyph with the Tau right here of the Mayans. Right there. That's a Tau cross. Right there. Now, why is Giza named after a cross the Mayans used? Ross Tau. See Tau-shaped icons built by the Mayans? Tau. This is in the southwest of America. This is in Mexico. That's the Tau cross. Now, why in the hell is Egypt named Ras Tau? As you can see it right there. Right there. Tau-shaped icon built by the Mayans. Now, why is Giza named after a Tau cross used in America? Giza is really Rostau. Yes. Giza Plateau, known as Egyptian times as Rose Tau. Ross Tau. Then the Mayans are using the Tau cross. These ain't even the real names over there, people. They're not even giving us the real names over there. You know why? Because the Tau cross is in America way before it gets to anywhere other place. That's a fact. This is why they give you all these Greek ass names, right? This is why they give you these Greek names. Now let me show y'all something. Now, that Tau cross ended up on the shores of Spain. Now, let's go to Tartarian style buildings. What's there right there? on an old church. In ancient times, the tower was used as a symbol of life and resurrection. 8 letter of the Greek alphabet. Now it's Greek, huh? These old buildings the tower sitting on. The cross that's used built patterns in the windows of St. Anthony's in Spain. Why is the tower cross on ancient buildings in Spain? We went over there and built that shit. That's why it's there. It's not even a cross. Here go an ancient tower cross on the beach in Spain, right here. They calling it the Greek cross, the Latin cross. It's not even a culture. They got it from us. The crux, Latin cross. Now, I can see where we traveling at. Now you got that, but that's a whole nother thing. Let's keep going. Roll the coin. Why does the preacher, old St. Anthony, got the tower cross on top of his staff? And that is an American cross. Representing Orion, Betelgeuse, Regal, and Sirius at the bottom. The summer solstice. That's exactly what it is. Let's keep going. Ancient tower cross. Let me show you the one in Spain that just sit there on his own. They can't even figure out how it even got there. This before all this other stuff, right? Show you the one in Spain. Tower cross, Spain. Now this for all these Moors, right? This for all these Spanish, these so-called. Is it Spain or Ireland? It's one of them. Hold on. I might be tripping. Might be Ireland. Hold on. Might be Ireland. I might be tripping. There go one of them right there. But I think it's Ireland. I might be tripping. There you go right there. Here we go right here. In Ireland. Symbol of the tower cross. In stone. That is in. This is a replica of the tower cross. They took the real one out the ground and they put the fake one out there, right? It's a replica. Why would they do that? Because at the top of the old one had faces of some type of Mayan-looking people with slanted eyes on top right here. And they took it out and put the fake one there. It's in an old book I got talking about this. These people did not put that there. People in an ancient boat put that right there. Because it's right on the water. Right out from the water a little bit, right? Now, let's go see something else. Tower cross, Ireland, mounds, or near. Let's go see. The original tower cross once stood on the brow of Roghan Hill near Killinnaboy. It was a rare T-shaped limestone cross carved with a single piece of stone, featuring 2 small carved heads on its arms. Our people's face was on that tower cross as we came across the water in ancient times, and they took it out the ground and put that bullshit up there. This is showing, what is that teaching us? Our same style symbols. Now that symbol is royal, is holy in Ireland, right? But it's not from their culture. We bought that over there. Now, something else I want y'all to study. Start studying about the swan. The swan. in ancient cultures. It's going to tell you the same story as Thoth. The swan is going to tell you the same story as Thoth. Celtic, all that stuff, same story. Why would I tell you? The ancient culture predated everybody, and they took it and made their cultures out of it. The swan, I was just watching a movie yesterday. What's the name of that movie? Dude was talking about the swan and the culture that came with the mounds. In the movie. I'm going to find that movie and put it on TikTok. I'm going back through my list of what I watch. The Swan Association with the Irish and mounds. Watch this. The ibis. In Irish mythology, swans were revered as sacred, shape-shifting creatures with the power to cross the veil between the mortal realm and the underworld. Ain't that the same thing? Deeply linked to ancient burial mounds and fairy hills. Fairy hills. See, y'all go with all that old mythology shit. These ain't no fairies. She was a fairy. This is not a fairy tale. This is not a fairy tale. This is our ancient culture putting mounds in swan ideology, just like Egypt with the swan of Thoth, the ibis of Thoth, same damn thing. We went around the world first, and all the cultures came from there. Now, that was Irish. That was Irish, right? Let's go look at Celtic. Let's check out the Boston Celtics. Watch this. Celtics. The swan. Sacred symbol of the soul, spiritual transformation, and the outer world. Don't you see a people? It's not just Egypt, people. It's all the way around the world. Stop just looking at Egypt. Stop just over there humping on Egypt and start looking at Ireland. Stop, all you Egyptologists, Egypt, General Sadie ass niggas, stop always pointing to Egypt. We got shit in Europe older than Egypt. Y'all just over there humping on the pyramids, bumping and grinding on the pyramid. Ain't look nowhere else. All our history come from Egypt. You a damn lie. Roll the coin. All you Egyptologists. I'm sick of y'all. We got shit aligned with sickness in the middle of Europe, thousands of years older than Egypt. And I can prove it. When you see sickness, them niggas, kings, not the nigga you think in America, king niggas, niggers. Roll the coin. This is the history that people don't want to teach. They just want to teach you from Egypt, you from Africa, you from, no. We circled this whole world before a hunter-gatherer ever got civilized. Stop humping on Egypt so much. Learn about something else. Go read about England and goddamn France and Britain. Then you're going to see the truth. Then you're going to see the truth. Right? Roll the coin. Gobekli Tepe. Old as hell. Who put that there? The Star Daneb, huh? Sickness. Gobekli Tepe. Huh. We did. We put that shit right there. We put this shit right there. See the we put that right there. Look how it's aligned. Look at how this stuff aligned. Let's go look at it. Look at that. Watch how it's aligned. Watch this. Look at this. M42 Nebula is Orion's nebula. M42 Nebula is Orion's nebula. That is the same meaning as the hand with the eye in the middle in the Mississippian mounds. Same meaning. Same thing. Same. Look at this alignments. Deneb. Cygnus. The stars of Cygnus. Roll the coin. That is what you got to learn. We find this all over the world. Now, some people be saying melanated people was all over the world, but not all melanated people knew of that knowledge. The ancient culture knew of that knowledge. They built in stone. Just because a lot of these people was around don't mean they knew the knowledge. They could have just been barbaric cultures watching from the outside as a certain ancient people built things aligned with stars. And they learned it from those people. So all of these cities in the world are built close or on. Ain't no reptilians down under the Vatican running the world. We built underground at the Vatican. The Vatican has star alignments in the structures. They just took it over and turned it into a religious place, right? It's columns under the Vatican, people. Ancient columns under the Vatican. That's ancient culture building underground for Duat. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. Now, I want you to study it a certain type of way. I want you to start finding mounds all around the world aligned with Cygnus. Then look at the artifacts. Then as you see the artifacts, you see the Paleo-Hebrew language as it evolves around the world, going up into things like Egypt and Samaria and stuff like that. But there are places that are older than these places, way older. Right? You go look at the Great Wall of China, you start to see some more type of stuff. Now, as you look at Gobekli Tepe, that is Cygnus, people, on the walls. Well, the vulture stone is Aguila. The vulture is Aguila. It's the same vulture meaning in Egypt. Let's go look at this star map one more time. Check this star map out one more time so I can show y'all something that's on there. Now look at that. As you see, Scorpius is under Cygnus. That's why you put the scorpion under the bird. It's all astrology. You see it? There go Aguila right there. There go Scorpius down under it. Look at it right there. The scorpion represents Scorpius. It's fire. That is fire. Now, roll the coin. Let's go check something out. Go check something out. Now, you seen Scorpius on and Gobekli Tepe, right? Now you see the Mississippians, celestial serpent or horned serpent. Scorpius was known by our people. That Scorpius in Gobekli Tepe I just showed you. This is showing a knowledge of stars everybody don't know about in BC times, people. So it's showing that these people are connected through knowledge. That's exactly what it's showing. So the people on Mississippi River know about Scorpius. Then you get Scorpius on Gobekli Tepe, right? Dude, why you keep popping up? Let's keep looking. The Sumerians or the Ubaid culture, they knew of Scorpius, one of the oldest constellations, dating back 5,000 years, right? Y'all know the Egyptians knew about it. So this is showing a bloodline of people who knows ancient astrology. Well aware of Scorpius. So now, all of these cultures that they claim are aliens and all of that got a connection with the stars. And it's not because they are from there. It is because they mirrored it from the earth to as above, so below. So you build on the ground aligned with that teaching of the stars. And the mounds in America are the oldest ones in the world. They try to make other places older. They're not older. Because the dates we getting off the mounds are government federal dates, right? And then when the College of LSU done the research on the mound, it was 11,000 years old. When you got some independent research, the mound jumped 10,000 years older. When the government say the mound is 800 AD or BC, 800 BC. When an independent person going and get the dates, the mound 11, 12,000 years old. Get it? They're lying about the age of everything. They was pulling bones out of the mounds that was so old when air hit them, they disintegrated. It had to be 10,000 years old. When air hit it, it just turned into dust, right? Y'all got any questions, hop in the guest box or put it in the comments. Any something else y'all want to talk about? I got my Big Chief University glasses. Roll the corn. Big Chief University. Any questions, throw it in the comments or hop in the guest box. We know the truth now. You missed the part of how they divided us before. What era you mean by the division? Appreciate the top cats for the glasses, man. O-type is linked to the copper. What's our connection to the land in Arkansas? Arkansas is a part of the Mississippi Delta. Arkansas see, you must understand, all the way from the coast down there from New Orleans, all the way up, through the Mississippi Delta and the Yazoo Delta and Arkansas Delta. Them some of the most ancient lands on the planet. Some of the most ancient lands, some of the oldest black soil, or Kemet, or the silt soil, some of the oldest agriculture land in the world sits right there on the Mississippi Delta. So that means people was there farming that area before every other culture started even farming. Arkansas had prehistoric diamonds right there with the mounds in Arkansas, in Little Rock. Well, not in Little Rock, but it's on that side of Arkansas. In the old newspapers, it said 11 million people stayed in that Mississippi Delta up to the Arkansas area in ancient times. 11 million people. They try to act like we come from Africa, but why is 11 million people living on the Mississippi Delta 1,000 years ago? It don't even make no sense if we brought from Africa, right? It don't make sense. Any questions, throw it in the chat or hop in the guest box. I'll take a couple questions, y'all. Ancestors of the Egyptians are the people of the Mississippi Delta. Even in the newspaper it said. I got the receipts. See, we learned how to turn the soil black over here, right? From the rivers. Yad and Yad means work in Paleo Hebrew. Work. The arm and the hand symbol. Look up places like French, like the French Bend, right? French Bend. French Bend. Ancient agriculture. These places are 12,000 years old with black soil and farming right off the Mississippi River. It features North America's oldest earthen mounds, French Bend. Some of the oldest mounds, 4,500 BC. Ancient inhabitants of the regions, highly complex. That land in French Bend where that mound is ancient black Kemet soil. Then you got a big black soil going through the southeast as the real Kemet. That teaching came from rivers in America. Then it went to the Nile. Then it went. Closely related to what? That's a mini word, and it's universe. Hop in the chat at the bottom, and I'll bring you up to get a question or comment real quick. You in there? Hit the guest box. I just want y'all to know that these are the ancestors of our people, and the people that became melanated Indians. The people that became melanated Indians. Why was East St. Louis disconnected? St. Louis had huge mounds, people. Huge mounds. I'm talking about they tore all of them down. They kept a couple of them. Cahokia is up, but St. Louis had huge mounds in town. In the town. They tore one up like right outside on the water by like the downtown area, huge amount, and found skeletons in there. Universe, what up?
Hey, what's up, brother? I'm so happy you on here doing this, man. Like I've been screaming about this for a long time that we don't know our true history, and the whole Kemet thing that was black lands. That's how we make black lands. It's a planting system actually. It's called the Milfa planting system. Bean, squash, and there was something else to make the black land because when you use corn, it makes
See, Kemet,
yeah.
Kemet river turns you have to irrigate the river to get the silt into the land. Then when the irrigation and the silt comes in, when the river rises, it darkens the soil. Then you plant your crops.
Oh, okay.
It's preparation of the land before growing.
But yeah, that's what we, people like I say, like Africa, they didn't have any of that. Like they try to say that everybody originated. No, the motherland is here where we live now. It's always been that way. And I'm just happy to hear people are really talking about it. And they just keep putting up distraction after distraction after distraction. Damn, they even started a, WEAR, for what? So we can still live in a lie. But yeah, man, I'm proud of you. You got people behind you, my brother.
Appreciate it.
Keep teaching.
Thank you so much. No doubt. Appreciate it. Y'all follow my kids. Follow Universe.
Yeah. I want my kids to learn this, man. Like I want to go to the schools and start protesting. Like, I feel like because we don't know our history, like how you survive through life with not knowing your true history. Like, it explains a lot about our generations.
If you disconnected from your history and the land, man, it stops the ascension of your people. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, bro.
Okay.
Y'all follow Universe. Follow Universe. See, this is what I want to teach you, Universe, about Kemet, right? The dark, rich silt deposited on the Nile River after the flood, right? So what you must understand is, as you see, the silt turns the Nile Delta, the triangle of the Nile Delta, the silt from the river deposits right there. This is Dalit, which became Delta. The river silt turns the soil black for Kemet, right? Not the crops. The crops come after this happens because you already know the soil is rich, right? Highly fertile, right? And then in the harsh desert, this is needed in the harsh desert because that's the only way you can grow certain type of crops from the silt of the river. That is Kemet, the dark soil of silt deposited along the rivers. The Milpa comes after, right? See, everything has to be done in harmony with nature. Our people learn that the river rises during the spring. Why does the river rise during the spring? If you know just the basics of nature, you know. The winter is just ending. Water melts from the winter, rises the river. The river rises in the spring when all the water melts and rises the river. The silt of the water that rolls the river deposits in the lit, the delta. That is the most fertile soil on the planet. You might can grow a whole human being out there. Listen, y'all. Ancient culture figured that out. Now, if Egypt is 5,500 years old, and I got man-made irrigation on silt on the Mississippi River at 12,000 years old, that lets me know that culture from the Mississippi River was doing the black soil first. We the ones understood it. We created it. We are the people who talked about the fertile soil and used it First, I got a map of the rivers, black soil, all over the southeast, all Kemet, all soil, black soil, with ancient mounds right there on the damn silk. Motorcorn. So you must understand your culture. And once you see that, you see what it is. And the names they're using for are not the original names. Any more questions? Y'all can hop in the box or put them in the comments. Or if you're in the box, let me know so I can bring you up. So now you have to look into your recent history. Looking into your recent history, your people was farmers on a fertile land, and their land got took a couple of different ways. After the Civil War, they came up with discriminatory tax laws to take our people's land. So after the Civil War, they come up with these tax laws. They're taking our people's land, unaliving them, taking land, charging them, sending them to jail over petty crimes, talking about they stole horses and goats, lock them up for 2-3 years. They come back from jail, they land took through taxes. It's all type of moves. Like you gotta know the history of your people. These are not Africans. They was there the whole time. As you can see, people be having 500 acres and they get dwindled all the way down to 2 or 3 acres with all this underhand and unlawful taking of land from people through taxes. And everybody else got took through taxes, right? So you got to study it like that. Go look and see how many acres your people had and watch it dwindle down when you do your genealogy. It just dwindles down. 500 acres all the way to 5 and 3-4 acres. Crazy work. Tone Low, what you got, bro? Give me a question or a comment. Yo. Yo. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about.
Hey, so you gonna open my eyes up, so our people knew the flood. When the flood come, it's time to, when the flood go back down, it's time to roll the corn then. Our people knew that anyway. So that's where that ancient flood story come in. When we went over there, the flood came and we rolled the corn because the ground was ready to go. It turned it into timber then. That's where that silk came in doing that, right?
Yeah, you irrigate the river, you spread it out over an area, and then you use that for the main crop field.
Yeah.
Right. You know that silk to come in, and you want all that land to get that silk.
Now we can get busy.
Yeah.
That's why they taking that land still right down there right now, and they brought the flood in Katrina. All that silk came in. There's gonna be some good land for the people right now in New Orleans.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a long time, bro.
It's fucking precious, man. Let me get out there so I say the wrong thing. Man, have a good one, brother. Have a good one,
No,
brother.
man. Appreciate you, Tom.
Yeah.
All right. Y'all follow Tone Low. Let me show y'all something. Now, following the Civil War, right? Discriminatory tax policies and predatory real estate practices were routinely used by local and state governments to dispossess Black landowners of their property, devastating generational wealth. That's what happened. Devastated your generational. That was your generational curse right there. You think it's just money and all of that. Once they displace you from your land, that sets your people back in poverty for a while to get back to where they was at after these people just possessed your land. So after the Civil War, they came with all these tax policies, and they still messing with them in court today. And y'all want us to sit up there and go vote for these people. I'm not going to get on here and argue about no voting and voters' rights and all that, because it don't matter. If they create the laws, they can change the laws. We voting for laws to stay strict, and y'all go right back and change the law. Like in Mississippi, it's a dude named Benny Thompson. He been in the same seat for a long time. They are literally changing the laws to get him out of there. He can't be beat. Everybody keep voting for him in his area, right? So now they said, okay, he can't be beat. We just gonna take the nigga whole zone or whatever and just add it to another zone where somebody else can win. We got to get him out of there. It's just gonna change the laws. If you go vote, they're gonna change them, right? It's a fake system. The system don't stay the same long enough for it to even affect what we're talking about, right? It just changed. If something is not going right for them people, they just change the law. How fair is that? It's not fair at all. It ain't got nothing. It's not going to never prosper of us political wise, because they can just change the laws. If the law say we know the truth now, could do this on his land, I've been doing this all my life, and then y'all change the law and say I can't grow no corn, then y'all come out there and see me growing corn after y'all change the law and lock me up. That's what they doing. They look at what you're doing. Oh, he out there growing crops, selling them. Oh, put a law out there that says if the federal government don't get none of that money off these fields, he go to jail. They pop right up with the paperwork. You're supposed to be growing that corn, you know that, right? When they changed the law yesterday, put your hand behind your back. I'm not voting for none of y'all. I'm not going up in the damn Senate of the White House and none of that. I ain't going there to talk about no votes. We just voting for criminals. We voting for people who hate indigenous, melanated people. It ain't about you being just black, so-called. They are trying to control your indigenous land. You just think it's racism. It's bigger than that. You don't let the indigenous people come back up on their land after you fought all this shit to take it. You don't fight. You can't let them do that. That's going against what they stand for. Why did I do all this scheming and conniving just to give it back to the people? We got to keep changing laws to keep it. So why do I want to get involved with it? So all you niggas think y'all become the mayor or you become the governor, you going to change some Alabama and Carolina. You not finna change nothing. You just there for status, bro. You're not finna change nothing. Especially if it comes with a price of your people starting to become wealthy. That's not finna happen, bro. Your people start to become back self-sufficient. They ain't gonna let that happen. You could be the mayor, the governor, the senator, all that. It don't even matter. Just because you melanated do not mean you finna go in there and change people's lives for the better. They're not gonna let you do it. You might give them a little crumbs here and there, but you're not gonna let these people just come all the way up. Right? It's cool. I see people doing it, it's cool, but automatically, them people got some type of control over what you can do. So I just don't believe in government, y'all. I don't believe in the government. How can you write commandments and then change commandments just to fit a narrative to do stuff to people? I just don't believe in it. I'm not going down there standing in no line to vote for these hunter-gatherers. Not me. I'm not doing it. I just can't do it. Voters' rights in 2026. You're talking about voters' rights in 2026, bro. This is 2026. Y'all still talking about voting. Still talking about people trying to get the vote. Bro, this is not 1982, 72, 62, bro. Calm down. Y'all still talking about people can't vote. It's not doing nothing. The church got people marching in Montgomery, Alabama. That's a church thing. That's like a reproduction of Martin Luther King's march. That's what they're doing. But my thoughts on this is, we just cannot go along with the government. Like it just don't. They've been doing this stuff hundreds of years and nothing got better. So I'm not trying to be no black activist who running up in the government trying to argue with the senator. Why am I on the panel arguing with the senator? He got all my ancestral land. He a millionaire. And this is what I'm supposed to be getting some sympathy from. No. I'm not going to get up there and do this shit. Not the truth. No. I don't even want to talk to these people. They know what their ancestors done, people. They know what their ancestors done. They know what their ancestors done it for. So if I give these people all these rights, they're going to start gaining on me. They're going to start trying to figure out what we done to their ancestors. They're going to start figuring out what's this stuff we done built on over here. What's these ancient mounds? What kind of mounds on their plantation? Their plantation land turned to federal land, and our people still live out there. See, they're gonna start to figure out that you get closer to the truth. That they sitting right on top of your ancestors in a mansion on the hill. And I'm supposed to go in there and talk to y'all about voters' rights. Because most of these politicians are connected to ancient, not ancient, but they're connected to throwback races. It's all in the families, man. These people are all these folk politicians. The daddy, the son, the damn sister, the mama, great-granddaddy was a senator. So you got to know that shit. And these are the people who actually started some of these cities in the South. These people who sit on the panels today, their ancestors started these cities that built over your ancestors in the South. You must know that. Same bloodline. Stop acting like these people don't know who you are and what they done back then, and they not finna show no love. The moment they show love, the moment they go against their ancestors. So I'm not going to go in there and ask y'all about no voters' rights and zoning and moving zones and all that. I don't give a fuck about none of this shit. They're going to do it anyway. Y'all can go in there and slap them and beat them upside the head, whatever y'all want to do, cuss them out. They still going to zone your shit and move your grandma's house. Until we go in there and shut the whole damn thing down. It's just this simple. If the whole thing don't come down, we ain't no use to us going back and forth with them people. Ain't no midway with them people. They must win. You must lose. They must call you ghetto and poor and broke. While we rich and elite with our suits on. That's forever what they want to do. They're not here to make it easier for our people. I don't know why we think that. I don't know why we think voting and going in there talking going to make it easy on our people. We're going to leave right up out that big-ass Capitol building your ancestors built, right back to the hood. What changed? Nothing. So until we just literally just come together in millions and get like the South Africans, we got to, I hate to say this, but we definitely got to get like the South Africans, bro. Not against our own people, though. Against them. Literally, bro, you got to get off the land. This shit need to be shut down by Friday. That was the South Africans telling their own people. We ain't going to do that to our people. We talking about these immigrants, these hunter-gatherers. Use that same tactic against them. Not buying nothing, you finna shut this shit down by the 15th. Them people walking up in people's business and tell they're going to shut it down by the 15th, bro. If they not from South Africa, they shutting it down. They wrong because they're doing it against their own African people. But y'all supposed to be doing that to them YT businesses. That's what I don't like about it. Y'all not doing it to these other people. Y'all doing it to your own people from another country in Africa. I don't like that. So until we come together and just walk up in the Arab store and shut it down, walk up in the Chinese hair store and shut it down, walk up in the government and shut this shit down, until we get ready to do that, ain't no use to talking about no voting and zoning and none of that. That ain't going to help us. Economically, you got to shut it down. As long as they sit there and make money, ain't nothing going to change. Just that simple. So what I'm saying is, until we figure out that their economy gives them the power to do what they do. So you shut down the economy. Shut down the economy. You start in city, go city by city, major city by city. Shut the economy down. Stop shopping with them folks. That's the only way. And it's going to have to happen in a mass drove. You affect the money, you affect the people. You'll start running the immigrants home. They'll move to a whole nother city. They ain't making no money. If that's what it is, how can you make money in our communities and our people don't get nothing out of it? Then you still treat our people bad. You following us like they stealing and all that type of stuff, but we supposed to go in there and spend money with you people. at that point, you damn near gotta steal it. I'm just keeping it real. Like, y'all handling me bad, I might as well knock it off in my own hood. So, what y'all want the people to do? What y'all want them to do? So, I'm just looking at it like this. We must promote each other's businesses. If we are people from this land, we got to help promote each other's stuff. That's why I told y'all to send me y'all businesses, y'all books, y'all any business, y'all selling t-shirts, ice cream, popcorn, send it. I'm going to repost it in my stories. I want people to go look at it. That's the first thing we got to do. First, we must promote our businesses. Then we stop spending money with these other people's businesses. And I know some people be saying, oh, these people ain't got good businesses because y'all ain't, you don't support them. You got to support them. For people to have a successful business, they must have to go through the ringer of support, right? These big businesses been in business for 50 years with support. Yes, they already figured it out. But we got dumb niggas, we talking about, I don't want to give my money with melanated people because the business ain't going to be right. But your ancestors have been spending money with these white folks for 100 years. They business up the tier now because they didn't wrinkle out all the wrinkles. Years and years and years. You think Walmart run the way it do just because it's just there? No, they've been ironing out wrinkles since Walmart started. Our businesses don't even get a chance to iron out the wrinkles before y'all get on here and diss us. You get it? Give everybody supposed to get a fair chance. So I just want our people to use their to whatever dream they want to do, whatever business they want to do or dream they want to do. I want it to be a not discouraging for them to do it, right? If some people want to do some things, they get discouraged because they see the big business doing it and think you can't compete, right? You think you ain't got the resources to compete with the big business. If your people were supporting you, you would. But a lot of people haven't even figured out how to even support. Something I've been seeing lately is, bro, people do not even support their own people. They don't even support their own people. It starts with family and friends, and then it branches out after that, right? Some people can't even do that. Some people can't even do that. So we got to get out of it. We must get out of it. We got to stop. We got to start with the people around us, empower them. Ask the people around you, what you like to do? What's your dream? What can I support that you do to let you know I support it? We got to start doing it, right? But our people so selfish. These other cultures that made us so selfish, we don't even look around and even see what our family doing to even support them. And that's a bad thing, right? These other cultures got us just working jobs. Fuck minding your business. When it comes to our people, forget all that minding your business stuff. Get involved with your people. What your little cousin doing? What your aunt doing? What your grandfather doing? That is our business. Our people is our business. Right? That's how I was taught. Somebody jumping on my cousin, that's my business. I'm finna go jump in the fight. What are you talking about? That's my business. These my people. So the same way he finna fight, in the same way he finna sell some t-shirts, I want to buy a t-shirt from him. It's the same thing with these new age so-called money grab niggas or go to work and kiss the white folks' ass. They come home and treat their own people bad. Talk smart and down to their own people. I ain't got nothing to do with that. But if the white folks say this shit going on over here, you're going to break your neck to get out there. Y'all some weirdos, bro. I don't roll like that. You weirdos. You weird. Yeah. You kissing ass for a paycheck. It's cool. It's cool. But you must know what you're doing. Right? Think about it. YT people throw a barbecue for work. You buy the t-shirt to wear. You bring food. Bring napkins and plates and food to these people functions. Your own people throw some shit. You don't bring nothing. You damn near don't even show up. Your own husband selling shit. You ain't said nothing about it. You ain't even told him have a good day or sell it or you don't say nothing about this shit. But you go buy the white folk t-shirt and wear it out there with them. But you a real nigga though. Nah, you ain't no real nigga. That ain't real at all. You would do that though. The white folks tell you we finna go on a vacation from work. You finna spend all your money to go out there with them. But your people want to do it. You don't even do it. You just go to bed. And you think you a real nigga. You not a real nigga, bro. Them folks not gonna be there when you get old. Nowhere near you. They just ran you to make money at the job. Them not your people. But how people so brainwashed, we think, oh, these are my friends. Let somebody job get on the line and see how friendly they gonna get. That's why I don't even play them type of games. I mess with my people, cause these my people. I'm not doing no kissing up and trying to be cool and all that. Nah. They t-shirt 30. Your own cousin sell a t-shirt for 15, you won't even get it. That don't make no sense, bro. That is a psychological thing of this how they got our people in the matrix. You got to do this to survive. Going here and kiss up to these people. They make you think that, but that's not true. It's not true. All I'm saying is, ain't nothing wrong with no job or none of that. But don't forget about your people. Don't forget about encouraging your own people. Don't forget about pouring into your own people. Don't forget about that. Don't just pour into them folks at work because that's your job. Pour into your people too. Roll the corn. I just don't believe in it. The same way I'm going to pour into them people when I was at work, the same way I'm going to pour into my people more. So it's getting to the point to where it's just all about the money. It's not even about your people or how they feel or what they go through. It ain't even about none of that no more. We got to stop that. Our people can't do that no more. We can't do that. You got to empower your children, your friends, your husband, your wife, your aunt, your cousin, your sister, your brother. You must empower all these people. You speak positive to them people. You check on them people. You see what they doing. You You whatever you can do to help them. If they got some type of stuff going on, you do it. But our people just go into a shell and don't do it and help and look out and say nothing. Don't even say positive words to each other. That's been going on lately too. We don't even say nothing positive word. We just say negative stuff and go on. We can't do that. A positive word will take a person a long way. A positive word will take people a long way. And what I've been learning lately is when you start to realize people don't have nothing positive to say, it's always something negative or how they feel about something. It's not all about how everybody feel. That's when you got to disconnect with these people because they are bringing negativity to a non-negative situation, right? They are bringing negative energy to something they don't even supposed to be negative. Give y'all an example. If you just sitting doing what you do and you get a negative text message, these people not even around you or with you or nothing. They just send you negative text message. It's negativity for no reason. You just feeling negative inside and you send that negativity my way. Why did you do that? If you're going to be negative with yourself at the time. Don't send it to me. Them people that you don't even supposed to associate with. Because they're going out their way to be negative and ruin your day. You could have kept that shit to yourself. Anybody, put the code in the chat if y'all understand what I'm saying. Put the code in the chat. I wasn't bothering nobody and you sent that negative energy to me. Why? It's a reflection of how you feel about your life or whatever going on around you. Because you didn't have to send me that negativity. You didn't have to be funny acting and act stupid for no reason. There's negative energy on you, but don't send that to other people. If I feel a certain type of way, I'm going to look in the mirror. I'm going to look in the mirror and straighten it. I'm not going to send that feeling I have to nobody else because that's not right. It's something you got to deal with internally. But people will actually send you their bad feelings over to you to rub it off on you. And we can't do that no more. If you see that go on repeatedly, you must stop it. Because that is draining. That is a draining thing that people do. Just because they are drained, they want to drain other people also. And it's only certain people that do that too, right? I've been analyzing people for a long time. It's only certain people that do that too. Somebody who half-ass care about them, they love them to death. But they'll send that bad energy to people they know care about them. And that's wrong. And I don't understand it, but people do it. So stay positive. Look around at your people. See how you can help them. Or a kind word or support their business one, ask about it, support it. Say a kind word. Anything. That's virtue. That's being great. It's just wanting to be great. Greatness do not tear people down. Greatness do not waste people's time and hurt their feelings. The greatness don't do that. Greatness stays virtuous. Greatness already knows that if somebody is in my corner and ever done something for me, I must appreciate that. Greatness know that. I know that. But some people don't look at it like that. Some people like to tear greatness down. And they keep bringing negativity to you while you trying to be great, hoping it all fall down some type of way, deep down inside. Because that's the only reason you will send negativity to a person. So at this point, if people repeatedly come to you with negativity, just shut it down. It's over with. Like my boy Finesse two times say, you're through. You're through. You're through. You're through. It's a wrap. Love y'all. Get ready for Duke Deuce single. Fellas up. Y'all gonna follow Duke Deuce support the music. The songs off the album, they are amazing. I'm vouching for it. And it got a message in it that is rarely ever heard in music in America. It got a message in it, y'all. I'm telling you. The message is powerful. And I heard it with my own ears. So y'all follow Duke Deuce. That he got a Fellas Up coming and his album coming. Y'all repost all the videos and show love, man, because Duke locked in. Duke ancestry is on him. Like it ain't got nothing to do with nobody else. It's your ancestors that's on you, bro. That's who be on our people. You think it'd be somebody teaching you something, but I really ain't even teaching you. I'm just enlightening you to what we forgot. That's all. I'm just enlightening you on what we forgot. We forgot it because they blocked it from us for so long. But this is an ancestral teaching. And y'all, like that type of stuff, we got to support our people. Because like I always say, it's easy like for people to be in the music industry and don't even care about, the truth or enlightening stuff, or they just can go for the money and ball out and be done. But that's not what Duke do. Like Duke is locked in with his craft and on his new album, he's speaking about stuff that a lot of people are scared to even talk on. And it's fire. So y'all get ready for that. Love y'all. I'm in love with you, man. Y'all subscribe to my YouTube. Subscribe to my YouTube. There we go right there. Let me pin it up right quick. They won't even let me pin it up, man. See how these folks do you? Y'all follow Duke Deuce in the chat. But he got a message, y'all, and it's powerful. Very, very powerful. I'm telling y'all now. When it come out all together, it's gonna be a masterpiece. It's gonna be a masterpiece, y'all. I'm telling you, I got 40 songs, and I listen to them every couple of days, and they powerful. I'm telling you now. Love y'all. I'm in love with you. Y'all be safe out there. Stay positive. Stay connected to the truth. And I appreciate everything, man. I appreciate all the likes, all the subscribers, everybody coming through, man. I appreciate it. Love you, though.
All right. Here's the romper in the teal and color block, 14 to 16. It does have the removable padding, adjustable straps, and pockets. Size 14 to 16 on this one, and it's a 1X. All right, size 1X, you guys, running now on this cutie. Size 1X is running. Sorry, the panty liner just fell out. Size 1X is running. Deborah's on it. Who's going to take her size 1X is running. Super cute little romper in the teal. Terry got it. Congrats, number 176. All right, let's see what that plum purple is back there. Would love to see more of the sleeves. Okay, let me see what else I can find of some sleeves. Girlies. I do have a cute little ruffly girl, not full sleeves, just a little ruffle on there, you know. Oh my gosh, I love these. These are literally so cute. I do have the plum right here. And I have two different styles in the plum. Really cute color. Beautiful purple. All right, guys. Let's see what sizes these are. This one is going to be in the front, a size 10. This one's a 10 in the plum purple. She does have the pockets, adjustable straps, built-in padding, and the bathing suit bottoms underneath. Size 10 is running, guys. Size 10 is running. Let's see if I can find a 1X in the plum for you, girl. Size 10 is running. 4 seconds left. Size 10 is running. Blake, we rock is on it for just 10 bucks. Congratulations to Blake 177. That is yours. All right. And we have a plum right here. This one might be a smaller size. This one's a size 10 as well. Really cute with a different top right here too. And then I do have some other plums as well. This one's a size 28. So that one I'll run in a second. The 28, that's a 5X. And then I do have a really cute plum swim right here that might be like a 1X. This one's an 18 to 20. This is a 2X. Super cute romper. And it's a little bit of a darker color plum. She has pockets. Super cute, like front here. I love that. And then the crisscross straps in the back, adjustable straps with removable padding. She's a romper, size 2X, running now. Cute, cute, cute. Size 2X is running. Size 2X is running. This is a size 18 to 20 in the romper with the pockets. Size 2X is running. Size 2X, Clover's on it. Who's going to get this cute plum, girl? Clover's got it, number 178. She's yours. All right, and a 22, maybe. Looking for a few different sizes. We have a few plums out of your site. Here's a size 18 to 20. This one's going to be another 2X in that, but it's a different style. So I'll run that one in just a bit. Here we go is the size 10 in the plum. She is so cute, you guys. Size 10 in the plum. Gorgeous with the circle neckline. She has the built-in padding and pocket. Size 10 is running. Size 10 is running, you guys, in the plum purple. Size 10 retails for like anywhere from like 50 up to 100 on some of these styles. They're so cute. User GU, that one's yours, number 179. 4X striped suit. Ooh, let me see if I can find some stripes for you, girlie. Here's a cutie right here in the black ruffle. Number size 22 to 24. This is a 3X, you guys. Adjustable straps, and it has the removable padding. She has it's like a little dress chankini style, you guys. So you can wear black bottoms underneath it.
Out with a stupid leg.
Twin, you know what you're doing, Twin.
Drop the mutual. No, Trump did post. Y'all didn't see Trump post the AI with the aliens?
I mean, that's fine. Trump them can do whatever they want to do, man. Just like I said, leave my mother out of it. You know
well, did you see him? Did you see him?
No, if I did, I would say I did. You know what I'm saying? I did, but my mother ain't the only one. Everybody that she said was there, they have their own stories on several times to say that they saw it. Well, you can call it whatever you want to. My mom,
go ahead and finish up with the other thing.
So my point is, you have the MLs of the world.
Wait, do you vote locally, Godly?
I move around.
Vote it out.
I move around.
That's right. You said you be back and forth to Mississippi and Georgia.
That ain't got nothing to do with it.
For what Miss Brooks said, regardless if you move around, military move around all the time. People that travel, I travel. Does that stop me from voting? Absolutely not. That's the cop out. That ain't
a cop out, ML. My political maturity is the reason why I don't vote. And I don't vote for individuals. I will be willing to vote.
But do you mind telling us why you don't vote?
I'm explaining to you already, Twin.
Well, go
now
ahead.
I will vote if there's a strategy behind the voting, but there's no strategy. Just saying vote for Democrat or vote for these people or whatever because of things that I don't agree with or something like that. No, I'm not going to lie myself.
Well, can I ask you a question though? Because can you tell me why? And I'm not being funny. Why did you instead of voting for Trump, you pray for him? Can you tell me why you didn't vote for him? Maybe.
Because I don't believe in saviors, period, bro. I don't believe in the ideologies, period, no matter what side of it is another. You hear me every day talking against a lot of the mentalities that we have, and both political parties have it. If I believe that none of the direction that they're taking us within politics are solutions, why would I support one? Even if I can understand within the system some of the things that they can do that can benefit in the system. All I'm looking for is what we can get out of the deal, bro. Period.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, the difference between
you're right.
No, what I'm saying, it is the same thing, Legacy, because I'm still trying to figure out. Honestly, that's why I always ask you these questions, because I'm trying to figure out if you champion for a person, quote unquote pray for them, or quote unquote support them, whatever you want to call it. Why would you not vote for them? I guess
Asking the
is what I'm
wrong
saying.
individual, twin. Again, the man mentioned George
ML got the
Wallace.
answers. ML, you need to start relegating your questions for me to ML so he can answer them. You know what I mean? That's he tend to always want to do that.
The appropriate word is deferred.
Okay, well, whatever.
I have a TikTok boxing match and let them two meet up in Mississippi and duke it out, twin.
Go ahead and finish up. I really want to know this, why I be asking the question. Like, what's the difference of why?
Because where I'm at spiritually in life, I just don't give that type of what you call it. The only reason why I had support for Donald Trump is because my disdain for the government. Period. A lot of things, that's the corruption and things that's been going on within government, and we align ourselves to believe that it's going to do something for us. That don't align with what I see and I speak. Period. You know what I'm saying? And but to get back to my point that you tried to derail me on, my mind is kind of get a little clearer now, so I can kind of go back to certain things, twin. So my initial point is, you have these people who learn about these historical leaders in these indoctrination centers. They have given and paint false narratives that's controlled. ML don't understand that MLK, I think it was maybe 60-65% of our people that disagree with the MLK civil rights movement. So for him to get on here today and act like everybody was like, oh, MLK has the best for us, he want us to align with these people. No. And then to get on these platforms and try to tear me down from my stance. I represent the majority of the mindsets of the people, especially in the South during that time frame. We didn't want to be segregated into what they got going on. So ML, you getting upset with me attaching a truthful statement that George Wallace said to the ideologies that he had is totally different. Yeah, I can agree with that truth of it. We should have stayed segregated. You know what I'm saying? In a sense, we should have kept our resources and things that we did to ourselves so we could have grew just like these other corporations have. I give examples day in and day out about how.
Well, I have a question from the audience for you, guys. So a question from the audience.
Can you hold it, if you're my host? I know you're the host, so I'm gonna ask you. Can you hold it just for 1 minute?
Sure.
So my point is, I give prime examples every time of how Sam Walton started a mom and pop store that became Walmart and Sam Club and all this stuff. These big corporations. At that time, we had those type of things in our communities. Period. What if we didn't pour our dollars and resources into Sam Walton, and we continue to pour those resources into those mom and pop businesses that we had, or grocery stores and chains and stuff that we had in our own communities? Where would we be? That's what we talk about, displacing resources and financial success. They understood that movement would put us out of the mindset of supporting our own to feeling comfortable and being accepted for supporting what they got going on. And that's why.
Okay, 1 minute. So let me ask you this question before we can let others get in here. So a question from the audience: say how he's gonna say he vote if there is a strategy to it when FBA and Black conservatives say what the strategy is all the time.
If I don't agree with the strategies, it's not a strategy that I believe is successful. We can all talk about how to make money. Yeah, if that's my goal and my agenda, I'll be sitting in these spaces and making money. But that's not my goal and agenda. Everybody got those. I'm talking about making change. That's what I'm into the conversation for. How do we change? How we transfer this wealth that we getting today into doing something that totally benefit our community as a whole? That don't fulfill me making money.
So you say it has to be a strategy that you agree with.
It has to be in a strategy that I can process to a point where I can see where it actually changed the conditions that the people that we champion and fighting for every day.
So let me ask you. So you say it have to be a strategy for. Let me let other people get in there because I got some questions and I'll be serious. I got one more question. I got if I can remember it. Go ahead, Quinn.
So 90% of Black Americans supported MLK and the civil rights movement during the civil rights movement during that era. So I don't know where this narrative comes from that somehow or another a majority or even a significant number of Black Americans did not support MLK or the civil rights movement.
What's up, Mr. Hart?
When 9 out of 10 Black Americans, and you can go back and see the surveys and the research, you can go back and pull it up, where 9 out of 10 Black Americans supported it. So I don't know where, I would love to see where you got your numbers from, because I can pull mine. I'd love to see where you got your numbers from. A statement of fact, twin. That's what I have a problem with. And it's not you. It's not you.
His opinion. I know that, but that's his opinion. That's if
but
that's how
lies.
he feels. If it's a lie, just debunk the lies. That's all. Just debunk the lies. But he may have a different history than what other people may have. 100%. We don't know.
And I grew up from people who grew up under people who actually went through those time frames.
Here we go.
So I'm not gonna go on a long dialogue. I got relationships with people, family members who's alive today that went through it. So a lot of these things that I do say, twin, I do have to. I can't.
My mother went through it.
Give me 1 second. This is my thing. People do have different history. He may be taught one thing that may be a lie. We may be taught one thing that may be a lie. But if unless y'all for to get in, start putting up family trees and actually evidence, we can't. That's what I'm saying. I'll be saying the comments, but we don't know nothing about his family tree. How we know if he try to tell it if it's a lie or not?
Can I say something?
We don't know nothing about it. Get me offended. We don't know if with his family tree until he start putting things up. Then that's how we be able to judge him. But let me finish. I'm not the type of person to be like, oh, you lying or you this and that until I see things for myself. And no, resident, you be so for real. You don't know every damn thing. You don't even know who this man is. Don't none of them know who he is.
Even when you
all my aunts were born from 1940 all the way down.
Like, how you gonna tell somebody about their family tree? Like, the shit don't make sense.
Even when we do play,
I'm saying no. What I'm saying is, my mother was born in 48, so she was turning 18.
Hey, give me 1 second, Quinn. It's not allowing nobody to monologue and spread. Get the fuck out my life. If you feel like somebody's monologuing or whatever the case is, get out my shit. Because over here, twin, allow anybody to share their opinions, allow anybody to say how they feel, and allow anybody to speak. If you don't like it, get the fuck up out my shit. Simple as that, okay? Simple as that. Even if he's lying, give me 1 second, Miss Brooke. Even if he's lying or whatever the case is, debunk the lies, okay? That's what we do. We debunk them, okay? But if it's too much for you, swipe left, swipe right, swipe up, swipe down, just get out my shit. Go ahead. Y'all be getting on my motherfucking nerves.
So I'm saying,
let them fit. I don't need no cosign either, Legacy. Let's get back to
No, I wasn't about to
let
cosign.
Quinn finish.
So what I'm saying is,
about to say y'all don't be believing it.
My mother was born in 48, which means she was becoming an adult when this whole stuff was going down. So she was part of it. Her sisters who are older than her brother who was older than her, they were in it. Her baby brother, a year younger than her, he was going through it. So we can go through.
How many of y'all it is, Quinn? Well, how many of you it is, you and your brother?
Oh, I got 2 sisters. That's it.
Oh,
my mama
so
had
just 3 of y'all.
Yeah, it's just 3 of us.
You the oldest or the youngest?
I'm the oldest.
No wonder you be acting crazy. Go ahead.
See, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. No, but what I'm saying is, you can't sit up here
and just
say.
I'm just playing. Go ahead, Quinn.
No, I'm the tallest. But it's always everybody should live it. Shut up. Everybody should live their life according to this family that came out of Yazoo, Mississippi.
And I agree with that. God, you do have a thing where if it ain't come for your family or it ain't you, then it ain't true for them, and you can't do that either. Because there's a different from yours. I've seen you do that a few times, guys.
You literally say that. You literally say, "I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna land here. I'm gonna land on this. I don't care. I'm doing what you do.
I cut Quinn off, so let's let Quinn finish.
I'm doing what you do. Get over it. I'm doing what you do, God. Listen, get over it.
I got a Quinn because you ain't gonna do nothing make it worse. Go ahead, man.
So for me to sit up here and say that based on what came out of Valiant, Oklahoma, and ain't none of y'all ever heard of Valiant, Oklahoma. It's between Hugo and Idabel. It's between those two cities, and Hugo's the metropolitan of Southeast Oklahoma. Y'all don't care nothing about what came up out of there. So to sit up here and for me to say, well, what my mama went through and what my aunties went through, and my uncles went through, that's what it should be for everybody, and we speak for all black people. Bruh, that's corny as hell.
Let me bring you right back, I'm gonna bring you right back.
I landed there.
Yeah, and again, those are narratives that y'all like to push up here, bro. I'm not saying I speak for all people, but I do speak for the people that align with the mindset that I have about it. And I'm not just drawing that from my own opinion. I'm drawing that from a lot of people that went through it as well, Quinn, and like Twin expressed to you, we have different cultural backgrounds and different people and different stories that align with how we see and perceive things. The problem that you missing is I'm talking about the people who's reading and forming these emotional opinions behind certain things, and they don't have the full understanding of it. If I tell you that my great aunt, you know what I'm saying, and my grandparents were talking about how they looked at these people when they was coming into those southern states as fools, I'm telling you direct quotes from what they said. And then you talking about absolving their personal experiences and feelings, but you upholding those personal experiences.
But guys, if we gonna
hold on, twin. Yeah, but no.
But you do the same too, guys. You do the same, guys.
I give counterpoints, twin. I give counterpoints. I don't expect nobody that's coming from the north.
I've seen you do the same. That you
I don't expect nobody that's coming from the north to understand what people really was feeling in the South. They think that they can read an article or a story or some numbers that people have doctored and put up to represent what everybody was saying, and I'm saying that's absolutely not true.
They didn't say for everybody. A lot of times they speak. A lot of times when people a lot of times when they get on this panel, they speak for themselves. They don't speak for everybody else. But
these people outright disrespect me day in and day out for perspectives that represents a whole nother group of people. A lot of people didn't want to be called black. Y'all get upset when I say when I have an issue with the word black. A lot of people didn't want to be didn't want to.
Give me 1 second. Where is your problem, resident? Come on, mute.
You mean what's my problem?
What you just with the girl in the comment was just saying, and then you said, yeah. What do you mean?
I agree. You know how I feel about that. I feel that it's an inconsistent moderation on this panel. I've always felt that way.
How's inconsistent when you come on the panel and you say a whole bunch of shit that people don't like, but I always bring you back up?
It's not about not liking it, twin. It's about upholding the opinions of two people that he can't verify with any sort of text document or anything that proves what he's saying besides it being anecdote, and us having to weigh that against I don't know how much documented proof that people supported this and felt some way about it. I get it.
You're right, but saying the same thing, but you have brought no document. But we ain't pressing you to bring none.
I talked about document.
But you talked about. But you just said, give me 1 second. There's a difference. You just said documents. Have you provided any document like you want God to? No. So
yes, up here. Yes, I have.
No, not when it come down to family lineage. Not to come down to the conversation we're having at hand.
It's never been necessary for a conversation I've tried to have.
But we're talking about the conversation right now.
Okay, but I'm not talking.
We're talking about the conversation right now. We're talking about family lineage and things. That's what we're talking about. And you ain't provided no documents in there for that, but we ain't handling you for that.
Which of these prompts is talking about family lineage? Are we talking about the? He's talking about support for MLK. We're talking about the civil rights era. We're not talking about his. If we're
and he started talking about his family and what people seen, what people have been through, or their storyline. That's what we're talking about.
I'm hearing you. I'm not talking about that though. He can talk about his family lineage.
So we have two different conversations.
Yes, I'm speaking about a different situation that I'm seeing happen on the panel where there was a different conversation happening, and now we're sitting here talking about a person's family lineage to prove an anecdote that they brought up.
Well, I'm
so that way, hold on. Okay. We're sitting here talking about a family lineage that creates background for an anecdote. And we're trying to weigh an anecdote from one person about 2 family members he has versus countless years of documented history of people having supported this movement, having their opinion put in newspapers and all this stuff. That's all I'm saying. I find that to be a bit silly.
The thing is, we don't have these conversations numerous times. And you have addressed how you felt on these conversations, and you have told us information from that conversation, but nobody have never asked you or pressed you about documents.
How often do I use anecdotes, twin? How often do I use anecdotes?
But nobody still have pressed you for documents.
How often? Because I never use
anecdotes. But you still argue these things. You still argue certain history.
And people press me on this panel all the time. What are you talking about? I'm pressed every time I come up here.
Certain history. That's not beside the point right there either. We're talking about right now. So you still provide, whenever you talk about something pertaining to history, we don't press you about
documentation. No, but I do get pushed for documentation. I get pushed by Legacy all the time. And I do bring up documentation. I quote sources in the chat all the time. I quote the books that I'm quoting all the time. I do that, twin. I'm not one of the people who does that.
You said documents.
Yes, documents, primary and secondary sources. I do bring those up when I talk.
And you put them up, or do you quote them?
Yes, I do. I quote them and I source them in the chat. I do that all the time. Every time it's asked of me, especially, I do. I'm always quoting my sources. Always.
I'll bring up shit.
You don't quote your sources all the time. Because if you quote your sources all the time, I wouldn't be saying you quote your sources all the time.
But again, hold on, resident, because you make it.
The chat be biased. Let's be real.
The chat be biased. I don't know the chat is biased.
Because it's some folks in the chat saying that you
don't like me. Legacy, you can read the chat anytime I'm up here. The chat is typically biased against me. Typically,
some of them like me. Not biased against you.
I'm not here trying to prove nothing for myself. I'm not here trying to prove nothing for myself. I'm just sitting here trying to say it is a bit. Listen, if we want to have a conversation about Godly's lineage, let's do that. But that's not the conversation we were having.
I'm not having no conversation about lineage.
That's exactly my point. So why are we? Why is that?
But we all going around the world. Twin, can you pause this just a second? We all going around the world, right? At the end of the day, there were just as many people who didn't like MLK's stance as loved it. Why is this?
That's not true, though.
Yeah, yes, it is.
When we're talking about the black community, that can't be true.
Can I finish my motherfucking statement? Is that so hard for you?
Mind you, twin, I didn't cuss. I didn't nothing. I'm
care, but I don't care.
You need to watch your language, though.
I apologize for cussing, but I get tired of always having to stop you from interrupting.
I get tired of always trying to advocate for proper information, man.
Okay, cool. Then advocate afterwards. Let you be tired after I'm done being tired. How about that?
Ooh.
There were plenty of people who didn't want a peaceful solution. Y'all act as though everybody wanted to follow MLK and get sprayed down with water hoses and bit by dogs to get a point across. Everybody didn't want to do that. There were plenty of people who actually wanted a more violent route. There's plenty of people, even today, Kat could tell you this, that want a violent route. everybody did not support MLK's stance simply because it's the one that worked. Y'all are arguing about nothing.
I wish we could go back to segregation and separatism, and maybe we could get somewhere. Let's all go back to let's go back to separatism and separation. Let's go back. Let's go back.
That wanted to be
yes,
the
and let's go back to that and see where the hell we end up.
And that's all I'm saying. I wasn't saying that people hated MLK. I'm saying that a whole lot of people wanted a more violent route than a peaceful route. That's something that y'all are arguing for no reason because you like one more than the other. At the end of the day, it's just a fact. Y'all fighting for nothing.
Why do you do this? Why do you create an argument? But why do you create an argument and circumstances that nobody was talking? We weren't talking about violence versus nonviolence. We were talking about support for MLK and people going to the South.
And that's the point that he just
made. Hold on.
Because that's part of the argument.
You gave your little snap off about how I interrupted you. I sat there, I listened. So
that was godly.
You got noise in your background too, Legacy, and you Kevin, and I can't mute you.
Yeah, so again, Resident, what you keep missing is,
godly, that was godly, not me.
What I do?
No, that was godly who interrupted. I was saying, not me. Go ahead, Resident.
Look, I just don't understand why. Like, Legacy, you're right. The people that were represented who believed one route over the other weren't properly represented. But that's not the conversation that's being had. That's not the point that's being made. The point that's being made was about abject support for what MLK was saying. It wasn't being put in opposition to what Malcolm said. It wasn't being put into opposition what Huey said. That wasn't implied anywhere in the conversation. It was specifically about support versus non-support for MLK. And in that conversation, what Godly said was just wrong. I'm sorry, but it was wrong. I'm not saying that it's wrong that his family members felt a certain way. I'm saying it's wrong to say that that is just as equivalent as the people who supported it. That's just not how the math works out. Documentation says otherwise, and you don't have documentation to prove the opposite. So all that argument is just, I believe it. I have faith that it's that way, which cool, but I can't, that's not anything I can measure. And that's the point. When we're talking about facts, facts are measurable. Anecdotes we could talk about all day, and they're great supporting points because that opinion and perspective matters. It's not that perspective doesn't matter. So you wasn't
talking about.
I'm not.
Let me go get you that. Here you go right here. You're right there. You're the EUR 6 genome sequence, 1 genome away from a chimpanzee. See, this is why they go around saying stuff like that. This is why they go, no, we're not Africans. The Africans had a 9 genome. The Aboriginal Americans, the Asiatic black man that they call South Asian, they don't come from no South Asia. They come from right here. The pyramid builders, right here. Right here. They're 15 genome, that purple right there, buddy. SAS is South Asian, is the South Asian. EAS is the Native Americans, East Asian, 6 genome, a monkey. The EUR, European, 6 genome, a monkey. Africans, 9 genome, a monkey. A monkey. Africans are monkeys too. Like they're the 8th race of people. The 12 and the 15 were made by the giants. These people, the people in the islands, and that's only some of them, those people dropped genome from the 15 to the 12 because of the European bringing that disease and stuff over here. That's the real truth. You are 1 genome away from the chimpanzee. That's a fact. That's a fact. And you running around telling people they're chimping out. So every time I hear you do a video about that, I'm going to bring up the Human Genome Project every time you do it. Now I'm licking my chops to hear one of you say chimping out, because I am going to run this jar down your back. You are 1 genome away from a chimpanzee. That is a fact. It's 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. That's why these people built CERN. That's why these people built CERN, because they know that they're 9 genomes deficit. They're a recessive genome. So ain't the Africans. They know they're all recessive over here. They all come from this side of the world, trying to come to the Americas and say that we're from over here, where they just came from. Well, why you over here? What you doing over here? Why are you here? Your land was never called the land of milk and honey. Never. Never. Your place was never called the land of milk and honey, man. Your John was called a far, dusty cave land. You keep on acting like I'm just making this stuff up, and I'm not. I'm not. You can't even make this kind of stuff up about you people. You can't even make this stuff up. Runner. Can't even make this kind of stuff up right here. You mad? Look, Jesus mad because that name is not indigenous to the Americans. All right? It's not. You're not. Right. Okay? Jesus. You're not no builders. Jesus, okay? Okay, building with wood is not a builder. All right. You see, that shows you that something has to pass away for you to survive. For you to live, something got to pass away. There you go, right here.
Yo, what's
Tell
up?
people
What's
where
up,
you
bro?
come from, Jesus.
Amazon trash, man.
Right. You got. So, what's your culture here? Food trucks.
Brazil.
You Brazilian?
Yeah,
Does
Amazon
your
trash,
bloodline
man.
go back to the so-called black people in Brazil?
No, it goes back to the Amazon rainforest, where the native Amazonian tribes.
If your bloodline does not go back to the so-called black Brazilians, you are not Aboriginal. Period. You are lying colonizers.
As slaves to
Let
Brazil,
me go get
bro.
you something.
It's
Then I'm gonna go
sense.
get you something. You familiar with Peru? Then let me go get you some artifacts from down there. Then you said you're indigenous, right? Don't go nowhere. Look, now he wanna look, where you at? Whoa, where'd you go? We got the artifacts from down there now. Where you at? Let's get to this action, boss. You said that you was the indigenous person, right? So here go the artifacts. You're lying. Catch you lying every day. Antonio, what's up, man?
What's up, Brody?
Tell the people your name, where you come from, man.
Tony, I'm 41, Chicagoland.
Really? You want to answer the prompt, or you want to read this?
Well, I can't.
You think I'm crazy?
I can't read the prompt, but what's your debate?
Well, the debate is, you want to read that out loud?
Why do white Africans and $5 natives lie and they say civilized? Well, I mean, are you against Africans or?
Yes, Africans are the biggest colonizers on the planet.
Okay.
They're the ones who brought Caucasians around the world and brought them over into our land, into the American mound builders, because that's who we are. The mound builders are the pyramid builders, and that's who we are. As Africans are not pyramid builders. They usurped the royal bloodlines in Egypt, Europe, and then came to the Americas and act like they was noblemen, called themselves Moors, and enslaved the royal bloodlines. And now they're going to pay for it.
Okay.
Now they're going to pay. Now what? Next question.
Well, if I mean,
how many mounds are in Africa?
I mean, I don't believe, that we might have came from Africa, right? But we all stamped into our own sort of structure.
No, I'm asking you a question, okay? Because we are the American mound builders, okay? The mound builders are the pyramid builders, right?
What do you mean by that?
We had 1 million ancient earth mounds in North America alone.
Mm-hmm.
How many mounds does Africa have? Ancient earth mounds like Serpent Mound, Cahokia Mound. How many mounds?
Shit, I don't know, man. Kind of lost.
You lost? Why don't you read that? What's that say? You found now? Is you found now? It showed that Africans are not the pyramid builders, period.
Oh, I can agree with that. I mean,
they could not be the pyramid builders. The Aboriginal so-called Black Americans are the pyramid builders, period.
Wait, you're saying the Black Americans are the pyramid builders?
It's a fact. It's a fact. It's a fact. It's heavily documented that we built the pyramids.
How do you identify?
I'm the Aboriginal American Prince of the clans here, dude.
No. How do you identify?
I just told you. My name is Alexander Albert Thor Dunbar. I'm the Royal Prince of the American clans.
Don't say that.
American clans.
Stop with the stupid shit. What's your name and how do you identify?
Yo.
Don't call yourself a prince if you haven't conquered any.
I'm not lying. I can prove that. Look,
don't call yourself a prince if you haven't conquered any land, bro. Like, just say what your name is.
So look, I'm glad you're here because I can prove that.
How can you prove what? That you're a prince?
I can prove that I'm the Royal Prince of the clans here.
Okay.
Like by bloodline and birthright, literally, I can prove it. You can't do none of that shit. Right. I can prove it.
Right.
It's a fact. You're the only dingbat in here that didn't know that.
Right.
It's a fact. It is. You let the hoodie and the gold chain fool you.
I'm realistic.
All right. Well, I'll look. So you're realistic. Mm-hmm. So I can show my royal qualities. I can show them. You want to see it? You want to see my royal qualities?
Yeah, sure. Please.
I'm gonna show you what time it is. Then you want to see what time it is?
Indulge us.
Watch this, dingbat. I'm gonna help you out. Then I'm gonna kick you out of here.
No, why? I want to challenge you.
Challenge me? All right, challenge me now and tell me what that says. Go.
Okay, hold on.
Baby human. You're just a man. You're just mankind. You're just a kind of a man. Well, you see, you're not no royalty. You don't have no royal blood. You don't have none of that. So
neither
you think
do
you can challenge me? You go right ahead. Well, I'm about to show it. I'm about to show you my bloodline.
You ain't got no royal blood, bro.
I'm going to translate this. I'm the only being in human history to ever do it. I'm going to show you that. Then I'm going to keep running hieroglyphics down your back. I'm the only person to ever do it. And after I show you this translation, you're going to see that it's unequivocal that I'm the only person.
Show it to me then, sir, Mr. God.
No, you translated. You said that you're going to challenge me. So go.
I'm trying to, but I can't speak.
Well, tell us what it says. Tell us what you think it says.
How am I supposed to challenge a delusional person? I can't.
So what are you doing here then? So what you doing here then, man? What you doing here? You either gonna take accept the challenge and do the thing, or you're gonna get your ass out of here, cave boy.
Are you schizophrenic?
Because I don't have to tell you nothing. I don't need to show you nothing. I don't have to prove nothing to you. I don't have to do none of that, dingbat.
What are you showing though?
You're a cave dude. You're a cave dude.
I'm willing to be a cave dude.
You have zero culture in the Americas. What's your culture here, cave boy?
You don't have to know.
Answer my question or get out.
I was born in Mexico, bro.
What's your culture here? Like I just said. I ain't actually.
Well, it's not U.S. culture. I'm better than that.
U.S. culture? Yo, mariachi don't come from you. It comes from the Aboriginal Americans. Don't come from you.
Bro, why did you have to bring up mariachi?
Caucasian before 1930. You're a Caucasian.
That is so racist.
Filipino boy. You're a Filipino. Don't make me go get your Abuelita paperwork where she changed her nationality from Filipino to Latino. Because I got that paperwork.
Your reaction seems kind of fallible. Like you can't even react to a Mexican without.
I don't care. We don't care. We don't care, man. You say you was going to challenge me, but then here we go. I don't need to show you nothing, dude. I don't got to show you nothing. I ain't got to teach you nothing. You got to get that out your head. I'm not Billy Carson, bro. I'm not here to try to make a buck. I'm not here to do none of that. All right. I'm not here to be famous. I'm not here to be none of that. All right. I'm here to grab the royal bloodlines, bring them over into the new earth, and get y'all out the way. That's it. And that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. And I will choose to give the information to whoever I damn well please. If I don't want to give it to you, I won't. So that's it. That's it. I have to give you shit. So you need to understand that. I don't need to explain nothing to you at all. That's what you don't understand. But if you want to take the challenge, you take that challenge. When the smoke cleared, we're going to be standing here and you're going to be smoked. You're going to be smoked. That's a fact. You get smoked right now. Get smoked right now. And in here, doubling down on your colonization. Couldn't answer no questions. And that's what I'm saying. We're not going to sit here and entertain no monkeys. We're not entertaining you monkeys. I just showed how you are the chimp calling people chimps. You don't like that I brought up the Human Genome Project and showed that you running around the Americas telling people they chimped out, but you're one genome away from a chimpanzee. That's why you're doing that. You lack common sense and ain't fit to be around a civilization. People ain't pointing that out. You see what I'm saying? That's the real truth of people like Chad the Builder or whatever the heck his name is. That's the real thing about those kinds of people. And there's millions of them in the Americas. They are the real ape race. And they trying to give you their identity. That's why they call you a slave, a chimp. But it's them. It's them. It's you. And I can prove that. I can prove that your blood lineage is not the same as ours. We were created from the giants and then incarnated into these bodies. You was created in the third age, in the age of monkeys. That's a fact. We predate you by hundreds of millions of years. We predate you by millions and millions and millions of years, dude. It's crazy. Always playing. What's up, Mike?
Hey, I just want to know, what's the name of that document? I want to look it up. You ain't got to show it on here if you don't want to, but I want to see, because I deal with a lot of Filipinos that be trying to say that's from Mexico or whatever you want to call it. And I need that document.
Their language, first of all, the Latin that they speak down there is a Filipino version of Latin. That's a fact too. That's a fact too. That's a fact too. But I'll show you that I got it.
All right, appreciate that. I'm gonna hop down.
I'm there.
Right here. Leah,
is that your birth certificate?
Right here, changed her identity from the Filipino to Latino. This is your naturalization papers from the 1940s. Now her children are saying they're indigenous. You bumped your head. You changed your identity from Filipino to Latino, and then you said now you're saying Latinos are indigenous to the Americas. Man, it's not happening, brother. We're not letting that happen here, buddy. We're not letting you do that. What's up, buddy?
Wow. Make it sound like you're the king of America.
Oh, I am. And it's a fact. I'm the real royal bloodline. It's a fact. Fake King Charles and his family stole the stone of scones.
If you're the real royal, why do you make things so hard for people to understand and yelling at them instead of trying to talk to them good? Nicely.
I'm not here to pander to everybody's feelings. I'm not attached to the feelings that you're attached to. You see, I'm not attached to that. I'm here on my destiny, on a divine path. And I don't really care about being famous in your world. I'm here to get rid of your world.
I ain't saying that you're going to be famous in my world.
I'm here to get rid of your world.
You're here to get rid of my world?
Yes. Your world's got to go. Your world has to leave because it's the lowest frequency that's ever been put on this planet.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
You have stopped the growth of humanity by millions of years, you and your people.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
No, I'm an Aboriginal American. I'm the prince of the Aboriginal American clans, period.
Are you a vet?
This right here was, no, I'm not a super colonizer. No.
You're not a vet?
I'm not a super colonizer. A vet of what? Why would I scrap for the United States corporation who is owned by Britain, operating illegally in the Americas? You need to answer these questions. You need to answer these questions, man. You need to answer these questions. Why would I scrap for the United States corporation that's operating illegally in my land? Answer my question. Answer my question, Dennis. Unmute yourself and answer my question, Dennis.
Okay, I'm trying to. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Now answer my question.
Answer your question is, you don't have to if you don't want to. It's your right.
I'm not going to. I'm going to go against you, and I'm going to get the United States corporation off of my lands, and they can't do anything about it. That's what you don't understand is those orbs in the sky. That's my family. That's my family. That's what you don't understand. And they tried to send over 3,000 people to collect me. That's what your United States corporation is hiding right now. That's the real facts of what's happening right now. You don't understand that because you waiting on a disclosure from a bunch of pedos. Like, dude, I don't care if you believe this or not. You're going to succumb to it nonetheless.
Do you live in the United States?
No, the United States is a corporation. You cannot live in the United States. It's a corporation.
Yes, I can.
I live in North America, my motherland.
65
I live in the motherland of the planet, and that's the Americas, North America.
I lived here for 65 years.
Where do you live? Are you American?
Yes, I am. God bless America.
You're a proud American. Really? So what's the word American mean?
American means you don't want to hear.
He has no idea. He has no idea, ladies and gentlemen, because his colonization lies will not hold up in this room. This man does not know what the word America, where it comes from. No,
yes, I do.
What it means. Tell me. Well, tell me what it is.
American means that you're home of the free and the brave. You can come to this country and be free, work.
Let me go get the document to show. Let me get the document to show what the word America means, because this man's calling himself something that he doesn't even know what the hell it is. Because really, he's an invader to the Americas. Don't even like real Americans.
Veteran.
You an invader here. Now he's about to crash out. Right?
I think you're a fucking idiot.
I'm gonna show you what the word America means. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what the word America means.
Oh, that's real pretty. That took a lot of brains. I think you're a fucking idiot, personally.
Look, now he's crashing out. And I'm not going to let you be up here, no cave boy. Look, you on his deathbed anyway. Get out. Go. Won't you go pass away? I'm let you go ahead and get on out of here. Bye. You see right here, look. You see this right here, look. The word America comes from this word. Ta-Mary. Ta means land. Mary means beloved. The beloved lands. These people are preposterous. You take the T away, you get up, Mary. Khan. Khan means the land of the kings. The Egyptians called themselves the Ta-Americans, you dingbat. The Ta-Meri, the Ta-Meru, the Amari, the Ameri Khan. We still call ourselves the Amaru today. He don't have nothing to do with no indigenous Amaru clans to no Americas, dude. You see what I'm saying? You're in a cave bed. Get out of here, dude. Get out of here. Stinking and everything. We can smell you through the freaking live stream. And this is what's crazy. We were up underneath those people. He don't even know how to dress and keep himself clean, laying on a dirty whole situation, dusty as hell. You don't even know how to, what? And you want to have a conversation stinking? Go brush your teeth or something, bro. Get up and get yourself together. Who we got right here? GBT. Crazy. You ain't no American. You ain't got nothing to do with Americans. You hate Americans, in fact. Come on, dude. Talking about I'm American. Proud to be it. Yeah, right. Proud to be something you don't even know what it is. What do we got right here? GBTG, man. What's up, man?
Yo, what's up?
Live.
What's up? Hey, I got a few questions for you.
Yes.
So let me see. I've been listening to you for a little minute here. So are you saying that the natives were Aboriginal black in America?
No. Native Americans are a political identity, okay? The Native Americans are the people calling themselves Jews today, Israelis. They're the same people as Native Americans. They created a political identity to culturally assimilate the American Indian, who they themselves, the Native Americans, reclassified to Negro, black, and colored. And then they took our identity in the Americas. They didn't think that we were ever going to find out, and they thought just writing us out of history is going to be enough. But we're right here in your faces. You're going to have to scrap us over this. I'm letting you know that. That's a fact. You guys are cowards. Because how come I call out the United States Corporation every day and you don't do anything? You're not doing anything. But you knock everybody else off. You over here scrapping with this dude, going to snatch up Maduro, going to do this to Iran, going to do this. But you can't do shit to me, because those orbs in the sky is my family. And it's going to run down your back like hot butter fish grease. That's why your people are panicking right now. You're full-blown panicking. And you're laughing? Same thing that made you laugh, cave boy, gonna make you cry.
What do we aim?
Police officer.
We took over the world from a cave.
First of all, you came in pretending that you
outsmarted you from a cave and no bath, stupid.
Look, he wouldn't say that out in the public.
Stupid.
He would not come out in the public and say that. See, that's why he plays off the safety of the internet, because he would not come out in no public and say that. You see, what they did is they pretended to be evangelical Christians like they do on TV today. Oh, we're so holy and we're evangelical, and that's how they get in. And now they got pushed out into the public, and now he acting like he conquered something. But you didn't conquer anything, dude. You didn't conquer anything. We're right here in your face. You thought this was over, but we're right here. We're right here.
You motherfuckers got on TikTok, the crime rate went down, boy.
Coward. We got cowards on deck. You're a coward.
Ever since
Keep your mouth shut, boy. Keep your mouth shut. You got cowards on deck. You a coward. Look, he's crashing out red in the face in his own little truck right now on the side of the road.
Big dog, yeah.
Dude, you don't understand
Break that down.
what's that going to do for your life. You don't understand that this is part of the judgment and tribulation right now on this platform. You see, I'm overseeing the whole thing. You see, you don't understand that when you do that, the sun and the earth watched you. So that means you are unnecessary. You know the light cycle is approaching.
Big dog,
the light cycle is approaching.
Break it down to me about the Aboriginal and all that. Break it down to me.
So you had a question, man. Homeboy crashed out. I see you had a question. You was very civilized and you was very patient and you waited for us for time to be able to speak. And I appreciate you doing that, man. Go ahead and have your time, my brother.
No, I just wanted to, like I said, I was listening to you for quite a second here, and you said a few things that sparked my interest, and I was trying to get some clarification on the Aboriginal blacks in America.
And yes, we don't call ourselves black people because that's how they stole your identity. Because when you call yourself black, then Africans can come in here. That's why when we did the civil rights movements and all that, they turned it into a black movement. Let me explain. They turned it into a black movement. Then now Harvard, right? Instead of filling those spots with the Aboriginal Americans, they ship in Nigerians to fill in the black quota. You see, so not only do they get that education, but they get the jobs after the education. They get you see, right. Effectively erasing our whole identity. It's a war against the Aboriginal Americans. It's always has been. It's a silent one because they know they can't beat us physically. They know that we're a very magical race of people. And if they took it there physically and said it was open program, they know it's going to go magical, and they don't want to go there. That's why they always keep it hush hush, and they pass laws and don't say and walk out the building and don't say anything. Like, that's why they're just a bunch of cowards, dude. They're a bunch of cowards, and then they pretend that they, civilize the world or whatever. You didn't civilize nothing. Look how you operate. You're not civilized. You're not a civilized group of people. You're the most uncivilized group of people there are on the planet, and you operate that way. So there's no way you came around civilized. No way. You operate through violence and vitriol and fear. So there's no way you could have been the people with the nature to bring around the planet to help these people. It's a fact.
Are you saying? I'm sorry to cut you off, Big Dog. Are you saying that the Aboriginal blacks are Aboriginal?
I appreciate your time, man. I can't. I be like, you can't even have a conversation with certain people. Oh, we got it right here. SB Sebik Ra.
Yeah, how you doing, bro?
What's up, man?
May I give you a little personal information about my background before I ask the question?
Sure.
I did some studies. My knowledge is very minimal. But I just want to know, as far as what you were saying some time ago, because I've been paying attention to you. The Africans, known as African, the name, and the African blacks or original people you're saying here, wouldn't you say one is in Lower Egypt and one is Upper Egypt? Would that come into a possibility?
Well, I didn't. Your question was scrambled.
I apologize.
You saying
if America is the original first civilization, and what I studied from Africa, from Egypt, they have two crowns. One is called the Lower Egypt, and one is called the Upper Egypt.
Yeah.
And both civilization was at peace. And as far as the original black people, I don't call it black, the original carbonated beings here, and the original carbonated beings in Africa.
Just the Aboriginal people, man. Just the Aboriginal people, dude.
I use Aboriginal. Out of respect, I use Aboriginal.
Unless they have the bloodline from the Aboriginals. But
okay.
No, the answer is no.
Okay.
Because they don't have mounds.
Okay.
There are no mounds in Africa. There are no ancient earth mounds, effigy mounds, none. Zero.
Okay. All right, I understand.
Zero. You don't got none. So you don't have in antiquity, you don't have the burial grounds where the ancestors was buried. You don't have any of that stuff. You see what I'm saying? That's why in those Johns and they never found no. They try to make it sound like they found mummies in those pyramids in Africa. They ain't never find no mummies in those pyramids, dude. They never found no mummies in no pyramids in Africa, dude. Never. They found so many mummies here, they just burnt them. It's by millions and millions. It's the number of mummies they found here opposed to the rest of the world is staggering. It's millions and millions and millions and millions. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous the amount of mummies.
May I say this politely? Can I ask this question?
Let's get to the next guest. I'll let you stay in here.
Okay, no problem.
So shut your fucking mouth.
Nah, man, look. See, I tell you, these cave people, they don't have a culture. So that's all they do is run around and do that. They drink and get some beer stones, beer nuts. Then they come in there playing off the safety of the internet. You know what I mean? But if actually where you are right now, because if you really wanted all that stuff, you could get it if you wanted it. So we just say, what's your name? Where are you from, man? Where you live? And then you could just say it, and then you can have that issue. Like, you know what I mean? We're having a conversation. If you want to have the issue, take it there. Just say what your name is, where you come from. That's it.
Right.
And then like where you're at right now. That's all you got to do. Don't be tough. Just say who you are, where you're at.
Okay, well,
that's it.
I'll let you think. Thank you, though, bro. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. I was gonna have you stay up, but we're gonna try to bring it. Man,
hello.
Okay. Maybe never mind.
Hello.
What's up, man? What's up,
How
man?
you doing today, man?
Me? I'm doing good.
All right, that's good. So today I would like to ask you what's your thought on devil fruits?
Yeah, man, I don't give a damn about cave people's thoughts. You gotta leave. Next guest. I ain't mean to send you that invite, Dodie. I ain't mean to do that. You see, these are people just trying to get the live stream banned. You see what I'm saying? He got cave thoughts going through his mind, and he wants us to answer them. No thanks. No, thank you.
Hello, sir.
What's up, man?
I just wanted to ask about devil fruit.
I don't want you in here because you're just
I want to be here.
trying to get somebody in the America. Now you mad? Look, he mad. You mad? Look, they trying to get the live stream banned because they know that they sent a lot of people to try to collect me, and they're all passed away, and they're all their buddies. Mad man, what happened to them, man? They took a dirt nap. What happened? They're all dirty in the face. Your face is all dirty. Yeah, and it's like frozen in time, like. Yeah, that's how he went, man. It's a shame, man. Anybody that's actually wants to have a real conversation, you're allowed to come on up here, man. Just trying to have a real conversation. You're making me have to go to like the block button every time. What's up, buddy?
I wanted to ask about devil fruit.
He ain't asking me nothing.
Fuck you, nigger.
Bro, he mad. He mad. They are so mad at us. They just want to ban the live stream. They want to ban this live stream because they don't have no other weapons. So they get little children, their next generation, who's certainly not going to be pushing no light cycle. You see what I'm saying? We ain't accepting the, you know what I mean? Yeah, we can't accept the bots, man. You gotta go. Yeah, man. Yeah, go get something to do, man.
Yo, what's up, man?
Go get some Starbucks or something. What's going on? Hey.
All right.
Up,
I just want to know, is it like any type of connection between the old Mississippians and Arizona? And it's like the state of Arizona?
They're the same people. It's all the same people, man. The Mississippian culture goes all the way across North America into South America and Canada. It's the oldest culture on the planet. We're the ones who built everything here. All the rivers here, all the everything, all the mounds, all the pyramids here. We're the ones who built all that stuff.
Appreciate you, man.
All the earthworks, Mesa Verde, Grand Canyon, all of it. Shasta Mountain. We're the ones who did all that stuff. They didn't do none of that stuff. They're not even supposed to be here in this land. So, no, they're not. Million years older than the Nile River. Did you know that?
Ooh. Nah, you drop gems, man. You be dropping them gems.
Yeah,
I
the
didn't
Nile
know
River
that.
is 30 million years old. the Nile River is 30 million years old. This is by their numbers. But I know that the Mississippi River is hundreds of millions of years old. But by their own numbers, the Nile River is 30 million years old, and the Mississippi is 80 million years old. So that's what the Mississippi was called at one point. It's called the Great Nile River. It was called the Great Nile River. It was. Don't make me go look for that document, because I do have the map that shows that is the Great Nile River. But I'd have to go look for it, man. It's like just one receipt and 1,000 down in there.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you, bro.
I've shown it before. Put an up in the chat if you was in here when I showed that. I showed it multiple times. I just don't got it queued up right this second, but I do have it. Yeah,
born and raised.
Yeah, it shows the Great Nile River. Yeah,
my whole entire family, we from Yazoo, Mississippi. So I see the chat.
We're all from Mississippi, bro. Like when you trace our stuff, like everybody that like did your genealogy and stuff like that, there was a bunch of conflicts that was happening on the river, on the Mississippi River. So a lot of people just, especially the royal bloodlines, they were not allowed to fight the real ones.
Yeah, they had to leave.
What happened here is like the cousins in them would step up and act like they're the royal bloodline, and they would filter the real bloodline into the public and act like they're just regular nobodies. And that's what they did. So a lot of them people, when that happened, because many kingdoms here, when that happened in the kingdoms all up and down the Mississippi, those people ran to the coast. They wasn't allowed to really scrap. There was families that were known, there were warring families that were known for scrapping. And our families were too. But when it came down to full blown like that, they wasn't taking that kind of risk. You see what I'm saying? There were certain families that took that situation on. You know what I mean? They were known as like the war chief and all of them, and his family was known as them people. They're the ones who trained all them people up. You know what I mean? And that whole thing. Yeah, that's how it worked. You know what I'm saying? That's why there was like war chiefs and just regular chiefs and stuff like that. Feel me? Dang, look at this. Would you looky here? We're gonna let you in, Blue. What's going on? You got 2 profiles, though.
I do?
Yeah, you do.
Should be only one blue. That's me, man.
You got 2 in there. You still got another. Look, let me see. Oh, no, I took you out. All right, what's up, bro?
What's up, man? Listen, I've been listening to you for some time. And keep in mind, I listened to some of the other panels also. And I tell you what, man, I've seen you take them, chew them up, spit them out, and then ask for their cousins too. And man, whatever you're doing, man, just keep it up, man.
I appreciate that, but you got a major background of frequency happening in that background. You can't take it.
I'm sorry, man. I'm traveling, and it's like that until I get to the Mississippi bridge. I mean, get to the Memphis bridge, that crosses over the Mississippi. Once I cross over, man, my signal goes up to 100%. But I just want to say, man, thank you. Keep doing what you're doing, man. I'm listening. Anytime I can tune in, I'm tuning in with you, brother.
I appreciate you too. I gave you the follow back too, Blue. Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you, man.
Peace. Appreciate all the people who support what I'm doing up here and the rise up into the kingdoms. I appreciate y'all. The most amazing rise has been the Atlantean rise to the royal seats, man. Rise to the birthright. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. No. There's nothing like it. I mean, because this is what's happening. This is what they're hiding. This is why everybody's waiting for disclosure. But they're never gonna tell you that what I just told you. But that's exactly what's going on. That's exactly what's going on. Anybody who knows something for real on this planet, they know that that's a fact. They know that that's a fact. They know that Earth
What's up, bro?
Speak's not gonna play with them, and they know that there ain't no bargaining with me or none of that. They know it. So I looked last night at them. We're gonna look at some hieroglyphics in a second.
Yo, hello.
What's going on? Ma'u, what up? What's your name?
I was curious about the hieroglyphics.
What's your name? Where you come from, man?
My name's Mao, and I come from Maui.
Mao. All right. You Aboriginal?
Yes, sir.
So you're Polynesian.
Yep.
So your bloodline goes back to so-called black folks?
What'd you say, sir?
Your bloodline goes back to so-called black folks?
Yes, sir.
Really? Came up.
Yeah, and what about devil?
All right, exactly. Keep your mouth shut, K-boy. I already knew. I could hear you. I could hear the calcification in your pineal gland right through your voice. You think this stuff's funny? It's just not funny, and you don't care. You're a child, dude. Look, you don't have nothing else to do. Look, you don't have nothing else to do. You don't realize that you help. You're helping me. You don't realize that everybody can see that that's your culture, and you don't deserve to move on. You do not deserve to move on this planet. You do not add anything here. There are so many souls that are waiting to be incarnated here, that all the light beings that we are waiting to be incarnated here. You people should not be here in their place. You see what I'm saying? We need those light beings here. You see? I'm being real with you. I'm being real with you. You do not deserve that body. You do not deserve that body right there. No. You are never going to get, you're not a soul that ever gets to, if you even have a soul. You don't even, a lot of y'all don't even have a soul. Right? You don't deserve that body. You don't deserve to be on the planet. You certainly do not deserve to be in the Americas. Oh, no way. So that's why we're here. That's why we're here, because the planet will be ridded of those types of people right there. And that is what kept the frequency of the planet low. Those types of people. And there's millions of them. There's billions of them around the world. There's more people like that than there are actual people who can push the light cycle. Straight up animals. They're straight animals. They were never fit to be around a civilization. Never. Oh, yeah. Florida man, definitely. Oh, absolutely. You're cooked. You're cooked. You're cooked immediately, too. You want something quick? You want a slow burn? Which one? I'm the one that can help you with that. Tell me. I'll send that harbinger down there to you. Just let me know. Put it on high speed. Here you come. What's your name? Tell the people your name, so we can say it out loud into the frequency. Yeah. I don't have no problem with it. Check yourself out. Self-deport. That's right. That's what self-deport. That's what we're talking. There you go, buddy. Now that's motivation. That's motivation right there. Do something else, man. Show everybody else how to do it. Show the rest of your people how to do it. Full-blown animals pretending to be these nice, civilized people. No. Now you see that all of these files is coming out about all of their people that they voted for in politics are straight horrific genociders. They don't do anything else. And they'll do it to anything. They don't give a damn what it is. Yeah. They are about to do it to their own people. They don't even get it. Their own people are such dingbats. They don't even realize that this is about to happen to them. Right? They're going to do it to them. You voted and they're going to do it to you. You voted for them and they're going to knock you off over it, dingbat. What a dingbat. That's why they sent all your children over there. It was like, you dingbat, you let us take your children? You'll do anything for money. Here's my kids and everything. You do anything for money. Anything. Even send your children over there. They're gonna sacrifice them. They said, thank you very much for that $4,000 a month. I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna hook you up for that. I got you. All them souls gonna go right to the inner earth. They're gonna get right to the inner earth, and they're gonna be dragged by the inner earth beings, because what you did was you took on the karmic debt of the United States corporation by representing them in that war, and you are done. And because they have so much of it, it's unreal, and you accrued it all. What they did is what you did. I mean, throughout history, you're done. You are done. Your soul will be dragged. It's going to be horrific for you, dude. Terrible. You think it's just going to be about your life if you pass away? Your soul, you're going to know your body will shed right there, and you're going to be standing there like this. You're going to know everything. You're not going to be incoherent and nobody knows. No. You're going to be standing right there. You're going to see your body fall on the floor, and you're going to see it, and then you're going to see the dark entities from the inner earth try to come grab you. You ever seen the one, John? What's the one John Patrick Swayze movie? It's just like that. That's exactly what happens to you. Yeah, that's exactly what happens to you. Ghost. That's exactly what happens to you. But it's way more horrific than that. Yeah, that's exactly what happens to you. Oh, yeah, that's what's going to happen to every one of these people. Yeah, you are. Going in that inner earth. Who we got right here? Merrill's?
It's Charles. What's up, man?
Charles? It says with an M.
Yeah, I just switched it up on them so they can leave me alone.
I got you.
Yo, what's happening though? Shit, I appreciate you, man.
What's up, buddy? How's it going?
Shit, they ain't no after for them. They ain't got no soul, man.
The ones that do, they're out of here. Doesn't matter, because some of them do have souls. Some of them do have souls, and they will be dragged. They're hellish beings. That's the thing. These incubator babies, they're not just husks. Okay, they're husks originally, you see, but they use them to incarnate the hellish beings into them husks.
They got attached to our energy, man, because without us, they got nothing.
No, they got nothing. That's why they're trying to get us to march and all this other stuff. And man, ain't nobody marching. Nobody. Your United States corporation is leaving. So why do we care what laws you pass? You're leaving. You're leaving. You're leaving. You're just too drunk on colonization to see it. And like, we know you're panicking. That's why you're like trying. You're going backwards in time. That's what's happening. You're going backwards in time, and we're going forwards. So that's why we're going back to baby dolls. We can't have you up here if your junk gonna be doing that now. Baby dolls, you're live. Yo.
I think her stuff's messed up.
Yeah, she a cop or something. I don't even know what that is. Pim, you gotta go. Pim. Get up out of there. Look, her junk won't even get off or nothing. Yeah, you gotta get up out of there. Work him out of there. Yeah, she's still up there. Yeah, she the cops. She the cops. She trying to zero in. It don't matter. Let's go. Let's get it. I say zero in and everything. You don't even got to do all that on the sneak dip. All you would have to do is call me, and I'll tell you where I'm at.
I've been laughing at, man, these motherfuckers lie so much.
We can't cuss, bro. We can't cuss. We can't cuss.
Bad.
All you got to do is call me, and I'll tell you right where I'm at. Yeah, well. You already know anyway. I mean, you got technology that can ping this phone and tell you exactly where I'm at right now. Ping. I got 2 phones and so many devices and anything else in here.
Hey, let give him the address. I'll come in behind him.
They ain't gonna make it. They're not gonna make it off their street. You ain't gonna make it off your street, dude. If you make it to the transportation, you're gonna get here. You're out of here. If as soon as you get in that transportation, it's gonna go completely left. Yeah, you're going to get full-blown Final Destination movied. That's what's going to happen. And if you try to bypass taking a car or a plane, trains, or automobiles, try to walk, you're going to get hit by something. So, dude,
real.
It's just how it is, man. You're not necessary. So you can't. The people who are necessary would never come and try to knock me off. Unnecessary position. So the people who actually are necessary ain't gonna do no stupid stuff like that. You don't know what the real actual laws are on the planet. You don't know, and I do. I'm on the other side of those laws. I am the one who establishes the laws. I'm the one who makes the law here. You don't get to knock the people off who make the law for the light cycle, man. You don't understand what that is, man. Like, there's going to come a time where I ain't going to be able to knock off your chosen one. You're going to have a chosen one, too. A chosen ape. And you're going to be like, hi, and you're going to be like, oh, snap, yeah, you're going to laugh. Oh, it's that. Get him. You're like, oh, snap, he can talk. Spanglish. It's going to come a time. Nah. It's going to come a time. It's not going to be having it in my John because there's never a time where the apes can do anything with me. But when there isn't. Anytime that I'm here, like if you go look up, see that they always talk about the dynastic periods and all that. But they never go ask the question, who ruled Egypt before the Egyptians? They're going to say the gods did.
Man, it's all us, bro.
Correct. That's who ruled it. And we didn't play no games. But it wasn't the way that people rule today. We didn't rule it with an iron fist and all of that, even though we're very ferocious about the laws. But we know why. You see, the people who came out this dark cycle know why we're ferocious about the laws. We ain't trying to go back in that dark cycle. And we have to protect the light cycle. And that's part of doing that. You have to go by the laws and trample anybody who ain't. And that's it. That's how it goes. Just like they do in their laws, right?
Fuck that. Excuse my French, man. Yeah, forget their laws. That's just it's not.
They don't have laws.
It's not
they have
even
laws.
real.
They have no laws.
Nah, they don't follow nothing.
No, they're genociders, and then they pretend to be. They go to church on Sunday and act like they show up there so they can keep up appearances.
You know it's bad when their own people come to us for help.
You mad? We got another mad. Lamar is mad because he thinks his bloodline. Send Lamar up. Lamar, let's have that conversation. You got your documents? Because both of my bloodlines is aboriginal to the Americans, both sides. So what we gonna do? What we gonna do? How you want to act about it? Just say it's a certainty. Both of my bloodlines are heavily documented. You could go look into me. No problem, bro. No problem. You see what I'm saying? That's a fact. It's public. It's public. Everybody, I've been doxxed. I've been everything. I've been up here for 5 years. Of course, they doxed me. They did it all. They did it all, man. They did it all. But ain't none of them after they doxed me brought nothing up here to say, yo, Earth is lying. No, I'd never lied about nothing. They don't have nothing. No, they don't. Because if they did, certainly they'd be up here right now with it. But they can't show stuff like this. Let me show you. Put it 2 in the chat. You ain't never seen that. You ain't never seen that right there. This is a statue that was found They say that was in Egypt. But we can't say for certain if that's Egypt they found that in or what. But what do y'all initially see? You ever seen this, bro? Charles, you seen this?
No, I never seen that.
What's this look like to you?
Man, I'm not even gonna clown, bro. I don't know.
You see that right there? Who that?
It?
Huh?
I can't see it.
Homer Simpson.
It does look.
Bro.
It does
Bro.
look like that, though.
I know people when people first seen this stuff, they're like, yo, that ain't no look, that's Homer Simpson.
Man, I'm out. Yo.
I know people like, yo, that ain't real. That cannot be real.
2,000 years old. All right.
You online and seeing your feet stink. Yeah. I'm gonna show you. This is real. This is absolutely real. We're gonna get into it because I was like digging into it. I was digging into it last night. I'm gonna just mess with it a little bit. We're gonna go in there some. Y'all ready? Are you ready? I was trying to get into the John right here when you go into the front piece of the Homer Simpson John right here. Look, you gotta go on the front.
What's the body?
Hold on. I'm about to show you. Right here, that's the front. Right there. See that? Look, you can see the grave right here. It's a whole grave right there. You see? This is a whole grave plot. It shows like this right here is the plot of the dude who makes the Simpsons stuff because he's a witch. He's a witch. That's why they predict the future and all that because these ain't cartoons. That's why when you see the hieroglyphics, they look like this. They look like the cartoons that you see. Matt Gosling or Groening. Matt Groening, I meant. Matt Groening. That's why he did that whole thing, the predictions. But as you can see right here, it shows their whole Johns and their headstones in here. Let's move it right along. If you go to the side, it shows who's sitting on top of that headstone right here. You can see right here the hoodie of the Grim Reaper right there. He got his arms folded right here. See that? And he's sitting next to their grave. He's sitting right here. So you try to send him, try to come get me. He's going to sit here next to your grave, bro. You see that? He's going to sit right on your grave, bro. There ain't no you coming to do nothing to me, bro. He going to be sitting on your joint until you come back and then you can unleash him again. But he ain't going to be messing around over here. He don't have nothing to do with me. He got something to do with you in your world. See, that's the thing. He ain't collecting nothing in the new earth. The new earth is with me, and they will not be collected. They will not be collected. If you try to collect them, you will be collected, as you can see right here. Yeah, oh, you think I'm lying and I can't tell you that? Watch this. Let me show you. Let me show you why I can tell you that. And I'm going to show you because I'm in this artifact. I'm in this artifact, man. Yeah, I am. Let's move it on around. Move it on around. Let me see. Where we at, man? Where we at? Oh, man. I even get it in here right, dude? Yeah, I did. Here it is right here. I'm right there. I'm right here. This is my profile. It's a profile view. I'm looking down at this woman that they're going to try to tempt me with. It's not gonna work. As you can see right here, look, here's my eye. Look, my eyebrow right here. My eyebrow, my eye, my forehead, my nose right there. You see my mouth, my side of my beard, and I'm looking at this woman right here. You see? I'm looking at her like, yo. You see right here, look. You see the eye, the other eye. You see her head, and she got her bosoms out. Look. See her bosoms out. Right? You see her hair. You see? Yes. When you look at that real close, look, when you take her body out the picture, watch, you can see her leading me. She's grabbing for me like this. Look, you see the head, watch. You can see right here, look, you can see her head right here. Here's her arm is out right here. Here's her dress right here. And you can see her arm is, she's pointing to this house. This is a house right here. See this house? It's got a driveway right here. You see her? I'll show you again. Here's her head right here. Here's her arm. Her dress right here. She's pointing to this driveway. You see, now you can see this driveway right here. Here's the side of the driveway. And you can see the house right here. So she's trying to make me give up my royal path. That's what she's trying to do. And she's trying to buy them time because basically it won't stop me. She can look, watch this. So it shows her, right? And you can see underneath her feet, there's an arrow, a white arrow right there that goes to this big arrow right here that goes to this dot right there. You see? So it shows that she's going to try to stop me from becoming immortal. She wants me to stay immortal. That's what they want me to stay more. They want me to live a mortal life. You see what I'm saying? So they can control me through her. That's what they're going to do. Yeah, she pulling me. She trying to pull me to that. And then look, and then if I go there and on top of that house, you can see the house right here. And on top of that house, you can see the car. You can see a Ferrari, a black Ferrari. You see the Ferrari with the black wheel, the little wheel. So it shows that path is riches and fame and that kind of stuff, but it takes me back to immortal. You see? Inside of that whole thing, yeah, the same tricks they try to do with everybody else. But see, I am not immortal. And I will not choose her over immortality, you freaking dingbat. That's your only card you have to play. This is the only card they have to play. This is it. And they have to play it. So you go ahead and play it. I'm going to broom her. She might not want to come that close to me because she might get drop kicked out the way. I don't even do nothing to women in that way. But her can get drop kicked. I'm going to show you why. Watch this. You see this eye right here? Look. See the nose? See the mouth is screaming in the chin. You see? They know that it ain't happening, dude. They know, but they have to see. They have to do it because they don't have no other moves to play, bro. They cannot knock me off. They cannot do any of that stuff. The only thing they can do is offer me what they offered everybody else, and they still can't knock me off because I could take that woman and then go back here and still come back later if I wanted to. But I don't want to come back later. I don't want your world being here anymore. You're leaving. So I'm not going to forego that. I ain't going to forego 1 second of that time for that woman right there. You need to know that. You're out of here. You're leaving. I made my decision years ago. I've been seeing this. Okay? You need to understand that. You know, she ain't none of that. And you can see, I can show you the dude. Look. Let me bring this dude to the joint, man. Let me get him in there. Let's see. I had him last night. I was looking at his whole face. Because this is whole face. Look. His whole face. Let me get it. There he is. Okay, I'm seeing it now. I'm getting him in there now. I can't. My mind's working too fast right now. It's hard for me to make him out now. But there's a big face of the dude who sends this woman. The guy who sends her is in there too. Yeah, he's this is his whole face right here. This is his hair on the side here. Yeah. Yes. So you can see that, yes, like I can prove who I am. I'm all in all the freaking stones, man. Look, now they want a whole bunch of people to come up here and try to disrupt. Watch this. Watch this. Now that we're doing hieroglyphics, Look, they're gonna try to bring people up here to try to disrupt. But once I'm doing the knowledge and doing the paperwork, they don't want to have none of it. And once I'm doing the glitch, they're like, well, they want to come up here and disrupt the stream. Right. You can see right here, right? So it shows if I take this path right here, you can see it's like a boom like that. If I go into that house right there with her, she gonna try lay it on down for me. And I don't care about your little stuff. I had better looking women in the dark cycle than you. And that's a fact. Better looking women in the dark cycle. So, man. Divine honors to the sun and the earth for sending me a whole bunch of beautiful women. Because I can say that. They sent me a lot of beautiful. I had a lot of beautiful girlfriends. You know what I mean? They were all beautiful. And they're very successful. They were. So they just conditioned me. They kind of conditioned me in that way too. I'm conditioned in all the ways, man, to pass all the tests. And I'm going to pass them. I don't give a damn. That's all they got, but that's not even going to work neither. Because I'm here to bring the cycle. She's not going to stop our sky because it's coming here. That's like, and you see behind here, watch. You can see right here, look. You see the eye, the nose, the mouth. You can see, watch, right behind here. They're all watching. They all, like our sky family, they're right behind here. They're in this image right here. You can see they're looking. You can see the eye, nose, the mouth, the chin, and they got the space belt bodysuits on. They're watching. They're like, which way he gonna go? And even though they know that Earth's not doing that, yo. You know what I mean? But it's still, even though they trust me to make the right decision for the whole cosmos, right? It's still something that they gotta be like, because that's the only play, you know what I mean? And in the physical, you feel me? Yes. Yeah. So I still have to go through that in the physical, and I have to. So it shows right here that if most people would take that. Most people would be like, damn, she's bad. She's fine as hell. She's the finest woman you ever seen. And she got money like crazy. She giving me money like crazy. I got my own thing going on with all that. I'm good. Right? Yeah, exactly. The same thing, the Adam and Eve story, right? The whole Adam and Eve story. This is going way past biblical, isn't it? It shows that most people, right, would take that arrow, right? Here go the arrow. That's the choice. Most people would take this. There's the fat arrow here. See, take you back there. But me, look, this is the path, the narrow path right there. You see the narrow arrow right there. You see? So I get the choice, and my choice will affect what happens with my people in the future, what we get to do on the planet, the whole thing. You see what I'm saying? So how fast these things happen, come to fruition, because this will click in a prophecy, and they can't hold it off. They have to try to do it, because if not, then the sun is they have to do it prior to the sun coming back, because when the sun comes back, it's going to be wah! And then it ain't going to be we're not going to be thinking about nothing to do with you. But it shows right here, look, it shows when I take that narrow path right here, it shows this boat right here. It shows this boat, and inside the boat, you can see it shows a long arrow. You see, it shows a long arrow right here, black arrow. You see the black arrow right there. And it shows that black arrow comes to meet this arrow right here. You see? So when I choose this, the sun, here's the sun inside of here. You can see the sun is right here. The sun watches me, the eye, the other eye, the nose, the mouth, and you can see there's a boat right here. Like there's a ship. There's a ship right here that he sends. You see? Yes. And it shows that the sun sends Argent, and then the earth right here. This is the earth right here. This is the whole, our father, the sun right here. This our mother earth right here. This the sun though back here. You can see his eye right here. You see, and he looks, he's like, I already knew my son wasn't going to he wasn't going to take the bait. I already knew. And we taught him well. Yeah, he did. And you see right here, this is the earth right here. And you see the hole in the top. You see the sun throws a meteor and it hits the planet. It hits the planet. It will hit the planet. It will change what the planet looks like. Yeah, yes. Mm-hmm. As you can see right here. And this is what they don't want. They trying to avoid that. See what I'm saying? It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. You a dingbat. If you was really trying to avoid that, if I was you, I would have made it to where I would have started that a way long time ago. Like I would have been grooming the situation, and you just didn't know that it was happening and waited too long. That's all done. It's like done, but there is a couple. That's your move right there. I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give it to you. United States Corporation. This is your only move. You don't have no other moves. You don't have no other moves. This is your only move. You don't have no other moves, buddy. I know all your moves. That's why when I look you dead in the face, you know that me and you both know it's over. Like I know what your next move is. You see, and you have to play the move. She's gorgeous and everything, man. I might even give her a 5-second hell no. I might give her a whole hell no, like 5 seconds worth of it. Great conversation. It's a hell no. It's a go. It's a go. But you still got to play the move. You don't have nothing else. You don't have nothing else. And your time is running out. So she's gorgeous, but you live in that house. You live in the house. You live in there. So I'm supposed to go with her and then live in that house. And where do you live at? Where you live? Where do you live? In the Americas, and you still do the same things and all that. You bumped your damn head. Bumped your damn head. And she bumped her head for even thinking she was bad enough to even pull that off. Like you're like, are you like, you know, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to even think that you're lit like that. Like you're gonna offend me, really. So you go ahead, buddy. Go right ahead, buddy. I'm gonna broom you and let your ass know. You think that I would give up my immortal existence for you? Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind, dude? It's not like even if I got with you, I would become mortal, because I wouldn't. I would still be immortal, but it would affect my people and it would affect the cosmos. And I would not ever throw everything that we did here for years away for you. What? What, for a pair of boobs? Come on, dude. As much as I like them, I do love them. But come on, dude. I don't love you like that, buddy. I love you like a play cousin. I love you like a play cousin. I don't love you that way. Yeah, man. I love my people. I love the sun. I love the earth. That's what I love. I mean, I love my children. I love that. And I would never throw that away for a play cousin. You know what I mean? I'm good, man. These mortals, you can get them with it. You know what I mean? Shaquille O'Neal's and you know what I mean? You can get all them. Yeah. And the Kanye West. I mean, you can go get them with that. Bring, what's her name? That's what they did to him. They stopped him from becoming immortal. And now you're a mortal being. And now you're going to go right over there and you're going to pass away with them. Now look at you. They kept you there too. You stayed there too. Like a dingbat. You stayed there like a dingbat. Stayed there. Thinking that you was rich. Yeah, gave him Kim Kardashian. My damn face. Don't get out of my face. I ain't Kanye West. I'm not none of that stuff, bro. They trying to do that so then she can have a baby and then they can control me through her and the baby and all that trash. No. I don't care about your cars. Your cars are primitive. I don't want to ride in your cars. Your grid is obsolete. I don't want to be in your world. So your world gotta leave. Simple. I'm not falling for no fat booty and all that. But they're gonna try. They're gonna try. I'm sure she's breathtaking. I'm sure she is. I'm sure she's gonna be breathtaking. But nah, I ain't gonna take my breath away. Ain't gonna take my breath away. I'm gonna see her as the most evil woman on the planet because she knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's sent there to do that. You see what I'm saying? So you're just a regular old Navajo. And you want to have a Atlantean baby. You bumped your damn head, girl. You ain't having no Atlanteans. You tripped out. She want to have Atlanteans. You bumped your head. You ain't having no Atlanteans. You ain't having no none of that. Soon as I say no, that means that you will live a mortal life immediately and your mortality is ticking immediately. Your mortality is attached to theirs and your karma is too, because you tried to tempt the royal prince in his divine walk to the royal seat. You in trouble. You in trouble. I'm going to leave you to your trouble. I'm going to leave you to it. I'm going to leave you to it. She a Navajo. Navajo's got to go. I mean, I ain't your cousin. I ain't your cousin. I ain't your cousin. You know what I mean? Go get what your cousin. Go do what you been doing. I ain't your cousin. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? You like messing with people that you related to. I ain't related to you. So you're gonna have to go over there and get back with your cousin in them. Man, call your cousin over like you've been doing, sneaky linking with your cousin in them. Get out of here. That's the truth. It's the truth. You don't want to see some more? So I show you that yeah, your world is out of there. Your world gotta go immediately. Told you. So I was lying to you. Think back. No, I'm not lying to you. I'm lying to you. I ain't zoom into the joint. I was going to I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I didn't. You know what I'm gonna do? We ain't gonna do the rest of today. We'll do the rest tomorrow, okay? I'm gonna be fresher early and we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. But y'all seen the pertinent Jones. This is gonna happen right before the catastrophes. So I don't get out. I don't know when. I don't know how because I don't get out the house enough. So I'm about to start getting out the house a little more. I'm gonna have to go out there and start doing the salsa and just find you. Like, oh, you staggered up to me, didn't you? Get out of here. Pew. Then I can leave and go. I don't go out the house. I don't never go out the house, so I'm gonna meet you. I don't know. I'll never go nowhere, but I'm sure that they clocking everything I do. And they'll slide her in there somewhere. Like, come over to my house. You think I don't know who you are, yeah? Why do you think them people sent you here? You don't think I know who you were? I could say your name right now. I could say your name. I know her name and everything. I know your name. Right now. I've known your name for years. That's so wild. That's some people like, damn. That's so crazy, bro. But I've known her name for years is what's crazy. I've seen her in other hieroglyphics before this one. She's not only in this one, she's in other things too. We're going to look at this tomorrow. I'm going to show y'all more tomorrow. Yeah, let me show you more. But we got to go all the way into the whole thing and want to be energized and ready to go. All right. Yes, you see that right there. It shows more. That joint right there has a lot of stuff in there about me in there. It has a lot of things. It shows me a whole bunch of different things in there. It shows me like there's personal things that happen in my life. It shows me a lot of personal things that happen in my life, man. It's crazy. Yes. That I can't really talk about. I don't really talk about because it's about people that are in my life, but not related to me, but related, like, you know what I mean, to them. You see what I'm saying? So shows me what happens to them all. And it's like, it's kind of weird. I know what happens to all of them. And it's, something I got to deal with, something that I have to deal with on a regular basis. So that's just part of being who I am. And I can tote the peel straight. So I'm fine. I'm used to seeing those things. When I go into the business and stuff and then I start seeing, I'm like, dang, like it's like that, but I deal with it. I deal with it. Sometimes it's things that you don't want to see. You know what I mean? Like not things that you don't want to know. You want to know about, but you don't want to think that that's what happens. You see what I'm saying? So it's disappointing, and it can make you deal with the feelings of it immediately. But while you're dealing with the feelings, you understand why you have to know this now. You see? So it's not so, it kind of blunts the sharpness of it, so to speak. You see? So, yeah, I do deal with it, but I know that me knowing this is going to give me a no doubt, unequivocal path once it happens in the reality I know immediately what to do. I've already made the decision years ago. And that's why we were considered the royalty, because we know exactly what to do. We know the future. I remember when I was reading, when I first got into doing this stuff, and I heard about the priesthood, knowing the future and knowing when they were about to be invaded, the priesthood would leave and go to the next John or go to like that. So I heard those things, but I never really understood that but now I completely understand. You know what I mean? Now it's like, dang, yeah, we know the future all the way out. Crazy, very, very cool. Divine honors to the sun for that knowledge. Divine honors to our mother, the earth, and our father, the sun. Without them, we wouldn't have nothing. Without them, there's no. Seriously, there is no you knowing anything. There is no living healthy. There is no technology. There is no nothing. And like, till you come to grips with that fact, it's like, come to grips with that, man. Your life will change. Start really learning from them, because they're the only ones that can teach you. You think that that's crazy. So how do you think I got all this information? Who do you think taught me that? Tell me the person. Tell me. Tell me who could have possibly taught me this stuff. Tell me. I need to break this fast. I ain't even ate nothing yet, man. I need to get out here and eat something. Get over here and eat. Appreciate everybody who came in, man. I'm going to pay divine honors to the universe, divine honors to our Father, the Son, divine honors to Mama Earth, man, and our ancestors. Divine honors to Tom Mary. Shout out to everybody who came in the live stream, man. We had a bunch of people come in here, 2,200 people come through the live stream. We had 2,200 people come through the live stream, 22 new followers, 54 new gifters, 22. Divine honors. Divine honors to the 222. Let's go. Appreciate you. Buddy. And you hear the wild child. She said, "Crazy." She is ornery, boy. I'm gonna see y'all later. I gotta get something to eat, man. I might come back on here later, though. I might just charge up. I'm gonna get something to eat. I might come back on here later. It's possible.
Peace, man. Thanks for having me.
All right, y'all.
Yeah.
Shout out to the mods. If you donate it, I'll shout you out on the next live stream. Shout out to the moderators. Without them, we wouldn't have this stream. Peace to the
Well, Slage's argument. Right there. Matter of fact, let me just go ahead and say it. A lot of these arguments are idiotic, purely. You're talking about what past administrations have done. Who gives a flying F what past administrations have done? We're focusing on the current administration. The current. And legacy is pretty low of you to even try to equate.
You must have missed something, bro. You had to have.
I'm talking about legacy. Oh, you miss a lot, including your intelligence. Most of the time.
I'm just saying you had to.
Yeah, come on into nobody's qualified.
No. It's not even that. I'm just saying you must have missed something, because I wasn't really even making the point, bro. I was just saying that The only thing I was saying was that it led from Quinn's question.
All right,
Yeah,
gotcha. Let me scratch you out. Let's go with them because you do have a lot of intelligence versus the current panelists, most of them anyway, a few of them rather. That said, what you just said, what you even alluded to, equivocated on, makes absolutely no sense. The man, and see, it's easy. I see one thing about you. You're easily persuaded and manipulated. You're an easy guy. Fairly easy. I can see, and I'm gonna equate this to how probably women use you. Because anybody can tell you anything, and because of your outrage, you'll believe it. This man ran an entire campaign off a complete lie. None of what he has talked about has been completed or even moved toward. Groceries, we know what that is. Gas, we know what that is. No new wars, we know that's not the case anymore. Participating or aiding in G-side, we see that. Only thing he did do one thing: deportations, which is a mess. And 2 Americans was unalive because of it. It's a whole mess. So, again, I get it. We're having conversations, but most of what you have to say, though, it doesn't even matter in this thing. You, again, are a citizen that just started voting. That means, and that's not subjective, that is definitive fact. This is what you said out of your own mouth. So much of what you had to say, and I really mean this when these types of conversations come up, you know nothing about politics, really. Your only points in proving anything that actually matters when we talk about rap songs. That's it. That's your strong point right there, is when you're talking about rap. Because you're easily persuaded. The fact that you, even when there's blatant, obvious things out there, which are corruption, I'm just going to ride it out. Other presidents have done this. It's buffoonery. It is quite literally buffoonery. And again, I'm not talking about you as a person. I'm talking about your knowledge in terms of politics and historical context. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. 0 sense. Go ahead, Legacy.
Let me respond, because this is exactly what
At
you
least
guys
he
have
likes
been
your
doing.
taste in music.
You make a point,
But he did say you
you
was
make
easy.
a point to say, why would you
And
support
the hoes
this?
be getting over on you.
You guys ask a
crazy,
question. Yeah, I've never had a hoe get over on me. So you make a point, all right, and then you say, why would you support this if this is an immoral thing he's doing, or it's not a good thing he's doing? And I say, well, you've supported presidents that have done similar things that are considered immoral in this. So why are you questioning my morality? That's what you guys do every single time these conversations come up on this panel. And the only reason I correlate it to past presidents, it's not to excuse Trump or not to say that it shouldn't happen. It's the fact that you guys always turn it into morality. Why would you do this? Morality. Why can you support this? Morality. And it's never based in anything other than, why do you not just hate Donald Trump for what he's done? And that's all the question ever comes down to, and that's why, ML,
Nobody's
I
asking
bring
you
up
to hate
past.
that.
Hold on.
But I
The
never asked you
reason
to hate anything. I
let
never
me
asked
just
you to
finish
hate
real
nothing.
quick. The reason. So if you said, ML, is this wrong? I've never said, yeah, Trump doing that is right. That's morally correct. Yes, that's a good thing. I've never said that. What it ends up being is me telling you, you've supported similar things in the past. What's the difference? And then you get up here and say, oh, well, we're talking about Donald Trump right now. We're not
Why
talking.
do you keep
Why
saying that? Please point out the similar things we have supported in the
Why y'all
past.
not letting him finish?
See, and then we go into it, and then
hold on, y'all.
real
quick.
I've been waiting.
Well, I was gonna say,
Because this is a lie. It's just a
let me
lie.
just finish. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
No, they don't. They don't listen to me.
Shut up. Listen to Cat. Listen to Cat.
And then, ML, we get into a tit for tat of Donald Trump's wrongdoings versus others.
Wait a second, Debonair. Cat, come back off mute and say what you needed to say. Y'all know she a mop too, right?
But so when Debonair is done, we do have to let Resident go because we've all skipped over him like 30 times. And then
That's not what you were supposed to say.
Yeah,
You're supposed to say, let the man finish his point.
I did. I said after Debonair finishes, We got to let resident go because we all did I not say that?
You did.
And this
That's exactly what you said.
And let Debonair finish uninterrupted.
And that's why with these a lot of these conversations revolve around Trump's character and why he would do this. Like that's literally the majority of the conversations revolve around Trump's character. And I don't care about his character. Whether you want to think that's a bad thing, I should care about his, it's irrelevant because I don't care about his character. I already said what I care about is actions. If this war in Iran is the big thing I'm worried about, if it doesn't end by the summer and these gas prices don't drop, I'm going to have a completely different conversation about Donald Trump at that point. Because like Hawk said, he promised no new wars. Did I give him a chance? I said, okay. I looked at what Scott Besson was saying, what Marco Rubio was saying, what Trump was saying, and what their plan essentially is. I kind of agree with it. Now, that doesn't mean I'm just going to go along with it and just allow gas prices to be high and for me to be SOL because I agree with global domination for America when he promised no new WARs. So that's what I'm referring to. So don't ask me about my morals. Don't give me a litmus test about what I believe is right and wrong with the Constitution. I really don't care about any of that stuff.
Okay.
Doesn't matter to me about
Debonair,
the
I need you to level with me. All right? Because what you just said, ain't none of that got anything to do with me besides that little litmus test point you threw in at the end there. Because all that other stuff, has got nothing to do with me or any argument that I made today. I've made no moral positions or arguments today. I've not talked at all about whether it's right or wrong from the scope of good or evil. What I'm talking about today, and what I very frequently speak on, is the legality. If you are going to appeal to a system of law and order and to America, you're going to appeal to America's laws. This isn't a case scenario where we get to have feelings over it. If you do feel that the law is unfair, we have mechanisms for that. Like you said, you want to use the mechanism to change the amendment in the Constitution. That would be 2/3 of the Congress voting on it, mind you. You want to use the mechanisms and levers available to allow Donald Trump to be able to be president for a third term. And that's not like whatever. That's and you can say, oh well, that's not what I said. That's not what I want. But like the point is that you would be okay with that situation, and you already said that, and that's fine. Whatever. We're not here to argue that. Or what we're trying to figure out, what we're all trying to figure out here is where is the line? How much of the social contract are we choosing to obey anymore? You want everybody else to obey the law. You want everybody else to listen to ICE and to follow the rules that are being set and to follow this new establishment. You want them to stop giving certain treatments to certain people. You want them to stop giving certain welfare out to certain groups. You want everybody else who also pays into the system to follow these laws. Yet you also want to say that the government doesn't matter and that you're only in it for the economics. You cannot be so concerned with what everybody else is following and whether or not they're going to obey the social contract while simultaneously saying that you refuse to hold anybody accountable for that social contract. You are actively standing in the way of people who want to do something different and then telling them go and do something different. You can't do that. That's not how that works. If you want to be an active participant in enforcing all this stuff, go join ICE, man. Go do it. Go do whatever stuff you need to do to enforce this system the way that you want to do it. But if you're not going to enforce it, you can't be responsible for the people who aren't going to behave because their social contract is being broken. And you're saying, oh, well, it's been broken before. Well, then I guess that's where we're going. We're spiraling. We're playing an ugly game of chicken right now, man. Question is, how long are we going to keep playing?
May I speak now, or
Let
you done,
him
Resident?
respond. Yeah, let him respond. I have my hand up here because he
okay,
said.
go ahead. My bad, Quinn. Go ahead, Quinn.
No, Debonair's got to respond to Reds.
Yeah, no, I would just ask you guys a question. After Donald Trump's presidency, the actual government changes. There's actual systematic changes for the next 30, 40 years, or we keep the status quo. What would you prefer?
You an accelerate? Are you telling us you're an accelerator? Hold on, I'll skip to the.
Just let Quinn go ahead and respond. It's an idiotic question.
I'm not an accelerationist.
I know, because you're an accelerationist. We get it. You're an accelerationist. You want to vote for Trump to cause America into collapse so that way people get their gumption to go and make change. We get it. You're an accelerationist.
No, there's no such thing as collapse. Collapse isn't even occurring.
So this is the reason
Insane,
why.
debonair? Yes, it is.
This is the reason why I wanted Quinn to go ahead and respond, because it's going to start up another conversation. And what debonair said, he didn't even understand himself. It was completely, it was idiot. It was stupid. Quinn, go ahead and respond.
You deciding to be quiet, Quinn?
I was just thinking that.
No, we can't hear you.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Hello? God damn.
Got the music in the background.
Oh, there we go. All right. Shut up, Paul. Okay, so Debonair, you said you don't care about the Constitution and you don't care about the morals, right? Is that right? Hello?
Yeah, no,
God
I said stop. I said don't try to give me a
Hello?
litmus test about the Constitution because I don't care. I don't
Right,
apply
so-
morality to the Constitution. It's either legal or it's not legal.
Okay.
I don't care about the morality.
That's not what you said. You said you don't care. I'm the one who said whether it's either legal or it's not legal, and currently it's illegal, debonair. So
That's
you didn't
been
say
my
that.
argument this whole
no.
time,
That was never your argument. That was my argument.
Yes, it was. That's why I stated if they change the laws.
Argument.
Hold on.
Your
if they,
argument
stated,
was what your argument was. If they change the law and make it legal, then I'm gonna keep swearing fealty to the Führer. That was your argument.
I didn't say that. I said if depends. If I would, yes, and I said if they change the laws and it became a Trump third term or Gavin Newsom, I would vote for Trump.
Okay, and I'm talking about the mechanism of action that it would take to do that.
Well,
right?
Hold on.
I'm just
So Debonair.
astounding.
So Debonair, you realize that the only reason why I have Hello? I swear, everybody wants something right now. Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay. So the only reason why I have any civil rights, Debonair, is because of the Constitution, the thing that you don't care about. You do realize that, right?
Oh Lord.
No, I mean let's don't Lord it,
man, because that's not even what I said, Quinn.
Did we have any civil rights before that?
No.
Okay, so according to them, it was a moral failing. It was a moral failing, and the reason why we got them is because all of a sudden somebody found morality. Somebody realized that this is wrong from a moral standpoint. So, do you think that maybe morality does play a part in this?
Does it play a part?
Yeah. Do you see how it plays a part?
Yes, but once it's legal.
So if you don't care about that, then do you see how you wouldn't care if I have civil rights or not?
And might I add real quick that I think you forget that legality doesn't mean okay. Like slavery was legal, bro. Jim Crow was legal. Marital
wasn't
rape
illegal.
was legal.
It just wasn't illegal.
I'm gonna just read something here.
Our laws tell us what we can't do. Our laws do not tell us what we can do.
I'm gonna read something quick here. In Congress, July 4th, 1776, the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Some shit you don't get to question, Debonair.
And Debonair, my point being, you're sitting up here saying you don't care about the Constitution, and you sitting up here saying that you don't care about it. If it wasn't for that piece of paper, I'd still be property in 3/5 of a person.
So Quinn, I said, I don't care about
refried beans.
I don't care about the morality, okay, of it. So
the
don't give me a
morality
test.
is what allowed us to
No,
not
it's not.
be 3/5 of a person, Debonair. I need you to
So
be able to connect the
one
dots.
Abraham Lincoln didn't
One moment.
Abraham
One moment. President, 2 warnings. This is one of them. To get your point across, you do not have to cuss. Just because twin is away doesn't give anybody, myself, the incentive to use profanity. Repeated efforts of it, you just drop. No, I don't need it until twin come back. So don't do it again. You receive one warning. The next one is just drop.
If it wasn't,
Go ahead, Queen.
and Debonair, what I'm saying to you is there's a moral issue here that you're talking about. And again, I just resort to conservative ideology because you claim yourself to be one, and that being the case, conservative ideology believes that, it's based on Christian principles, and Christian principles would say that you're supposed to be a moral and just person. Your book implores that you do those things. So again, we would be 3/5 of people, 3/5 of a human being. Women would have no rights if it wasn't for that Constitution that you don't care about. I'll land it there.
So that's not what I was saying, Quinn. What I said is don't try to give me a morality test on the Constitution. And the reason I said that is because I also disagree with people who try to fight the 2A to say it's not morally correct to be able to have an assault an AR. We'll just say an AR. It's not morally correct to have an AR with 30 rounds on it. It's the same argument. I don't care about the moral argument of it. I care about, is it legal or not? That's what I was referring to. That's what I said. I don't care about the morality of you questioning me on the Constitution because I'm not going to go based on what I believe is morally correct. I'm going to look at it and say, is it legal? If it is, then you can do it. If it's illegal, you cannot do it. That's what I
It
was
was once
referring to.
again,
Hold on.
and
Can I ask
again
a
the cat's
question?
point. And again, the cat's point, it was once legal to grape your wife. It was once legal to own people.
See, it was not legal to
It
do
was
it. It just
legal.
wasn't illegal.
It was
It
legal. It was
wasn't
the law.
illegal.
No,
Okay,
It
show
was
me the
literally
Constitution that
legal. There
say
were laws for it.
there were
correct.
laws to
Because
There
own
were
no,
people,
laws
everything.
for it,
Listen, Quinn.
Debonair.
Everything is you're allowed to do everything that hasn't been outlawed.
No,
That's
yeah, but
it.
slavery
That's how
was
laws in
actual.
America work.
Hold on.
My God.
But
That's
slavery
how
was
laws
no,
work.
you're not
The
listening.
laws are
I get what
intended
you're
to tell you
saying.
what you cannot do.
No, but I get what you're saying, but it was no, there were laws to be able to
For
own
it.
people.
There were literally
There
laws
were
for it.
laws, Jim Crow, to
Why
keep
y'all
us
expecting?
segregated and impoverished. So I get what you're saying. If it's not illegal, like I get that. But no, this was the state laws.
It was literally written in the laws.
You're
Why
not
y'all?
It
listening.
was literally there.
Why y'all expecting a Mexican to understand the Constitution? He don't care about that. You don't. Hey, everybody is not constitutionalists. You got people come up here and advocate for communism all the time, and that is against the Constitution. Why do y'all not give them flack for it? Y'all don't. If the man
Where's
don't care about the Constitution,
where's
we want to
where's
talk about because
communism against the
Big Hawk.
Constitution?
This is the
yeah,
difference.
y'all literally got people up here arguing against the
Hold
system
on,
Constitution,
Big Hawk.
and y'all
We're not
giving
having a
this man
conversation.
gripe. He's not a
Big Hawk, we not having.
constitutionalist.
If we're gonna Big Hawk,
Leave it at that.
Big Hawk, if we're gonna have a conversation about constitutionality and the so-called like foundation of the document, we can do that. But that's not the conversation Debonair's trying to have. Debonair's trying to have the conversation that this specific part of the conversation don't matter, but other ones do, and other ones should matter more. You can't finger point to the Second Amendment when we're trying to talk about a different one. That doesn't make sense. Now, when we're talking about the 13th or the 14th or the 25th, that's not how that works. Okay?
Man is not a constitutionalist,
We look at the Constitution and the amendments as their own statutes. They stand independently of each other.
Resident.
You don't get to just pick and choose. And the problem is we're not deciding how the country feels about this one way or the other right now. We already decided how the country felt about it. That's why we made it an amendment in the Constitution. The country decided already foundationally that 2 terms was enough for president. No more than that, no matter what. So much so that we codified it into our Constitution. We decided that was enough forever. Okay, we decided that.
Resident.
But that's what no. But that's it. But that's it. But that's it. The
The
conversation.
country feels that way. Debonair, a lone Mexican from Colorado, doesn't care. Okay, he is one single voter. He does not play a big role in what you think. Okay, our Constitution is our Constitution, no matter if he likes it or he doesn't. Stop beating a dead horse. Y'all stop beating a dead horse with this man because that's all y'all doing.
So then,
He's
what are
not
we
going to change his stance on Trump. He's not going to.
He is right. Where do we go from? But yeah, I agree.
Can we go back to the topics?
But where do we go from
y'all
here?
got
Where
me
do we
like
go
the
from here
mail.
with Debonair? How do we continue the conversation
Y'all
with
trying to have a
Debonair?
moral
We just ignore him.
It's not about. But it's not about. Then he's taking up that space and that oxygen, arguing about what?
And until somebody dinos him, yeah,
You got topics.
right.
Let's talk about the topics. Can you
The
answer
fact that Big Hawk is the voice of reason is pissing me off.
Yeah,
you're right.
like we
sit here for a good hour trying to get him to feel some empathy, and he already said
no.
He hates
Cat.
Twin,
Cat.
man,
This is
he
my
already
thing, Cat.
He said he hates poor
Cat.
people. Like there's nothing we
Cat,
can
this
do.
is my thing.
I hate for
I'm not trying to get anyone to change their mind. What I'm trying to get people to realize is people aren't going to, not even realize. I'm not going to let nobody come up on a public platform and just lie. When words have meanings and actions have actions are actions. I'm not about to let him get that BS off talking about every president has acted in the same capacity as Trump. No, they haven't. That is a lie. I'm not about to sit here and let him make it seem like every president acts the same or has the same moral standard. No, that is a lie. There's something uniquely, fundamentally wrong with this president, and all of the crap coming out of his mouth is cope. Period. It is to sit here and justify BS, to make it seem like, they're two sides of the same wing. No, they're not. No, they're not. One party believes in actually taking care of people, and one party believes in taking care of the 1% of people. That's the truth. One party wants to see all people's votes rise, and the one party only wants to see the 1% votes rise. One party wants to divide us on race, religion, ethnicity, and they want to divide us on class. The other party just wants you to have health care and let you live in your individual life. And he can't tell me I'm wrong because he's going to point out some bull crap. I'm going to tell him it's bull crap, and he's going to say, well, let's agree to disagree.
Have you heard of the 99%
I don't play the
movement? Have you heard of the 99% movement?
All right, let's get back to the topics.
Do you know what
we're
that
done
is?
with you. We're done with you, Debonair. You're nothing.
Hold on, let him answer
nothing.
this.
What does that have to do with anything?
Do you know about the 99% movement?
Do you know about
what does that have to do with anything?
I'm asking. Do you just yes or no? Do you know about it?
What does that have to do with anything I just said?
And it's going to confirm everything I just said. Look up what that movement was and what the after effects of the 99% movement was in 2008, 2009, and it's going to confirm everything I said.
Gotcha. I have a question for you. When was the most prosperous for the middle class in this country?
I think like the 50s to 70s.
Why?
Because we manufactured everything.
No, because taxes were high. The wealth disparity, the top marginal tax rate was over 90%. And the wealth gap in this country was not nearly as high as it is now. That's why.
That is factual.
So again, I don't really care about none of this. You know what that means for that 99% question and the question I just asked you? You know what that does? Nothing. We're talking about a two-party system. We're talking about a two-party system in which one party claims to stand for these things, but literally when they get into power, do the complete opposite and literally fights against the other party from doing anything that will help the 99% of everyone else. That's my lifetime. That's all I've seen my entire life. They fought Barack Obama tooth and nail. They fought Joe Biden tooth and nail. They didn't want him to make any progression, period. Every time they put a raise to the minimum wage on the floor, who blocks it? Republicans. They put student loan relief on the floor. Who blocked it? Republicans. They wanted to do Obama wanted to do universal health care. He had to negotiate it and water it down just so Republicans would vote for it. You have one party who is dead set against the progression of the country as a whole, and one party who claims to love it, but will do everything in their power to defund your education, who will sit here and do everything in their power to make sure you can't afford a home by cutting regulation, allowing private corporations and companies and corporations like BlackRock to buy up individual homes. They'll sit here and allow Elon Musk to take all of your private information. This is the crap I'm talking about. That's why I said there's no argument for this anymore. It's all in our face, and you're pretending like it's not happening.
Okay, so this is how many times the Democrats have, since 2000, Democrats have used the filibuster from 2000. Actually, this is from 2009 to 2020. Democrats minorities used the filibuster 657 times. Republican minorities used it 609 times. Okay? So Democrats have filibustered since 2000, have filibustered Republican proposals and bills more than Republicans have tried to stop Democrats. Okay? So what you said is just not true. You just talked about you're going to say just facts. These are all facts. What you said is not true. Republicans have been prevented, okay, from passing legislation by Democrats, okay, just as much. So this is the nonsense I'm talking about. It's a two-party game, and then you just sat here and said one party actually cares about. Hold on.
What was your source for that again?
One party actually cares.
Know he's lying,
you just Google it. Okay,
I know. That's why I
want
to. I want
just
you
go to
to
Google
go
and
ahead,
find it.
Where did you come by that information?
Just Google it and find it.
Googling where? Googling what? Googling where?
Which party has used the filibuster more since 2000?
Okay,
just
and
Google it. You'll find it.
What person?
Find something different.
What human person said that, Debonair? That's not a source.
Nobody. That's
nobody.
Not a source,
Okay. So it's as credible as every other thing that you say.
I'm going to say
he's literally lying.
Because
exactly.
The thing about this
is
pathetic. This right here, unfortunately, he is beating an unalive horse because we're talking to someone that their material conditions are not adversely affected. It's not part of our community. So most of what we're talking about, which relates primarily to people of color, particularly Black people, it's irrelevant to him. And he's basically said that the entire time for the last 15 minutes.
I told him that 10 minutes ago, ML,
So
and they still at it.
Why have a conversation with him? Why allow him to sit here and torpedo any?
This is Twins Live.
Hold on. I'm not talking about like dropping him or the rules, or whatever. I'm talking about from the position of all of us who are sitting here having the conversation. Why do we continue to allow people like if we are all coming at this from the guise of we want to help each other, we want to figure something out that's going to make people able to survive in our communities, why are we allowing a person, one of the people who's committed to hurting all of the rest of us, be a part of our community?
Part of the community? He told y'all that. Didn't ML just say that?
Okay. Then why is he here?
Because this is Twin Live and this how he run his panel.
Everybody's
voices. Apparently Twin likes him.
I'm just saying, like this is the point. Not everybody can be on the life boat. And if this man is taking a steak knife to the life raft, I don't want him on it.
Well, go start your own life raft.
What you need to do.
Twin want everybody here. Every voice is welcome.
Because it was up to the chat, I wouldn't be here neither.
Looney Tunes. We don't go faster. We don't go faster by poking a hole in the life raft. That's not how it works.
Hey, you know what you could do? You could exit out on this live, and you could click the go live button in the corner, and then you ain't got to invite him to your life raft.
Yeah, no. Somebody put it better. Why does he want to be here? Why does he want to be here?
Because he only hangs out with Black people.
I don't only hang out with Black people.
Like he's only here to harm people and to make the case that we should all have to suffer so he can succeed. That's that's insane.
I'll tell you what, that man donated to the back to school drive, and that's gonna help Black people and Black families.
After he said he didn't like poor people.
Just to correct the record. One. Regardless of our disagreements, we are conversing. We're talking, having a dialogue. That's it. A lot of stuff we disagree with you on, but you're allowed here. Just like we allow Debonair here. People
Trying to
disagree with
hurt
me.
people.
People disagree with Hawk. People disagree with Cat. Just because you disagree with him doesn't mean we automatically want to start blocking and banning and dropping people
I
down.
didn't
That's not
say
how
to
it
do any
works.
of that. I didn't say to do anything.
Right. Well,
I
he can.
just asked a question. That's all. Y'all are putting words in my
Oh,
mouth. I didn't say to do
uh,
anything to anybody. I'm just saying why.
why?
I just want.
The same
just
reason
want.
why
I
we
say
allow you up
why.
here. Excuse me, Big Hawk. One second. The
So you're
same
frame.
reason
So
why
so
we
the,
allow
so the
you up
things
here.
I say up here are actively harming communities. Are actively calling for other people to suffer so I can benefit. ML, you're really going to compare the things that I advocate for up here to what Debonair argues up here.
You advocate
All
to a
right,
bunch of black people to start a revolution, but you ain't
Big
throw a rock
Hawk.
yet. That's harmful.
Big Hawk.
I never told anybody to throw a rock. So who are you talking
Come on,
to?
y'all.
Hawk?
Please, let's not do this today. Please,
Yeah,
please.
let's not do this.
So what I gather from the conversation is that neither Debonair nor Twin were 100% correct, and we just divulged into who's a better or bad person. But politics
No,
ain't about
that's
who's a
not
better or bad
it.
person.
What I'm saying, like,
Oh,
Well,
no,
no,
Debonair sucks.
no, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you, man. I'm agreeing with you, man. I'm saying that's at the end of the day, that's not what politics is about. We don't have to all like a person. You know what I'm saying? Like it bad or good, there's political sides. So facts are facts, regardless of whether you like a person. Flynn was not 100% correct.
He's
And
the
that's okay.
ESL kid, resident that moves into your neighborhood that you got to like show around.
Let's go ahead and be brutally honest, though. I know Lexi taking us, but let's go ahead and be very brutally honest. Debonair, just like myself, is one individual. Twin, the host, is one individual. Neither one of us, including yourself, resident, can actually has any power to will anything. Just like Golly, which he's allowed to come on here and converse. He has absolutely no power to materially change anything at all. Nothing. We are simply having a conversing about two topics, and they expand out from there. Once everybody's done, Kat's going back to with her daughters and probably twerking to Drake's song. Legacy's gonna go back to doing what he's doing. And you gonna do what you do.
Definitely not none of the last Drake songs, but I'm pretty sure you'll find one, Cat.
Yeah, but the point of it is that I'm not coming down on you hard. I just want to. I don't agree with a lot of Debonair's point at all. 98.9% of them I don't agree with. But just he's allowed here like anyone else is, unless Twin states otherwise. That's all we're saying. I'm not coming down on you.
I hear, if I may, the reason I'm asking is not because I want something to be done. It's I already know how it works around here. My point is, I think it's important for people to really sit and question the amount of mental effort that they put into these conversations. Because right now we're all having the conversation. 400 to 500 people are watching it, right? But they're picking up on what people are doing, what they're saying, how they're moving in these conversations, and how the ideologies are standing against each other. I get that. That's the reason for the platform. Those people need to really sit and consider people like Debonair who are in their own lives and how much mental energy they're going to have to expend trying to explain things like morality to them when they don't care. And I think it's important that people really stop and consider that for a moment. Because, again, we have to build some life rafts, and some people want to poke holes in those rafts. And
we're not putting him on the raft. We're going to put him under the water before we get on.
And I just always need to stress that here. Because
like
people are watching.
Like Big Hawk President said, I get what you're saying. But like Big Hawk said, it's unaliving a already unalived horse. Like it don't need at this point. He just here. It's just Debonair. He cool after 5 o'clock. But before, like, he makes you want to like choke him out. But after 5 o'clock, I mean, he's got good taste in music. He knows how to, throw a party.
He know how to make a fajita and quesadilla.
I don't think he does.
I don't know about
For me, it's just this notion. It's just the notion. It's just the information people try to push. That's my problem that I have. I do agree with ML when it comes to I believe ML said a while back how we have too many political idiots or something like that. You put it something like that, ML. I can't. It was a while ago. There are too many uneducated voters, and when you have a large platform that people listen to, words matter. It absolutely matters. I'm always going to push back against people who lie. He wanted to bring out the filibuster numbers. He incorrectly stated them because let's be honest here. The Republican Party underneath Barack Obama set a record for how many filibusters they did during his 2 terms. They literally set a record, and that was in 1 year. So let's not talk about who's literally used procedures to stifle agendas. I'm talking about the policies that's going to materially benefit everyone and the party who backs it. Republicans talk a good game. This is the party of individual freedom and liberty, but literally every time they're in office, they literally expand the government. Let's talk about the Patriot Act, and let's talk about right now what they're trying to do with surveillance. With who? His billionaire buddies.
Yeah, real quick before we do that.
And who gave him the contract for it? Oh,
Exactly.
that's right. Donald Trump did.
Donald Trump. But before we
So
move
we
to
don't
that,
want to. We want to sit here and pretend everyone does that. I need a Democrat who's done that. You're not going to be able to name one.
Wait,
and also
the Democrats and
talk about-
Republicans have expanded
real
the
quick,
security
hold on,
state
Big
in
Dog. I'm gonna
America
let y'all
every
have
year
this.
since
I'm
2000.
gonna let y'all have
Obama,
it real quick
Obama
though.
did it. Go ahead.
Resident, no, I'll just be real quick. But Resident 2, you kind of gotta don't be mad at Twin or the panel. This is legacy friend. He keep bringing him around. So, but go ahead. Twin just went off.
She really just gave this man a goddamn jet fuel.
That's
and his
legacy friend.
She really just handed him jet fuel in his jetpack, and he like a toddler. Why would you do that?
I go ahead. But Twin just cooked. Twin did just cook on me.
Nah, real talk though. Real talk.
The problem, my issue that I have, because I tell people all the time, yes, I'm a progressive, but my vote is always negotiable. I'm always going to look at the policy. I don't vote blue no matter who. I don't vote Republican because they give me nothing to vote for. I don't like a party that's going to pit American against American because at the end of the day, we're all supposed to be American.
Why you bring up the Patriot Act though? I mean, it was a valid point. Don't get me twisted, but Obama kind of expanded on that.
But hold on. It's a lie. I brought it up because it's a lie that Republicans want to shrink government. It's always been a lie. That's why I brought it up. They get in government and they immediately expand the powers of the government, especially the executive branch, every time they're in office. But see, someone's going to come off mute and tell me I'm incorrect. You're absolutely correct. Obama absolutely expanded the Patriot Act. Now, do I understand the benefits of that legacy? Why they had to do it at the time? Absolutely. Why do we need a Patriot Act now? We don't. Why are they pushing now? Why are they pushing for things like facial recognition and things like that, and literally collecting everybody's metadata to literally see who you voted for, so they can start collecting? We'll call it opposition research on each individual American. They're literally in the process of doing that now. Who they're doing that, and who are they doing that under? This president. Isn't that massively expanding the powers of the executive branch and the government as a whole?
No, I actually agree with you on that. Republicans are not about less government. Not for real. They're just about less taxation, not less government. But as far as all the logistical awareness that they give the government, I don't think any of them back off of each other. I think the Republicans, you're right, push the stuff first, and then we expand in the next administration, and then it just changes to something else. But
who's the party? But who's the party? Legacy. Who's the party? Exactly. They run on individualism, but literally try to pass laws taking away people's individualism. I don't care how you feel about T people. Why is that your business? I tell people that all the time. Why is that your business? Why are you trying to force your way of life on everyone else, especially in a country where you're supposed to have individual freedoms and liberty to be whatever it is you want to be? Am I incorrect, Legacy?
No, you're absolutely right. It's a smokescreen, though. You know that.
But again, this is the party platform. This is the party platform. They say they love the middle class and they hate government spending. Who literally and who normally explodes the debts and deficits when they're in office the most? And this is why I can talk to you, Legacy, because you're intellectually honest. Who explodes debts and deficits the most when they're in power, Republicans or Democrats?
Republicans.
Exactly. It's all a lie. They have been lying to us for decades. And when you do a little bit of research, you understand it's all bull crap.
That's what I was about.
Democrats literally will propose initiatives that will help the ordinary citizens, and Republicans will call it a handout at the same time as they continue to cut taxes and fund corporate welfare. And we'll have people like the Devonaires, the Osas, the Godleys coming up here talking about why we want handouts when we pay taxes. Make it make sense, Legacy.
Hey, stop stealing my bag.
That's too long of a conversation, bro. I mean, because you're right on what you're saying, but it's so many layers to it. Like for instance,
there really isn't, Legacy. There really isn't, and you know there isn't.
Oh, see,
there
this
isn't.
is no, Legacy. Hold on, because this is what I mean. This dude is just making up things, and he's just repeating. Yes,
wrong,
a Democrat. Yes, he is wrong. So when Barack Obama actually shrank the deficit in 2014, that was a Republican-led Congress that shrank that deficit. And when Bill Clinton balanced the budget. When Bill Clinton balanced the budget, that was a Republican-led Congress that balanced that budget. Bill Clinton just happened to be the president. So it's not. Hold on. Who actually balances the budgets? Republicans do.
Both of y'all are right on this.
It's a Democratic-led.
No,
it's not a lie. You can look it up.
Quinn, give me a second, Quinn. Quinn, please give me a second. I'm not going to let you lie, Devonair. I'm not going to let you do it. Who exploded the debt and deficit right after Bill Clinton? Who did it? It was George W. Bush. Bush exploded it with his 20-year war. You're lying. And then when Barack Obama came into office, he cut deficits. Deficits were coming down.
What was the lie? Like he didn't lie.
No, he's making it seem like Republicans. He's making it seem like Republicans are so fiscally responsible. They technically built when Democrats are in office.
Wait, Legacy. Legacy, there's Legacy, hold on. Now you know you ain't gonna talk bad about Billy Boy.
No, I was saying that. I didn't mean that.
I never said that.
I didn't mean that. I meant
Can
that.
I just add something? And I'm not going to stay long because I'm in the car and hubby ran in the store real quick. Republicans are only fiscally conservative when there is a Democratic president.
Thank you, Miss Corey.
And the reason how we know this.
What I'm saying.
The reason how we know this is because George W. Bush had the exact same Congress Clinton had.
Exactly.
Clinton
why you
was
stealing?
able. I'm sorry, I didn't know you. They balanced the budget under Clinton because Republicans are only fiscally responsible when they're not in total power. When they get in total power, they spend money like drunken sailors, and then they cut taxes and borrow for their spending, as opposed to using tax revenue to pay for their spending.
You lucky that I was gonna say it a whole lot meaner than that. I was gonna say it a whole lot better than that.
Wait, the other layer that's missing though. So Obama, right? 8 years. And he did what he had to do because Bush was so bad, really.
One question, Legacy, before you go. Did deficits go up or down underneath Obama?
Down by 66%.
The deficit went down. It went down.
Thank you.
Obama cut the deficit by 66%. Donald Trump came into office saying that he's
25% to the national debt.
Wait a second.
Yes, I'm sorry.
He did do that. But this is my thing with Democratic policy. It's not that Democratic policy is bad. It's just that over time it stagnates. That's what happened with Obama. Obama did great pulling us out of a recession and bringing the deficit down. But then it started to stagnate, and it was nothing that he could do about it because there was no raw material foundation for it. That's what our issue is with the Democratic side.
But also too, but it's fair to say also when we went through the worst recession since the Great Depression. So
We lost you.
Now, here. So the problem, Debonair, with your argument is that you can have the Republicans in there, but the Republicans will. The only reason why Republicans are even remotely fiscally conservative when Democrats are in there is because they know that Democrats typically will expand and put together a bunch of social programs, and Republicans don't want to fund them. They have no interest in funding those social programs and entitlements. That's why every time a Democrat is sitting in that executive, the Republicans run, and you go look it up. In the midterms, all you will hear from Republicans is entitlements.
Sorry, guys.
All you'll hear about are the entitlements. The entitlements. We got to cut down the entitlements. That's when Republicans become fiscally conservative. But the first thing that your boy did when he got in this time is he sat there and he said he wanted to expand the debt ceiling. He wanted to raise the debt ceiling while cutting taxes. Bro,
No, Quinn. He wanted to get rid of the debt ceiling.
Well,
he didn't.
Okay.
He wanted to get rid of it.
You're right. So Debonair, that's a recipe for economic disaster. And then couple that, he wanted to test a theory that McKinley had of, hey, we won't have the income tax. We'll do tariffs and that'll cover it. And that's been proven false. The only logical thing that has been proven, it's not even proven, but the only theory that makes any sense is what Warren Buffett said. When Warren Buffett said, raise the income tax on the top 1% a few percentage points and actually make the corporations pay their fair share, which Bill Clinton did. And guess what? You can eliminate the tax on the middle class. Literally. Warren Buffett is by far recognized as one of the greatest investment minds and businessmen of this.
Quinn, can I add this to that?
Quinn,
can I add one thing to that real quick? You know who else raised taxes and got one term for it because he raised taxes and it lowered the deficit? Bush's daddy. That man raised taxes and he brought down debts and deficits, and because he didn't cut taxes and spent like an idiot, they put him out of office.
So after resident, I see your hand. You could go after resident. Debunking has to get in. Resident.
So part of the problem here is the misclassification as Trump's government as fiscally conservative. It's no such thing. They're flagrantly spending money and raising the budget. When we say conservative and progressive, when we're talking in politics, the water's been muddied a bit by the way that they talk about it in the cultural zeitgeist. But the truth of progressive and conservative ideals is about willingness of a nation to invest into things like innovation and culture. It's about the government's investment. It is a fiscal thing, progressive versus conservative. When we start talking about social policy, the so-called conservative right wing of America is actually what we would call a traditionalist movement, not conservative, because it's not about social dynamics. I hate to just make it a semantical point, but I think this is part of the problem we have is people don't know what they're arguing in favor of or against. Just because you're spending money in favor of so-called conservative ideology does not make you fiscally conservative or responsible. That's not how that works. Again, it's about willingness to invest in the nation. Either you're investing a lot of money, which makes you progressive, or a little money, which makes you conservative.
Cutting taxes. Cutting taxes does not make you a conservative fiscally. It's about basically having a balance.
That's not all that they've done. They've increased budgets for certain programs.
Let me finish. Yeah, let me finish because we agree. We're agreeing. I'm agreeing with you. It's not just about cutting taxes. It's also about balance. So if you want to increase spending, then you need to raise revenue. I'm for spending money if we're investing in Americans or America in infrastructure. But I also think we need a sensible tax policy. No, but
can I please make my point as I wanted to make it?
We're borrowing the money to do it, and that is not what makes us fiscally responsible.
I would like to make.
Go ahead, Resident. Jesus Christ, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to make my point the way I wish
would like
to
to make my
it.
point too, because I don't have a lot of time.
You will get no opportunity to make your point until Mrs. Corey.
Because I don't have a lot of time.
Go ahead, Ms. Corey.
No, I was just going to say, because I'm agreeing with, you didn't have to drop the memo, but I'm agreeing with him. It's like you can either have
He can come back.
borrow and spend Republicans, which is more irresponsible because they want to spend money, but then borrow it to spend that money. Or you can have Democrats who want to raise revenue for the spending that they want to do. I'd rather have that. I'd rather have politicians that is going to pay for the spending that they want to spend. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, President.
You got it, Resident. You just know Corey can jump in whenever, bro. Go ahead, though.
The point I'm trying to make is that how we're identifying this spending policy is just plain wrong. Trump's administration, the Republican administration, is in no way fiscally conservative, right? And in obfuscating that conversation, we've allowed it to seem as though we can call out the Democrats for flagrant spending, as though that is not just the way that money gets spent in this Congress. The truth is, America has never been a conservative economy. Not in the past 50 years. We have been spending and spending and spending money, supporting businesses, supporting the war machine, supporting the prison industrial complex for decades now. America is fiscally progressive and has been. It's just a matter of what we're spending the money on. The problem is in the social dynamics that have been intertwined with how that money gets spent. There is a large push in the country of people who want to spend the money in a way that actually advocates for the betterment of American people. We're talking social welfare programs. We're talking housing. And that social movement is growing. But unfortunately, the system itself, the way America operates, is antithetical to that sort of spending. It needs to keep operating in this fiscally progressive and socially traditionalist manner. It has to keep investing in its own sustenance, for lack of a better term. And that's the pickle we're in, is that the right wing of America is really just what is perfectly suited for that machine. Trump's America, the reason this happened, the reason we're where we're at, is because the catalyzing actions were always there. The Heritage Foundation has existed for 50 years, y'all. 50 years. They've been working their amendments and their pieces into policy in the American electorate. 50 years.
So to this real quick. We're about to. Oh, my fault.
Let's debunk it, and then we'll go up to Debonair. And I agree with a lot of that, Resident. Go ahead, debunk it.
So the first thing that I want to address is fiscally conservative, right? Because I feel like you're under the impression that just because you're fiscally conservative, that means you don't spend money. We're conservative about what we spend money on. There's a big difference there. You may not agree with what the right chooses to spend money on, and the right doesn't agree with the left chooses to spend money on. It doesn't mean that you're right and they're wrong, and it's vice versa. So I think we need to get away from this idea that just because I'm addressing multiple points that you made. So follow the conversation. You did make that statement, and I'm telling you that that's not what a fiscally conservative person is. That's not what that is. It doesn't mean we're not out here spending money. We're just very particular on what we spend money on, which is why Trump has
I agree with you.
Why are you cutting me off?
Because I agree with you, and that's the point that I made.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, so let me finish. Which is why we have the fraud, waste, and abuse program that we have right now, because we're going after people who identify as being fiscally progressive, that is putting money into places where, one, the money is not being used for what it's supposed to be used for. People are stealing the money, sending it to other places that it's not supposed to be sent to. All of these things play a part into being fiscally conservative. They're not saying no social program should be funded. That's not what's being said. What's being said is we're not going to send $100 million to all these hospice organizations and none of them have patients. That is what's happening. And that's the point that people like Resident keeps overlooking. Now, I'm not saying, and I'm not going to ever make the argument that conservatives is better with money. I'm not going to make that argument. And I'm not going to make the argument that Democrats are better with money. I think that there has been a lot of mismanagement with the funding. And I think that it needs independent organizations that's overseeing it, because obviously it doesn't matter who is in office, our debt ceiling rises. So at the end of the day, you can sit here and you can try to blame everything on Trump, but it's not his fault. We are in the middle of a conflict. Of course, the debt ceiling was going to increase. Like, it happens every time we go into a conflict. What was the economy doing before the conflict? You all still had a problem with it. You all still had a problem with it, even though things was going down. You all still had a problem with it. So it's damned if you do and it's damned if you don't at this point. But at the end of the day, I think Resident, I don't know if he's still up here, I think that you need to understand what being fiscally progressive and being fiscally conservative actually means, because your definition that you provided is not accurate.
There's a reason no president since, I think, 1940 something has visited Fort Knox. The money doesn't exist. There's a reason they won't go to Fort Knox and check that vault where all the gold is. It's not there. It's gone. They stole the money. There's nobody being responsible over funds. If they really wanted to be responsible over money, a president would show up to Fort Knox and tell the American people where the money really is. Because that's I don't buy into either party being responsible.
I think it depends on
debunking.
One second. One second. I think it depends on what we're talking about. What's the money being spent on? Because if you're talking to someone who is a progressive, right, and you tell them that you want to take money out of a certain type of health care program, they're not going to agree with that. And then it's vice versa. If you speak with someone that's a fiscally conservative person who's saying that they want to take money out of, I don't know, like the program that was funding Sesame Street or something in one of those other countries, right? It's not going to be okay. So it just depends on what is the money being spent on, that I think we can make that argument, because we all have different stances on what money should be spent on what. And it's a matter of, can Congress come together and at some point agree that, hey, this should always be funded. There should never be a question that these particular programs should be continue and never stop being funded. So I just think it depends, Debonair. I really do.
So this is the problem. Now, I agree with about 90% of what you said. This is where we disagree. I disagree with how you describe progressive spending. Progressives want to literally raise taxes and regulate industry who cheat the system to pay for programs, whereas Republicans literally and conservatives literally cut taxes and increase spending. I feel, and again, this is what Ms. Corey said, and I agree with, the way progressive wants to do it is more responsible, because we're trying to ultimately pay for the spending we want to do. This is exactly my issue with this conversation when it comes to spending. Because Republicans, again, going back to my earlier argument, claim, like Donald Trump claimed, he was going to be America first and spend on Americans. He didn't do that. He didn't do that. He absolutely, you can disagree. Facts don't care about your feelings, is the way Ben Shapiro has said. He did not spend on America. What he has done is he increased the war chest for the Defense Department. And if you're talking about waste, fraud, and abuse, the DOD hasn't passed an audit in over 10 years. Why aren't you sitting here going after that waste, fraud, and abuse? No, you're not. You didn't mention them at all. You talked about social programs. You talked. Excuse me. You talked about waste, fraud, and abuse. Did you not? You're not looking at the waste, fraud, and abuse in the DOD, where again they haven't passed the audit in over a decade, and billions of dollars that go missing every single year. You didn't say anything about that. You immediately pointed to the social programs where they literally have. I'm talking about the spending, and I'm talking about the points you made.
And I'm telling you that Trump did put America first.
No, he did not. He absolutely did not.
We have had the most investment in this country in the last 2 years than we
That is
have
a
in the
lie.
last decade. No, it's not.
That is a blatant
No, it's
lie.
not. It's
Blatant lie.
literally facts.
People
What are you talking
sitting
about?
here saying, people saying, excuse me,
you don't want the facts.
people
You don't want I'm not
saying
arguing.
that they're going to do something is not a commitment of them putting money into the country. The CHIPS and Science Act was an investment into the American people. The infrastructure bill Joe Biden did was an investment into the American people. Him going to a government leader and that leader saying, you know what, I might invest $100 billion in your country, isn't them actually investing $100 billion in the country. Just because someone made a commitment doesn't mean they have to stand up to that commitment.
What did they do?
Point to the infrastructure that they've built.
They have
Point to the
already
infrastructure
spent
that
the
was
money.
built with all this investment.
Manufacturing has grown tremendously.
No, it hasn't.
That was
it's actually gone down. You're lying again. We've lost manufacturing jobs. We have lost manufacturing jobs underneath Donald Trump.
Why are you
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Just let me get a point across.
At the end of the day, I just feel like y'all are mad because it's Trump. It don't matter what the nigga do, y'all gonna be mad. What I'm not gonna do is keep going back and forth arguing about what Obama ain't the president right now. Trump.
Well, he's not an NIGGA, and
I'm sorry.
But go ahead.
I can't see his name. I'm traveling. But what I'm trying to say is that just because you don't agree, sir, whatever your name is, just because you don't agree don't mean it ain't happening. So at the end of the day, we have seen commitments. A person ain't gonna make a commitment and not see it through. Because that means
show
that
me the
something
infrastructure built.
Hold on. Something had to be signed. There's a contract involved. Trump ain't just going out there saying, hey, agree to pay this and just walking away. Come on, he don't even operate that way. So at the end of the day, you don't have to like Trump. I hear that you don't like Trump. And you don't have to agree with what he's you don't have to agree with what he's doing. You have every right to disagree with it. But to sit here and just act like ain't nothing working in this country is just absolutely disingenuous, and it's a lie. It's a blatant lie.
May I? Have you landed? Have you landed, Demonte?
I have. You can go ahead.
Okay. So since he took office, 83,000 to 108,000 manufacturing jobs have been lost. We've lost roughly, and if you just took the middle ground between those, it's still over 90,000 manufacturing jobs that have been lost. If you are growing manufacturing, you wouldn't be losing jobs. So since he's losing jobs, by definition, he's not growing manufacturing. And Twin is right. It's shrinking. He's losing jobs. Wait. Hold on a second. I'm getting ready to land. And you cannot like the numbers, but you can't dispute the numbers. You can't dispute BLS, the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. You can't argue with them. If they're telling us that we've lost roughly 90,000 to as many, from anywhere between 83,000 and 108,000 jobs, debunking, you can't be mad at, you got to be mad at him. And if you're
I'm not mad, but the question is why?
No.
I don't.
It doesn't matter. No. It doesn't matter. Your claim was no. It does not matter because your claim was that he had grown it. You said that Twin was wrong, that manufacturing jobs had grown, and that he was only mad because he didn't like him. He's actually right, and it has nothing to do with him liking or not liking him. You're wrong.
So first,
and you're wrong based on the numbers.
I said the manufacturing industry has grown. So let's follow what I'm saying. That's what I was speaking on. Then he came with whatever points he was making. I said the manufacturing industry has grown because of the investments into it. So we know that there have been massive layoffs that is not just designated or solely because of Trump. We know that a lot of these industries are laying people off for a lot of reasons, and one of those main reasons is the development of AI. So when you say we're losing these jobs, okay, What sector in the manufacturing industry are these jobs in? Why are these jobs being lost? Why are these people being laid off? That's the question. So yes, you can say the number. Yes, we can identify that people have been laid off, but that wasn't my point of contention. He said that there is no investment being put into the country, and that is a lie. That is just a blatant lie.
Okay,
May I go now?
Hold on, but 1 second, and follow me, because you can't be growing an industry and losing people simultaneously. If it's about America first and Americans are losing jobs, that's the point. Almost 100,000 people have lost jobs, period. The industries are not growing, they're evolving and they're switching to more automation, which is causing some of the loss of jobs. But the bottom line is people are losing their jobs. The industries are not growing, period.
I agree with you, Quinn, on the fact that people are losing their jobs, but I think you can also agree that our culture is shifting, and we're shifting to a more artificial intelligence based workforce. And so, in their eyes, that's growth. In their eyes, that they look at it as, if I'm investing into this artificial intelligence, these machines and all these different things that's playing a part. Yes, these people are losing their jobs, but my company is still going to continue to produce at a cheaper rate, right? So in their eyes, that's growth. So that's why I told Debonair earlier, it's just about how you're viewing it. I agree with you. These people losing their jobs, to me, that's not a good thing. But unfortunately, the culture is shifting.
So debunking, you realize you're double talking right now, right?
I just said it once, so I'm not double anything.
So when I say double talking, you're basically saying they're investing in the country, which means they're investing in manufacturing, and manufacturing is growing. And I was trying to point out to you that we had a net loss in manufacturing jobs. And it was a net loss in manufacturing jobs in his first term. Do you want to know why the manufacturing industry isn't growing? Because he put tariffs on the entire planet, causing factories to close in this country, causing us to pay more for goods. Because despite what the president might say, other countries do not pay tariffs. We do. So when you put an additional tax on imports, those companies either have to eat the cost or pass the cost on to us. The overwhelming majority of the cost has been passed on to the consumer. So whatever investment he might have gotten a commitment for, guess what? When the price of steel, lumber, and all that goes up, you can't build factories. That's why I said you don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, you just don't know what you're talking about. Manufacturing is down in this country.
The funders, the companies themselves are building it. That's where the money is being invested.
No, they're not.
And then secondly, as far as the tariffs, okay, we can say that the tariffs is going to increase cost on things. That's true, but so will a plethora of other things that contributes to the cost of things going up. So at the end of the day, when we're talking about on just a domestic level, okay, we can go with your argument. But when you're talking about on an international level, the game changed. And I think that you're coming from an angle that the president has to only focus on this one country, and that's not true. There are a lot of moving parts when it comes to our global economic stance. And this is why it's important to understand that him imposing the tariffs, yes, we understood that it was going to increase cost of things, but he did it for a reason. Can you tell me what his reason was for?
Can I just
Can he just answer my question right quick?
Yeah, just a moment. Fact. Let me
So, according to this president, we had unfair trade deals. You know, the trade deals he put in place his first term. That's why he did it. I don't know why he put it on. Hold on. You told me to answer your question. I don't know why. I don't know why he did it on Canada when we had free trade with Canada. So can you explain to me why he tariffed Canada?
Can you drop me? I'm not doing a disingenuous conversation.
How am I being disingenuous? This is insane.
He did answer the question, debunking. He did answer the question.
This is
That's
insane.
wicked. That was wild.
The man put Quinn, am I lying when I sat here and said he put tariffs on Canada, and Canada, we had a free trade agreement with Canada? Is that a lie?
That man put that. No, that's truthful. And he put tariffs on the Penguins. The Penguins don't have a budget. The Penguins are starving.
He literally single-handedly increased the price of automobiles in this country by adding extra tariffs on Canada and Mexico.
He did.
Him himself. He increased the price of homes by increasing tariffs on Canada because of lumber. Where am I wrong? Where's the lie?
Not.
He increased the price of oil due to his unnecessary war with Iran, plus his deal that he had in place with OPEC. Where's the lie?
You're telling the truth. I will say this, and maybe the chat. I'm surprised she took off. Because usually that's
because,
her
bro, I don't do this. No. She's talking about I'm being disingenuous. I want her to come back and tell me where I lied. We're in the financial situation, in the fiscal situation we're in as a country right now, due to his incompetence. And she's sitting here saying it's because I don't like him. It's not about me not liking him. It's about me understanding the moves he's making and understand fiscally it's irresponsible. You don't tariff the entire world. And then he lied on the campaign and told us the other countries paid for tariffs. So no, everyone did not understand
You're saying all these countries didn't have no tariffs on us. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that.
Quinn,
that is not what I said.
Hold on, pause. I'm going to respond to Quinn right quick. Quinn, the reason why I'm not engaging in a disingenuous conversation, because I don't feel like getting worked up right now. I am going through a lot and I just don't got time for disingenuous conversations. If we're going to have a conversation, then we need to have it on an honest level. To sit here and act like these other countries was not getting over on us in no aspect is just asinine. Even when you look at different industries, from the pharmaceutical industry, like, what are we talking about? So again, when I don't run.
Wait. Hold on. Go ahead. I thought it was him. I didn't know it was ML. I didn't know it was ML. I didn't know.
I don't run from conversations, but I just bury my knees. I just don't got time for the disingenuous conversations. I just don't. So I'll be back later.
Hold on. It sounds like you ran the bank.
Yeah, because let's just be. let me just be honest. I want to just be straight. So my sister passed just only a few days ago. Somebody that's unalive and has nothing to do with the conversation whatsoever. And I didn't tell anybody about it other than Twin and Legacy.
Sorry for your loss.
Who cares? I don't care about that. That's irrelevant. Has nothing to do with the conversation. I don't need nobody's sorry and all this. Who cares? We're talking about a subject. I don't give one shit about that. We're talking about what actually took place. And what took place specifically is a man, which is currently the commander-in-chief, alluded to this country being robbed because of what he felt we were paying too much for. This is his words. This is what he stated. And the Supreme Court, which you're talking about being disingenuous, the Supreme Court, which is majority conservative, ruled against him because they felt that it was unconstitutional because they didn't see anywhere where this country was faced with a disparity in terms of tariffs. And it's a shame that you even allude to the unaliving of a family member as the reason why you don't want to have a conversation or converse about a subject matter that evidently you don't know much about. But let's also point to something else. In reference to AI, the investments, people actually that are going to benefit are those that's actually coming up with it. The creator of AI, Open AI, y'all see he and Elon in court right now. They're going to benefit from it. The people that's actually going to benefit from it as well is those in which these jobs, they have the competency level. The average person that's a door greeter at Walmart is not going to benefit. The cashier is not going to benefit. The person that's doing stock is not going to benefit. The people that are sweeping or cleaning restrooms are not going to benefit from that. They're not. The whole idea is disingenuous in itself. I'm sorry to tell you, as we mentioned this, maybe that should be a question at some point. But I think people need to really understand how involved AI is and how it is evolving exponentially. This is not, we're not talking about AI evolving in just 2 or 3 months. AI is literally evolving like every second. It's infecting every aspect of any industry. It's going to be in your TVs, and it's going to be in your refrigerators, your stoves, and your pencils and your pens. It's already in people's glasses right now. But a person that's literally blind now can see because of AI, because of Meta glasses. I don't know if y'all seen this story recently. It's everywhere. And yes, as Quinn stated, in terms of automation, it's actually going to be more of it. AI is going to automate, and it's going to eliminate a lot of jobs. Or correction, it's going to eliminate a lot of redundant jobs, things that are repetitive. One of those things are call centers. They're going to cease to exist at some point. Cashiers, what would be the point of? It won't be one. Food industries, McDonald's is testing one right now where there's nothing in there, nothing but it's automated completely. So that's all I want to say. I don't want to steer the conversation away from that, but it's just, sorry, unfortunately, you had someone on a live idea too. Big deal. That's not part of the conversation. None. Go
ML,
ahead.
who deregulated AI?
He did.
Exactly.
They don't know how to address it. So as of right now, they don't know that he actually wants it to evolve and see what ideas, which is another form of manipulation. AI is we can't get into conspiracy theories, but AI is smart enough to be able to predict certain things. And I'll just leave it there. It's capable because many people don't know how to use AI. We're not
Very
talking about you
true.
using AI like you doing a simple Google search. It is so much more than that. But AI is capable of crunching numbers and giving statistics in a way that it would take you probably weeks to months to do. It can do it in a
Absolutely.
matter of nanoseconds. I don't think people actually understand what the capabilities of AI, but I'm gonna leave that conversation right there. Go ahead, Quinn.
The problem that I have with this whole thing is he sat there and he told everybody he was going to do, what was it, 190 deals in 90 days or something like that. It was some ridiculous thing. And if there are actual deals, there's paperwork, there's a paper trail. I'm not saying he didn't get any deals done. He didn't get 90 done. And in some cases, like the China deal, China actually came out ahead on that deal. I'm not saying there weren't terrorists. There were terrorists. But what ended up happening is the tariff deals didn't work out for us the way that he told us that they would work out. He's a bad negotiator. Period. Point blank. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't make you a bad person that you supported him and you still want to support him because that's who you cast your vote for and you want to see him come through because he promised you certain things. Cool. I'm okay with that. But we can't argue the numbers and we can't argue and say, oh, business is growing, but Americans are losing their jobs. You can't have it both ways and you can't hedge your bets. He sat there and he made bad deals. He's created bad economic policies that have led us to being in a bad situation. And this isn't what he promised you at all. And there's no way that you can sit up here and make it a good thing when we all can see clearly it's bad. It's bad. They're not building brand new manufacturing plants for 100,000 workers all over this country. They're just not. And the manufacturing plants that are going up, most of them were done under Biden. The ones that are going up now. But he's lost 100,000 jobs. You can't argue with that. That's just what the numbers are. That's just like him saying he negotiated peace treaties with 9 countries. That's not the truth. It is not. Somebody who lied 30,000 times, you believe everything they say? Come on. And you can't have it both ways where it's you're just doing it because you're just saying that you don't like it because it's him and you don't like him. Well, you're only saying what you're saying because you do like him. I said this a few weeks ago, and it holds true, and I'm gonna land here. You all are in abusive relationships with this man. This man is emotionally and mentally abusing you all. It's like the guy who, DV. It's just like DV. You made me do that to you. You made me do it. I didn't want to do that. You made me do it. This is what he's doing to y'all. It, it's sad. Who's that? Copy?
The fact that he let me just tell you how much of a highway robbery this is and how nobody's talking about it.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
The
Do you guys
fact
have
that
vertical
he
blinds? Vertical blinds?
the fact that he is wants to drop his lawsuit for $10 billion against the IRS to start to create a $1.5 billion weaponization fund says everything you need to know. Says
Shop, that's the total. Fill up the garage. Bitch, I'm a mogul. Ain't no facade.
Blatant corruption. Blatant corruption. These are the same people who will tell you they do not believe in reparations, but they want us to pay for a bunch of pardoned criminals. These people engaged in criminal activity. They sat here and they went inside of a building that was closed due to an official action. They weren't supposed to be in there. They assaulted police officers, and now they're all about to get rich from it. And somehow, some way, me pointing that out, it's because I don't like him. It's not about not liking him. It's about pointing out the hypocrisy. This country literally does not believe in reparations unless you wear a tiny hat or if you're a Trump supporter. Then you can get all the money you want. They're talking about the government was weaponized against these people. Please prove it to me. They went in that building. They beat up police officers. He broke the law, meaning the current president broke the law. He did it. All these people literally are guilty of these things or are about to get money for it. But somehow, as soon as African Americans talk about our plight in this country and how systems are in place to work against us, we are complaining and we just need to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. That's the bull crap I'm talking about. And I'm pretty sure we're going to have a conservative come up here and literally cope and justify this.
Not to mention the EEOC reparations that they given for the discrimination in the workplace against white men. That's two reparations packages in one administration, while black people have been asking for reparations for the atrocities done to our communities over not just decades, centuries. But somehow or another, we're asking for a handout. But they're constantly getting handouts, pull ups, leg ups, subsidize it. Like, at this point, like, I don't even want to have that conversation or argument with anybody on that side of the aisle anymore, because it's all disingenuous. It's like they're literally saying to our faces, we're not going to give you SHIT, but we'll take what your arguments are and we'll spin it around and use those same arguments to give ourselves something. It's crazy work.
Hey, I'd like to just highlight this comment by ASAP. He does have a valid point, though. But handouts for something that we wasn't alive for that's a valid point. Like if
No,
people
it's
were to
not.
get if
Nico,
people
that is
were
not a valid point.
if
Because
people
that
were to all right, so let me ask you this, right? Because reparation is a very sensitive topic to some people, right? Me personally, it doesn't affect my lineage because I have no roots in America per se. And a lot of people don't know I'm an immigrant, so I don't have any roots in America. So it's really not even the topic for me to really discuss. But what does that what I always ask people, what does reparation actually look like for you? What would you want? And not even just the Trump administration, because we've had Obama and Biden and no talks of reparation then. So what would you want a presidential administration to do when it comes to reparations? What would you want?
All right. So first and foremost, and anybody can chime in with me because I can be honest here. The list is extensive. All right. And that's probably why nobody wants to have this conversation, because people like you, and I'm only using you for an example because you just said it. People like you will say, well, that happened so long ago, not taking into account that,
Hey, Fat
like,
Mac.
yo,
Can I just kick it off with this one? How about returning all the land that was stolen?
yeah, I was going to start with that too. I was just going to give my little spiel before, but yeah, definitely returning the land that was taken, restoring.
But the Native Americans, they did get the reparations, right?
Hey,
Native Americans
can
got
I
the
ask a quick
reparations in a
question?
sense.
Yo, all right, hold on. Native Americans got reservations on barren land sometimes that they couldn't even grow the same food that they introduced to the same people who colonized this country and kept them alive long enough so that they could colonize the rest of the country. So let's start there. And I'm not talking about Native Americans. I'm talking about those of us who are descendants of chattel slavery. Now, that's just one aspect that I argue for reparations. We also got black codes. We also got Reconstruction. We also got Jim Crow. We also got redlining. We also got environmental. Yeah, the war on smugs. We got environmental racism. Like the list can go on, Nico. I think the wrong way to look at it, which is the people on the other side of this argument, look at it like, well, I don't think that I should pay for something that I didn't do, right? But the fact of the matter is, there are right now Fortune 500 companies that got their start from benefiting from chattel slavery. And they are still Fortune 500 companies that you trade back and forth on the stock market to this day. So there are a lot of
So
things, and that's
give me
just
an example of those. Give me an example of a company that's still benefiting.
Wells
I'm just
Fargo.
curious. What's a company that's still benefiting?
We don't even have to go into all that. So
I just want
tell.
one. I just want one, ML.
You don't need no.
I personally, from my own
Just
research,
the
I would
fact
rate one
alone
company.
is so.
Give me one company. Whoever said that information, give me one company, please.
If we arguing about, so if you go onto the floor and see, they
All right,
expect
you can't.
type of
How am I supposed to get
conversations.
educated if someone's not answering a simple question for me?
Well, first
You
of
made a
all,
bold
ML.
statement. I
First,
would like to know.
Nico. First of all, ML is
That's
a
not even. That's
mod.
not even. That's
And-
not Fat Man.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
ML
fine.
is.
That's fine, Fat Man.
Nah,
I
I was
got it.
just going to
Appreciate it,
tell
though.
him to, while ML is talking, you can look down in the comments. People are all through the comments naming all of the companies. So I don't have to just give you one. I would give you a list, but I was just respecting ML. I was letting ML go ahead.
You can have it, Fat Man. I'll give it back to you, but let's be very clear about this. While you may be an immigrant, you have been on this panel and chimed in on a lot of Black conversations. So
Yeah,
I don't feel a need to educate you on something that you assimilate yourself in. You put yourself there, and I'm being very blunt about that. If you don't know about the Black plights and stuff and why we are asking for reparations, then that's a you problem. You need to stay out of our affairs, respectfully. If you don't know anything about what's going on in the Black communities, then you need to stay out.
I do know. I live in a Black community. What do you mean?
But you actually need to move out of the Black community. If you don't
Why?
understand why people are asking for reparations and you want to know the reasons behind it, that means you're not doing any self-education yourself.
You
and
see?
You want people just to hand you the papers. I'm not doing your homework for you.
See, that's where you messed up. That's where you messed up at, ML.
The same way you can actually go look for clients and look in your clients and search them out and see who actually would pay you the more money. Yeah, in terms of what you do, it's the same way you can take your cell phone, use ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, whatever it is, and actually do some extensive homework and some research. You can do that.
ML, this is where the conversation got skewed. My question wasn't the why Black people need reparations. I'm for that. My question to you, to everybody in the panel, was, what does that look like? What would you want an administration to do when it comes to reparations?
Simple.
Those are two
Improve the
different questions.
material conditions of Black people. That means invest in our schools that are impoverished and underserved communities. That means lifting certain. That means stop imposing things that suppress us, like our voting rights, things of that nature. That means remove stupid, idiotic EOs like rescind this whole woke ideology or rescinding DEI policies that can't one person to this day tell me specifically what is a DEI practice. They can only allude to what they perceive it to believe. And mind you, Trump cannot specifically tell you or his administration can't specifically tell you what a DEI practice is, because they don't know specifically what the DEI practice is, which is the reason why when it comes to their lawsuits, they lose them.
Let me ask you this, ML. Let me ask you this, right? Because I hear you're holding back your anger while you're talking to me, and I don't know why you're angry.
I'm not angry whatsoever.
But I would tell you this: you want to talk about the investment in communities that aren't prospering, right? So there was a lot of representation before the Civil Rights Act, or whatever the Civil Rights Act, but whatever the Supreme Court just did with the Louisiana case and overturned it, whatever the case is, right? So all these cities that you talk about that are struggling for the Black people are mostly ran by Democrats. Am I correct? Like congressionally, yeah, no, most of them. So, for example, we'll talk about Memphis, right? Because Tennessee just redrew their line and got rid of that one Democratic district, right? So when
I hate this talking point, ML. I really hate this talking point, ML.
Hold on.
Let them have it. Because I'm gonna turn it over to y'all. Let them get it out so we can.
You stop with all that hate stuff. It's conversation. I'm trying to understand other people's perspective on this situation, right? Because a lot of people was in uproar, like, oh my God, Black people aren't going to get representation, this, that, and the third. So with the Tennessee situation, right, they removed the white T guy that's been the Congress or representing that Memphis area for so long, and is full of impoverished Black people that are struggling, crime is high. And then by them removing that person, it's still being represented by a Black woman, but because that Black woman is a Republican, y'all do not support it. That's what I don't understand. So it's three different layers when it comes to being a Black person. It's like you have to be a Democrat, you have to be this, you have to be that. But like what the area itself is being represented by a Black person.
Hold on. Y'all fat Megan twin. Let me just say one last thing to you. So I can't speak to Memphis specifically, but I can speak to Mississippi. And this is where, unfortunately, I'm speaking to your argument, not you per se. So you need to be more educated on what you're actually speaking on. Number one, Jackson, Mississippi is a Democratic ran city. The governor, however, is a Republican, which runs the state of Mississippi. The Congress in question, the senators, the politicians in Mississippi have a Republican majority rule. Anytime a Democrat or the Democrats propose any form of legislation for the benefit of impoverished communities or underserved communities, unless some conditions by the Republicans are met, they vote it down. They have the majority. See, it's easy for you to hear, unfortunately, you being an immigrant and you being Black, you hear this a lot of times where the Democratic cities are ran poorly or they ran poorly, but you don't know about what the Democrats or that mayor has actually done or tried to propose in order to improve the city or the material conditions within the city. All you hear is that they ran down. But what you don't hear about is what that mayor proposed, or what the city or the board proposed, or the city or the council proposed, and then it was struck down maybe because they didn't have enough funding from a statewide, from a federal assistance. They didn't have any of that. They didn't have the appropriate
It's
funding.
Mel.
And
My bad. It's Mel in here, Mel. I want to tell you, I got your packages.
I
This
think he in
came
the
from
comments.
Mel. You guys, but he in the comment. But these should give y'all an update on some of the school supplies that we have purchased. And I got your stuff, Mel. But we're gonna need. I just came for the dinners, y'all. So I'm gonna when I go through some of the things, I'm gonna let y'all know, because I need to make sure that we got some for elementary school, and we also got some for middle school, because we're only doing kindergarten through 8th grade. But May, I just want to let you know your book bags, they all came through. You bought 2 boxes of them, so he bought 2 boxes of the book bags, and I just want to let you know they came through. But these some of the supplies I had got from Walmart. If y'all want to order some things at Walmart and stuff like that, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'll shorten it up. I'll just say that you have to be more educated on policy and local government, because these Democratic ran cities, they're just not ran down because there was a black authority. That's incorrect. There's nuance in it. You got to get educated. I land there. Twin or Matt, go ahead.
Yeah.
So you talk about missing.
Hold on,
What does that say?
hold on. If that was true, Maxine Waters
Give me
would
one
not.
second. I just want to give a shout out to you guys. Mr. Hart, I got everything. Some of the ones that sent Zelles and the Cash Out, man, y'all are amazing. This gonna be very good for the kids. Like I said, we're gonna do a couple of things. We trying to provide 100 kids with school supplies and book bags. We're gonna be cutting kids' hair. We're gonna have a DJ there. It ain't gonna be nothing real big, just because this is my first back to school bash. But we're gonna have a couple of things for the kids there. So cutting hair, we're gonna have a DJ. We might have a motivational speaker. If you do know a motivational speaker here in Georgia, Atlanta area, let me know if you do. And we still trying to figure out what we're gonna do for the girls, because I still haven't really figured out what I can do for the girls, because the boys, we're gonna be cutting their hair. And again, I came from the dentist, so my words a little slur. But thank you to everybody that has contributed. You guys are amazing, and I know they're gonna love it. And you guys has been showing out, y'all. Y'all have been showing out. No, Ben. Yes, that'll be perfect, Mr. Hart. If she can, that will be perfect. But the date, like I said, the date will either be August 1st or July 31st. I will let you guys know soon. So either August 1st, either July 31st, which is that Friday, or August 1st, which is that Saturday, because the kids go back to school, I think that following Monday. Yeah, so go do it. I'm gonna inbox you, Miss Leola. I inbox you. But thank you guys for everything, y'all. So we gotta go. I think we almost at our 100 mark book bag, but it look like we're gonna go over. So it look like we're gonna be doing more than 100 students this year. So that is awesome. Go ahead, though.
So Nico, and this is no personal attack in any way, but it's a great example of what I be saying when I'm talking to people about politics. One of the problems in this country that we are facing, that we are dealing with, that is the reason that we are experiencing the things that we are experiencing, is because the average American citizen with the right to vote has a level of political illiteracy. as it pertains to how things work in this country. Now, you can tell me that there is a Democrat-led city or a Democrat person in their particular district. We can single out people all we want, but the fact of the matter is this. We have a government that works in tandem. If you are a Democrat mayor in a Democrat city in a red state with red House of Representatives and red senators and a red governor, you are fighting an uphill battle when it comes to you being able to do what you can for your particular constituents. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's like, if we don't have
The reason,
hold on, Nico.
okay. Well, just know I don't understand what you're saying because I got examples of when they don't have an uphill battle.
You have slight.
Y'all could have just answered them, right?
Yeah,
They never answered.
I was answering.
They never answered.
I've been answering.
Because you here's why you can't answer me. Because you got.
Let me give you an answer to some of the questions you asked. Right?
I'm back and I'm black.
You asked for a company that benefits from slavery to this day. AGI, U.S. Steel, New York Life, Browns Brothers, and Harriman, Lehman Brothers. I can go on for about 20 different names that wouldn't exist if it wasn't for slavery, and they built a fortune that just continued on to this day, right?
So those companies are 400 plus years old, or 300 plus years old.
Yes, some of them are. Some of them were built towards the end of slavery, but still built at the time. With $20 million is the equivalent of $300 million now. You know what I'm saying? But to answer your other questions, what would I want for reparations? I would want land to cultivate that already has equity in it. I don't want to start from scratch at equity because that's not giving you a leg up for real, especially if you don't know what to do with the land. But more importantly, I want equity in all of the companies that built their fortunes off of slavery, because that is that's the whole portion. The whole point of reparations is not just to get money, to have money. The point of reparations is to balance the scales of all the companies, all of the families that were able to build equity for all of this time. That's what I would like for reparations. I don't really care for getting just straight bread, and I want that paid out like a dividend. I don't want it paid out at once. Me personally, that I'm not speaking for everybody. Me personally, paid out like a dividend. I like it this way because it mitigates people having just too much money that they don't know what to do with, and then they end up going crazy and losing it all. And it gives you time to actually learn what to do with the money.
And it establishes generational wealth. I get what you're saying, Legacy. I was trying to answer his question, but he kept like I got an attention disorder, bruh. Like, I can only talk to one point at a time. So when we're trying to answer you, if you can do your best to try not to move on to something different until we give you an answer, because there's multiple people trying to give you answers, and we're trying to give you understanding, because it seems that giving us the impression as if stand these things, and we're trying to get in detail and in depth so that you could understand. You feel what I'm saying, Nico? So, like, me knowing that you in the same state that I'm in, right? We have a Democratic governor right now, right? We have a Democratic majority in the House of Representatives right now, 6-5, right? And then we got Democratic senators. Now, Abigail Spanberger just came in and completely pushed us forward in the state of Virginia. We getting, like, for instance, Newport News City, the next city over from where I am. That city is moving their minimum wage up to $18 an hour starting July 1st of this year. That's something that would not have happened if there was some opposition pushing back on that. You see what I'm saying? It's a circular type of system, and everybody has to play their part in order for progress to actually happen. If you got people who don't want progress, aka the conservatives, which they want everything to be the same because they benefit from the system remaining the same, then it would be hard for anybody, Republican cities and Democrat cities, to move forward and make progress to help their citizens. So the reason why I started with the diatribe that I started with is, if you really want to understand what's going on, you need to understand or learn how government works. And then you need to take a look back, because you're about to start giving me these individual examples. You need to start taking a look back at the political landscape in those years that you're going to give me all of these individual examples from, and realize what the political landscape looked like for that person in that place as it pertains to the whole United States of America. Because Obama only had, what, 2 years of a Democratic majority in the House and the Senate, and he got some stuff done in those 2 years.
He ain't get nothing done for real. Not for the black people.
Hold on, Nico. We not about to do that. I'm trying to make a point here. What you saying?
It's not landing.
Yeah, it's not landing, because what you didn't let me say was, for the last 6 years of his 2 terms, it was a Republican majority, and Mitch McConnell and all of his buddies in the Republican Party went on a whole crusade of trying to block literally everything that man presented and put forth so that we could have some progress. But that's the part that conservative people tend to ignore when they talk about what Democrats did or didn't do. They don't ever look at the opposition that they had to face.
Mitch McConnell was definitely stepping on everything Obama did. I'm not going to ignore that.
Yeah, and it's almost the same thing for Joe Biden when he was in office. Now, we started out having to recover from a Panera Bread, right? So the first 2 years, we were recovering from the fumbles of the end of the Trump administration 1.0. But then in the latter 2 years after recovery, we had Republicans stonewalling again.
We stop blaming Trump for the C-19 and blame the person who was really behind it.
I'm not blaming Trump for the C-19. I'm blaming his mismanagement of it.
No, he was lied to by the guy who was a part of the...
All right, whatever. He was lied to. His people lied to him, and they fumbled it. However you want to frame that shit. It was a playbook in place set by Obama, the president before him.
No curse, bro. No cursing.
My bad. Can I just say something? My language. Can I say something?
Oh, man. Paul, why? I can't.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Did you watch? Have you been watching the documentaries that have been coming out, and all the scientists that have been coming out and speaking against
None of that conspiracy stuff up here. None of it whatsoever.
Yeah,
it's conspiracy theory when people who are hold on.
We are not
the conspiracy theorists when scientists, people who are.
So we are not doing C-19 conversations, documentaries, none of that.
You can't do that, man. You gotta let that man finish his statement because everything
is protecting the live.
He interrupted.
Protecting the live. Yeah. Fact, Matt, 1 second. To you, Nico, and to Big Hawk, this is Twins Live. Let me make it very clear. Twin, 1993 Twin. Under no circumstances are we, myself and Legacy and the Mars in the comments, are going to allow anyone to get this live taken down, whether you want to agree with it or not. We have seen in the past, people's lives, including ours, have been flagged. Twin has been struck for 7 days. So if you want to discuss that and talk about documentaries and conspiracies, leave. That is a absolutely zero tolerance subject. We're not getting into it. We're not doing it. Leave it alone.
And
come back up, Paul.
Yeah, and that was moving away from the point that I was trying to make. Quite literally, Democrats and their administrations, historically, as long as I've been alive, and I'm about to be 38 years old this year, as long as I've been alive, Democrats.
And we got to welcome LeBron in when you get done with your point.
Yeah, Democrats have had to clean up the messes that Republicans have left them. What I am trying to tell you is it's not just on the president. It's a tandem effort between Congress, the executive office, and the judicial office. Like all three branches of government have to work together. So yes, if Democrats had a majority for 20 years straight, it would be easy to track all of their progresses or their failures. But since that is not the case, and we always have opposition, and I'm even talking about Democrats pushing back on Republicans, because we have an oppositional government, things take longer to happen. And there are instances, especially in the last 2 decades, where you can clearly see that one side, and I'm not going to name the side, but you pretty much know what I'm talking about, is always in the way of progress, not just because it's bad for people, but because of the fact.
They got you for lying.
No, shut up. That's my battery. Anyway, not what I'm saying is one side has been in the way of progress. Because one thing you can say, when Democrats get progressive policies pushed, even Republican constituents benefit from those policies, i.e., the Affordable Care Act. Then they gutted that, and now rural hospitals are closing in red states and in rural areas where now somebody grandma got to drive 3 hours to get to the closest hospital. So like let's just have a genuine conversation here.
Hey, Fat
talk
Mac,
about this.
can I get in here real quick?
Go ahead.
AK, where you been? You supposed to been contributing to this back to school bash, and you been ghost. But go ahead, get in there right quick.
I can tell you why, twin. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's because you don't have enough white kids in it. I told you that.
So, Fat Mac,
you always asking crazy.
to answer Nico's question about Democratic areas, see, he tried to bring up Memphis, and I'm shocked he didn't say a place like, like Louisville or something like that, where you have a Democratic city in a Republican-controlled state. But he ain't say New York City, where you have the mayor of New York City working with the governor. When you have the mayor of New York City working with the governor, and his initiatives are directly benefiting the people of New York. See, when you have a tandem government in which they want to help their people, things like closing a $12 billion budget hole in your local budget goes away in the first 100 days of you being mayor. You get things like
where's the receipts to that?
You get
Hey, no. You need to provide receipts for that. I saw that.
Sir, Google's free.
Let them finish.
Sir, Google's free. This was literally on the news.
I Googled it and I couldn't find it nowhere. Inside.
I don't know how you couldn't find it. So you need to tell me if you Google Mondani closes $12 billion budget deficit, it's not going to tell you how he did it.
I will see a headline that says that Mondani claimed that he has a 0%.
So Mondani was able to close the $12 billion budget deficit in New York City by taxing rich people who have a second home in New York.
Where's that at though?
Raising $500 million a year, and he was able to work with Albany to get that passed. He also has other initiatives to give you free child care for your children under that. I think it's under 2 years, 2 ages and below, which helps parents with that age group get free child care. He's also opening up $500 million. He's also opening up.
You have to let him finish
supermarkets. He's also opening up supermarkets, government-owned supermarkets in places. It doesn't matter what you ask me. You can tell me where I'm lying. You could go look it up. I'm telling you, they closed a $12 billion budget deficit. You ain't gotta like it.
Mr. Hart just said he didn't raise property taxes.
He didn't raise property taxes. I said he raised taxes on people who own 2 homes in New York State. That's what I said, in New York City.
And he was able to get $12 billion because you just said $500 million.
I said he worked
$500 million and
with
12.
I said he worked with Albany to close the budget deficit. That's what I said.
Where did the money come from?
By raising taxes on rich people in New York State.
You just said $500 million.
I only gave you one initiative.
Where else did the money come from?
How about you look it up?
How about you say
He just said that the property taxes on the second homes didn't go through. So how did he get the money? They said
Who said anything about raising property taxes? I said he raised
the taxes.
I didn't say anything about property taxes.
So if you taxing someone for having a second home, what is that?
Yes. That's not a property tax, it's a tax.
Okay, so did he raise $12 billion?
Did I say he raised $12 billion off that one initiative?
Where did the rest of the money come from?
You just want to argue, Big Hawk, and I'm not. Listen,
no,
I'm not going to argue with you, Big Hawk. What I'm not going to do with you is argue with you, Big Hawk. Google's for free. Google is free. You can look it up. You can go point for point on how he closed the budget deficit. All I'm sitting in here saying is when you have a Democratic city that works with a Democratic governor, things can happen in the positive for the people of that Democratic city. That's my ultimate point. You just want to argue with me.
Okay, so what's going on with LA and California with the light rail? They've been blue for God knows how long, and their cities are trash. Chicago, why did the Bears leave the stadium? I mean, not the stadium, they left the state because Chicago's going down the craps. Democratic mayor, Democratic governor, they got the whole trifecta. Why is that city trash?
Let's talk about
Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles. She just went off the rails, got caught for lying about the Palisade fires.
So Nico, let's just keep things in perspective right now. When you talk about trash cities, quote unquote, right? Do you know how many cities in this country that wouldn't be trash if we stopped dumping so much of our tax-paying money into a defense budget and focus on infrastructure and environmental policies and all of the things that Donald Trump demonizes with his campaigns? Do you know how much could get done? Do you know how many red cities? I'm not even going to talk about the blue cities because y'all love to use these tiny individualistic examples of cities that are run by Democrats, not understanding that even though these cities are run by Democrats, states receive their funding from federal government. And these states have to fight tooth and nail with the same people that you side with that don't even like you, first of all. And none of it, like all progress, it's just creeping to like this snail-like pace.
Bro,
like,
I'll be honest with you, bro. I've been a conservative since 2012, bro. I have not ran into a Republican that did not like me, bro. That narrative is dubbed, bro. This is 2026. People love each other.
I'm not talking about
racism like that.
I'm not
I'm
talking about the constituents. I'm talking about the party and the people who actually govern in the party. They only use you as a token, and when you get spent, that's done.
Can I say something? I'm only getting that Ramadani reported it, but I don't see no facts to back up what he said. And I'm not arguing. I'm just wondering because I've been looking for it.
The three ways he raised the money, in this case, the billions of dollars. The first way was by basically raising property taxes on the second home over $5 million. Right. The second way was he lobbied the governor for additional federal monies into the state and basically wrote IOU. Yeah, monies, yes.
So the
third way is he cut business consultants at the education department, cutting their fees entirely. And then he also hired more cheap teachers, which made a net negative basically on the budget. So those are the three ways he raised that money.
Can you show me where it is when the deficit, you know how you can Google search what deficit rerun and actually see the numbers? Can you give me the website so I can see it?
You'll have to see it next year.
Okay, next year. So all it's saying right now is what Mandani said, right?
I mean, there are people that have reported. There are people that have reported, and there are people that have reported in the cabinet and the council that this is what's going on.
So we have to wait till next year to actually see if that is a fact, right? Because anybody can come out and say they did something.
This is insane. Okay.
Now, how is it insane? Trump lies all the time.
Okay, so it's just I don't believe that. Like all you're saying is I don't believe it without.
No, I never said that. But
hold on.
When somebody says when Bill Clinton came up there and said I cut the deficit. Hold on, Fat Mac, calm down. Wait. When Bill Clinton came up there and said, I cut the deficit. He had the House, the Senate, him, and all the people responsible for it, all the economists, all this, right? And they actually brought up bulletin board posters and pointed to it with a stick and said, this is how we did it.
But that's what he did as well. You just
Where?
haven't
No, he
listened to it.
didn't. He just
Yes,
said
he has. He's given speeches and he's presented a PowerPoint of cardboard cutouts saying this is what we will do.
Okay.
He's done that. You
So
just haven't
basically,
listened to it.
so basically you're saying with his, this is what he should have been said, right? If what we said, the policies we implemented, if they follow through, these people pay these taxes, these people do X, Y, and Z, we will successfully cut the budget. Would you think that would be an accurate statement to make better?
All right, so like
No,
I
it's
was
more,
trying to
these are the
say,
commitments that we've made
hold
and
on,
what we
Ghetto,
are
give me a
doing
second
currently.
because I'm gonna read off of a .gov from a .gov source. All right, so key strategies he used to balance the budget: taxing the rich, secured a new pied-à-terre tax on luxury second homes, and reduced a business tax credit for millionaires, pension restructuring, delayed payments into the city's public pension funds, and extended the payment schedule through 2037, generating short-term savings, state bailout and aid, partner with Governor Kathy Hochul, I believe that's how it's pronounced, to secure several $billion in Albany aid, which included delaying an expensive mandate to reduce public school class sizes and administrative efficiencies and savings. Achieved a $1.7 billion in savings by cutting wasteful contracts, reducing administrative expenses, and relying more on staff attrition rather than filling vacant city jobs. So, like, they have the bullet points. It's
Wait,
just
yep.
that
What you just said was some things that this administration cut out.
Bro, you be
Yeah, but
watching
before we go any further,
YouTube, but you don't be
we got to
looking
get
at
in
shit.
EK.
You be watching YouTube, but you don't be Hawk. You be watching YouTube, but you don't be
Big
looking
Hawk,
like you don't do actual research.
you gotta give me the link to the Temu the mobile gold posts you be buying, bro. Like y'all be having these movable gold posts, and I just need to know where that sale happened because it seemed like all of y'all got them. Y'all never stay on the point at hand. It's like you ask for something,
Okay,
I
but
prove it to you, and then you start moving the gold posts. So can we just establish that you got what you asked for?
Didn't he just say? Didn't he just say that they won't know if the budget is balanced till next year? February?
Oh my gosh!
What if they start spending more money at the
Bro,
towards the end of the year?
you on some bullshit. Like you just.
I'm being honest. I'm being honest.
I'm gonna be honest.
You have to wait till the fiscal
Language,
year.
no cursing. No cursing.
Hold on,
You
Ghetto.
have to wait till the fiscal year ends.
I'm gonna be honest too. If was a fifth, we'd all be drunk because what if Donald Trump never started a new war? What if he never proposed blanket?
Y'all still be complaining?
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? It's just disingenuous with you, bro. I be trying to have a conversation with you, but it's so hard because it's never you never being genuous.
I am being
bro.
100% genuous right now. Is the fiscal year ending in New York?
He's Dominican. He's not going.
Yes or no?
He's Dominican.
You be gaslighting, bro. I swear.
Oh my God! People can't ask questions, and when you ask them questions, they call you gaslighting.
No,
is the fiscal
You about to
year
start acting ghetto now
in New York? Yes or no?
You said what?
Is the fiscal year up in New York City?
No.
Yes or no? Thank you very much. I'm
Is
on to EK now, twin.
Is the WAR in Iran done or no?
Black bro, just say Iran. No, it's not.
First of all,
why he can't say Iran? Why what black?
You try to the black intellects come up here and try to say
hold on.
Iran.
The Dominican.
Iran.
There's a reason for that.
Just say Iran. Just say Iran.
There's a reason for that, Hawk.
Just say Iran.
As an educated black man, if I want somebody to respect me, I have to show respect. Something that you're not familiar with. That's how it works.
Nah, that's some stupid.
But let's
ass
welcome in.
Thank you, EK. I know it,
Language,
EK.
EK. Watch your language.
You don't say Mexico.
Watch your language. Watch your language. Let's watch your language, please. Watch your
say
language. You come
Yaza.
up cussing.
Or
You come up
Palestine.
And get
But
off
hold
my
up,
back.
fat man. Let's welcome in. We can welcome in. Go ahead, though, EK. Yeah, you muted. You have to unmute.
Yeah, I gotta agree with Big Hawk. Stop with the nonsense. You motherfuckers didn't start talking about Iran.
Give me 1 second. I just said watch your language. You come from them live when they be acting ghetto and cussing each other out and dogging each other out.
Twin,
and you try to bring them. Yeah. You at Twin Live now.
Okay.
Take your Centrum.
And my mods will mute you.
Can I say MFs?
Yeah, you say MF.
All right, UMFs just started doing that shit because you heard it on TikTok.
Damn, bro.
And now it's cool.
Now you said MF
You still
again, bro. You still
Hey, Twin. He been going off all weekend. I've been watching him.
That's
Twin.
fine. Hold on.
He been
That's the
going off all
Galaxy though,
weekend.
EK. That's the Galaxy. So you owe me a Galaxy. Y'all didn't have to remove them.
Like that was definitely about to get under my skin.
Go ahead. You all Moon said you on whiskey. You drinking?
I don't drink at all.
Oh, go ahead then.
Never drank.
That's boring.
Don't drink. All I do is smoke cigars. That's the only thing.
You can't say that word, no.
Oh, how can you say puff?
Yeah,
Dang,
puff.
what can you say? I puff on cigars. That's about it. So what are we talking about today? Now that I got over that little pet peeve of mine with people trying.
So do you think the black vote is due to everything going on? Do you believe that the black vote is fading away?
No, according to the election.
Thank you, Gucci. The Republican Party.
Yeah, you said is the black vote fading away from?
Where'd you get these polls at?
CNN.
Go ahead.
If I'm lying, I'm unaliving. I'm not lying. You know the guy who comes on there and gives all these, the stats and stuff about the polls, whatever his name is. I saw it about a week and a half ago. You can pull it up, and you can.
Can I just say something, Twin? To smoke a cigar and not have nothing to wash it down.
You can't say the S word.
Puff a cigar and not have nothing. I agree with you. To puff a cigar and not have nothing to wash it down.
The same
is diabolical
thing, bro.
I'm thinking the same thing though. Like, bro, you just got ashtray, bro.
What's up, sis? What's going on, Tay?
So,
y'all tell my sister, Tay, what's up in the chat for me, chat. Tell my sister what's up.
Speaking about
hold on, Did you get the Galaxy?
Love you too, sis.
Twin, did
yes,
you
we
get the Galaxy?
We seen him come across the screen.
Do it again.
See,
he did.
See, ML, I knew he was gonna be on some of that.
I didn't see it.
You can look and see who sent you stuff, Twin. Stop.
My bad. But in reference to what the comment he just made, he referenced to as more black support in the Republican Party, which is already minuscule at best. That doesn't improve the material conditions of people in said impoverished places. We know specifically, or at least let me not say we, because I've learned today that a lot of people that come on this panel don't even know Black history. So let me not say we, let me say me. Historically in Mississippi, Republicans haven't supported anything as it pertains to the impoverished conditions in the Black communities. Nothing. Zero.
Nada.
But Democrats have. So we do have a lot of impoverished people, particularly Black, in these areas, in Black communities. So I would like for EK to go ahead and unmute and tell the whole classroom if, in fact, Republicans actually support these impoverished communities. And if so, what specific bills outside of the worthless opportunity zones have Republicans pushed that support Black communities?
So I will be happy to do that. But before I do that, ML, let me say, first of all, you moved the goalpost. What I was responding to directly was somebody saying that Republicans are bleeding Black support. That's what I addressed. I didn't address anything about what Republicans have done.
I know what it did. I know what you did. I know, but I
Okay, then
purposely moved the goalpost to put you on Front Street for you to tell everybody in here what exactly are they supporting in those communities. I
so
want you because I know you. I know you have some political, intelligence. I would like for you to give us a bill, a EO that specifically supports those not blacks, but those people of color in those impoverished or underserved communities. I'm purposely putting you on the spot. And Legacy, by all means, please chime in whenever you're ready. Outside of the opportunity zones and the First Step Act, please, you or Legacy, chime in, or even Prodigy for this point. Go ahead and chime in. Give us the bill. Twins right there. He has his mic on. He's ready by his computer. He can look it up.
The expansion on child tax credits and no tax on tip, no tax on overtime, which majority of underserved community people work a lot of overtime and a lot of people work for tips. That helps them out. It may not change their life, but having a little bit more money in your pocket is
So
something.
let me say it again.
That's the instant
What?
gratification.
So let me say it
I don't think
clearly
I
and
can. I
loudly
don't
where
think I
you all
can.
can hear.
And let's
What?
not forget too,
What?
Kathy Holcomb was against no tax on tips, and that's a Democrat
What?
trying to
So
trying
Y'all
to
not
do it for progressing in
listening.
life.
Y'all not
you're not
listening.
listening. Exactly. He's not listening, Legacy. So let me say it again for you. What Republican policy has been put in place that actually has improved the material conditions of individuals in impoverished communities or underserved communities?
And I don't think I can.
Name one.
I don't
You
think I
can't.
can answer you because I'm still stuck on EK throat being drier than a rattlesnake vagina. I don't understand how you smoking. I mean, puffing
I
without
appreciate
no
you
liquor.
coming up with that point. I appreciate that
I'm
statement,
sorry,
Legacy.
that was
That
funny.
that's your that
I'm
is your,
sorry, that was
that is
funny.
your legal
I can
that is
tell
your
you,
way of deflecting. I'll take that.
no, I'm not deflecting.
Wait,
I
wait.
don't run from nothing, ML. I never run. I may be wrong, but I'm not running from nothing. I
Too
stopped
old
running
to
when I
run.
stopped lying and stopped running when I stopped getting whoopings. And if I'm scared, I call the police. So I don't run from nothing.
Right.
But to answer you quickly, Legacy, when I'm on the golf course, I puff a cigar, and there are many other beverages besides alcoholic that you can use to quench your thirst.
Well, let's
So
make sure we be mindful when we
One of them
speak
is
on those,
Listerine.
please. Let's be mindful.
to answer you directly, ML, my political philosophy has always been for smaller government. I'm not for big government. I think the less bills we have, the better for the individual voter in this country. Because you can show me maybe a few bills that supposedly were directed to black people over the last 60 years, but I haven't seen any significant increase in black people's life and their prosperity when you compare it to everybody else, even though the Democrats claim to be the ones that back black people. What I feel like is if the government would just stay out of our business, get out of our way, we can make our way on our own. That's the
So
philosophy that I
I
have.
appreciate that.
So
I
I don't
appreciate the
depend
res-
on,
Oh,
hold
go
on, I'm
ahead.
almost finishing, man. I don't depend or look for the government to be my provider or, in fact, my protector. See, that's the philosophical difference that you and I have. I don't depend on the government because if they give it to you, they can take it away. If they're providing for you, they can control what you do, how you think, and how you act. I stay away from that as much as possible.
Gotcha. So
Hey,
I'm going to
ML.
say this one more time. Just one second, twin. This is the last time I'm
I
going
just
to
had
ask
a
you.
real quick question for you. Just real fast, please.
What?
Didn't he just sit here and say when he's scared he called the police? So what do you mean he don't believe in the government protecting him? Isn't the police the
Right.
government? I
Yeah.
tell you, these
But
people just
no,
say
no,
anything.
let's go back to what he said. So
Actually,
I'm only doing this because I'm only doing this to you, EK. It's because Legacy does it to us. So I'm going to return the favor, and I'm going to put you back in that corner. And the corner is this. The corner with the question is this. I asked you, regardless of how your dependency or non-dependency on the government, I asked you specifically, what Republican policy piece of legislation, EO, actually was put in place to improve the material conditions of Black people or people of color in underserved communities or impoverished communities. I specifically worded it that way for a reason. Now, if Legacy would like to help you, which he's probably going to lose back to your throat again, fine. You're on your
He
own.
gonna do what to the throat?
I don't.
Just Paul, give me a moment of silence, real quick.
ML, I don't need help because I don't think you understood what I said. I don't consider it a win when the government puts policies in specifically to help any group, because when the government gets involved, generally the people, and particularly the people on the bottom, end up losing. So when they say we're going to provide this for you, this for you, and that for you, all that does is lead to government dependency as far as I'm concerned. So I'm not going to give you any bills because I don't want to see any bills.
Let me clarify something. When Legacy said throw, he was referring to EK and his cigar. That's why I mentioned that. Back to the conversation at hand. So what you should have done, which I didn't expect you, Tay actually said it. There isn't any. For the 539 people that's in here, there isn't any. This is the reason why EK respectfully is purposely not answering the question, and he's diverting to.
I don't know of anything. And hold on, ML, I'm gonna answer that. I thought it was clear that I'm not looking for it and don't want it. So if they don't give us any, I'm happy. It's not a win for me.
No, hold on.
You think it's a win? No. You think it's a win if I can provide that for you. I'm not looking for it. And in fact, I'm actually
a win.
Against
it's
it
actually,
because
it's actually not a win. It's actually a no win for us. It's a no win for us. And I'm going to tell you how. So I know you think I'm smiling. You think I'm actually over here championing because I, pushed you into a corner and for a question that you actually can't answer. But it's actually pretty sad. Because the fact of the matter is,
I
you
need
don't want to
6
answer.
more, chat. 6 more Daily Heart
You
minutes.
don't.
I answered it 3 times, ML. Are you not listening?
No, and you didn't listen to the word, and you're only hearing what you want to hear. It's called selective hearing.
No, it's not. You asked me to provide let me repeat your question to me so you can hear that I understood.
Okay.
You said, give me one policy, one bill that was passed under the Republican administration. I'm assuming you're talking about the current one that is specifically help Black people. Wasn't that your question?
So people of color. So the answer.
Color, Indians, Asians, Latinos. I'm talking about Black people.
The fact of the matter, ML, is he's states federal government. They are only it's not the government of the United States of America. Yeah, because he trying.
It's a reason why.
Because Legacy may have a slightly different political outlook than I have. We're all individuals in here. And by the way, my friend, whoever that was that said that I'm doing this only because of that, the same thing applies to you.
You can chime in.
The same thing does not apply to me because what happens in this country with the government that I am governed under, being a United States citizen, is some things will benefit me, other things might not benefit me, but it's not about me. It's about the American people. The 300-something million American people in this country are governed by the people that we elect. So they don't just work for me, they work for all of us. So when you say stuff like,
thank you.
So
crazy. It's crazy that he doesn't expect the government that we pay taxes to do anything for us. That's insane. That is the most insane thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's not even the worst thing. That's not even the worst thing. Hold on, EK, you've cut me off so many times, bro. I'm gonna say my last part, and then you can have a product we gotta get into. He been cutting me off the entire time. Yeah, but I ain't gonna get into it with him. But let me just say my last part. The crazy part is what Twin and Fat Mac just said. And it's a reason why Legacy, I know Legacy is the reason why he's being quiet on this somewhat. Is that we expect, based off what EK said, mind you, the government is the one that pushed all this on us. All the prohibition, all of the Jim Crow laws, all the suppression, discriminatory practice, oppression, particularly in the South. But we can't expect them to improve our conditions when they hampered our conditions. That is crazy work. Again, we're not talking about EK messing up my material conditions. We're not talking about maybe Legacy or Big Hawk affecting my material, or even Prodigal for this matter, affecting my material conditions. We're talking about the United States government, which was in place, that affected the material conditions, which is supposed to be protecting me. That's what I'm referring to. And since AK didn't answer, I'm not going to say anything else after this. There is no Republican policy unless you're trying to get out of jail, First Step Acts, or the failed opportunity zones, which did not work. And then the no tax on tips, which Black people statistically are not making much money off of in the first place. Yeah. But what did help us is the ACA. That helped us. What it did help us is the funding of the HBCUs. What it did help us is 2 EOs that Biden put in place. But I'm gonna let it there. Prodigal, go ahead.
Yo, what's good, y'all? I guess it's a good time for me to bring up, like, I guess what I came up here to talk about, which is kind of conservative fatigue, frustration with kind of like the situation that's going on right now. I haven't really stayed fully up to date with all the latest news. The reason being is because it's all a bunch of. Can I curse today? No, I can't. It's all a bunch of BS.
No, you can't. No. You
can't. It's all a bunch of BS. Like everything that's all the headlines right now is it's filler. Anyone that watches anime, it's all filler right now, which is why I've got my head down on what I'm doing. But I say all that to say that I come with some grievances about the president right now. I mean, I heard Big Hog, I heard EK bring up some things that, as a conservative, I think are good, right? I don't disagree. But this term for Trump is right now looking bad in certain lights. And Trump term one was a lot better than what we got going on right now. And here's why I say that. We wanted a continuance of what we had in Trump term one, with more concrete structure and a more efficient government. Now I hear a lot of you conservatives say, we're here for less government. That's more like a libertarian stance. I completely understand that. I'm not fully a just less government person, because what does less government do? What does it solve? Does reduction actually solve anything? So my standpoint really is I want a more efficient government. Now that can mean reduction in certain places, but more production in other places. It's just all about efficiency, right? I say all that to say that right now I'm watching this man go against everything that he stood for. I recently got into the whole Trump phone situation because I remember that whole thing coming out. I know you guys remember the T1,
What happened?
No idea.
I got a phone.
Yeah. So while he paused, the fact of the matter remains that this government is supposed to be by the people, for the people.
Here we are now, 5 years into his.
By the people, for the people.
Sorry. Here we are 5 years into his presidency, and there's nothing concrete. Like the EOs were great, and I defended his EOs when they came about. But what do we have that's concrete? Nothing. And he's going against the very things that he stood for when it came to the I state and the lobbyists. He spoke against those things. And now, day by day, I'm watching him his morals and his onion shield just unravel. And I said something today to myself. It was like, I used to defend this man, but now day by day he becomes more and more indefensible. And so my grievances might not be the same as some of the people that are liberals here. You guys might have other arguments, as to why you don't, like Trump. But as someone that looked to him to do certain things,
somebody can't say,
he's missing the point.
Did you buy it?
Did I buy what? Hell no. What? Come on now. I'm a wolf, not a sheep. I don't.
So how are you going to handle this? Like, what you going to do for midterms?
I mean, so let me tell you what I actually. I had a conversation with my lady the other day. A serious, like, we had a money date, or what I call money dates, and I had a serious conversation with her that a recession is coming. A recession is inevitable and it's coming. And there's a few indicators that I like to look at. One of them is that it's not a strong one, but it's interesting. It's the spaghetti indicator. I don't know if anyone knows about it, but it's like alcohol consumption and how it skews higher end alcohols and are tend to get consumed less as we go towards recession, and people start trading in the Don Julio for Espion and cheaper liquors and Everclear and Miller Lite. So we've seen that indicator kind of like shift upwards this year, as well as the AI bubbles coming. Like, everybody's been talking about it.
Fred,
right?
since you had that change on Shiny and stuff, Fred, inbox me for you can contribute to the back to school badge, Fred. Go ahead, finish up.
Yeah, no. So last thing, the AI bubble is coming, right? And everybody's talking about it. Like, AI is here. And another thing that I just came to, like, a solid realization is it's here to stay. Like, we're too late to the fight that we should have fought with AI. And that's unfortunate for us as humans. We should have banded together and fought a good fight when it came to data privacy and ISP providers taking your information and all that 10 years ago and 15 years ago. We should have fought that fight, but we didn't. And so now we have AI, and that's the outcome. And it's too late. So the bubble's coming.
DJ.
The bubble's coming, and the people that are actually going to lose jobs are the white collar people. It's actually going to be the fintech, the finance bros, and paralegals and lawyers and stuff like that. It's going to be white collars.
What is making you?
Thank God I decided not to go to college and be a crane operator, huh, Twin?
What? This is all to say. This is all to say. Like, shit's about to hit the fan. I'm seeing it. I'm just coming to, like, spread my knowledge. And my grievances. But
my thing is, y'all voted for all this. Like, what the hell?
Hold on one second. But see, let me tell y'all something important.
That's not the simple part of it.
Here's what is important. One thing about this. So just today, Twin, and I told you about this already, but we're just going to address it. Okay. So he got approval. The DOJ announced today. Specifically, let me quote, the Trump administration announced Monday the creation of a $1.7 billion fund to compensate allies of the Republican president who believed they were mistreated by the Biden administration's Justice Department, an arrangement that the Democrats and the government watchdogs decried as corrupt and unconstitutional, which it is. The anti-weaponization fund of $1.776 billion is part of a settlement that resolves President Trump's so-called lawsuit against the IRS over a leak of his tax returns. It would allow people who believe they were targeted for prosecution for political purposes to apply for payouts, creating what Todd Blanche calls a lawful process for victims. Now, here's the problem. He is taking taxpayer money and who he feels is an ally to him, not just anybody, an ally, and taking taxpayer money and whoever he deems as an ally, or in this case, maybe went along with Stop the Steal, he's going to pay them out or whatever amount it may be. This in itself is public, undeniable corruption. You can't. This is on epic proportions. He is literally taking taxpayers' money. They are. And going to use it to fund who they feel is worthy or whoever they feel was targeted and was an ally of Trump's. Make that make sense. Mind you, he could be setting up a fund to alleviate some of the pain off the pumps for those that he stated that it would be no WARs or it will be no increase of anything. Yeah, I think you all need to put this, whether you're on the prodigal, I can kind of gather what yours is. Nico, I don't know what yours is.
I mean,
I've heard
we're
legacies,
just doing
but
the utter
this,
destruction. That's my point.
What did you? I heard my name. What happened?
Hold on. So it cut out when you were actually explaining your grievances. There was like a whole 30-second chunk that went missing.
What part
So
did you not hear? My bad. I was getting blown
No,
up.
you're good. The reason why I asked, did you purchase the Trump phones? Because you said something about the Trump phones and then it just went blank for 30 seconds. And then you came back talking and we don't know what.
Oh
what
yeah.
happened.
So like the Trump phones, my grievance with the Trump phones is that, you know, he was supposed to be like a pioneer of bringing like manufacturing back to the US, right? And the Trump phone idea was, in my eyes, a good way for him to say, hey, like I'm bringing forward a piece of technology produced here in the US. You know, I'm going to be the president, the leader in this whole kind of movement, right? And then, you know, we come to find out that all this wording has changed. Like you BS, man. You BS. You drop the ball. You drop the ball completely.
So it was a grift, is what you're saying.
Huh?
So it was a grift.
I mean, I don't really use the word grift. So like, all I'm saying is it was a bunch of I wish Twim to let me cuss right now because honestly, that's what it was. It was a bunch of crap. It was a bunch of crap.
But he's out here singing Young Miami. That's crazy.
I mean, $126 phone from China that you have to say now was designed or materialistically designed in America because you can't say it was produced. Like you dropped the ball, dude. You dropped the ball completely on leading that whole movement. And now what is Apple? What is all the other companies that you're trying to bend their hands to make them come to America supposed to do when you couldn't do it yourself? And I get it. He can blame those same companies and the whole tech sphere for it. But you're the president. That's all I got to say. When it comes to business like that, you're the president. Make it work. Make it happen. I need something concrete. I don't need $126. I don't need my president producing a $126 Chinese phone, slapping an American flag on the back of it and calling it some, you know, giving me some BS jargon to make it seem like it's American. Like it's crap. Pisses me off.
Go back to EK. Have him unmute. EK, you can hear me. We need to know what you feel about this $1.7 billion ally fund that he's been using taxpayer money, mine and yours, to pay out to allies who he feels was targeted.
So when it comes to that, and I haven't done much research on it, I will do more. The thing is that there were people who were unjustly prosecuted. I'm not talking about people who attacked law enforcement officers, but if they were unjustly prosecuted, I think they should receive some restitution for it. If the government did something wrong, then the government needs to pay and be responsible for it.
Twin, did you just hear this?
Oh, brother. Him and Debonair taking the cake today, ML.
Did you just hear this, Twin?
ML, that's like Debonair. You beating a dead horse, unalive horse, man.
This is pretty sad.
Don't get yourself stressed out.
Put all your politics aside. If the government did something wrong and wronged some people, should they be compensated?
But these people weren't wrong.
I was asking ML. Well, if they weren't wrong, then they shouldn't be compensated. Did you hear what I said? If the government did something wrong and harmed people, don't you think those people should be compensated?
Sir.
That's all I said.
Sir. The fact is you even decide to give a complete sentence in regards to this matter is disturbing enough.
Do you care about immigrants getting our taxpayer dollars?
ML, you gave a whole paragraph to the subject.
Wait a minute. But see, I don't think you're looking at it from such a surface level response. First and foremost,
the government. You want me to tell him why it's wrong? I think he needs to hear it from me.
Let me just give him the nicer way, just for 1 second. I'll be short so you can respond to him. Gladly.
I'm probably going to
EK,
want to respond to you before he responds to that.
I'll be quick. So EK, we hadn't got anything from what they've been doing for us. We should have been had fun. We should have got funded from the government 60 years ago. If that's the case, 65 years ago, we should have got funding when they unalived MLK. We should have got funding when they took part in what happened to Malcolm X. We should have got funding when they took part to with Medgar Evers, what they did to James Meredith, what they did to the Black Panther Party, what they did with the Jim Crow laws in the South. We should have got funded with the Dred Scott case, when the Supreme Court actually said that we didn't have a right to fight for our rights and it was unconstitutional. So we should have been paid a long time ago. But
Go grab
now,
your Democrats to pay you.
I got a response. Are you finished, Jamel? Because I don't want to step.
I'm gonna land here.
Well, he
I
was
don't want.
interrupted.
What legacy? Legacy go. I was gonna tell him, control legacy on this. Control your anus, legacy. Look, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and land.
Pause.
I'm gonna go ahead and land and let you respond.
All right, cool. So first of all, that's totally different. And if you ask me that, my response would be I agree. But again, both parties have dropped the ball on that. We have had multiple presidents since the 1960s, many of whom, at least for the first 2 years, had supermajorities in the House and the Senate and the presidency, and neither party acted on it. So I'm not going to argue with you there. Black people have been wrong, and they should have been compensated. So you won't even get an argument with me on that. But that's not what you asked me. You specifically asked me about this. And what I said, I don't think anybody can dispute it. If a person has been wronged by the government and they can prove it, the government should have to compensate them. That's all I said.
So, but EK, it's the intent and who is tied to it, because it was his supporters that did this is the only reason why they're getting this money. And our Justice Department has they've had previous lawsuits on the books against the federal government that for underserved communities and other areas that have lawsuits against the government, and they were dismissed. So you can't say that if people are wronged by the government that it should be paid out, right? And trying to say that the J6ers were wronged by the government when other people are wronged by the government and they're dismissing the cases. That's why, and it being tied to Trump.
Right. So let me ask you, Big Hawk. So 2 wrongs make a right. Because you did something wrong in the past means you shouldn't do.
No,
you
but
should
3 rights make a left.
wrong now. So what I'm saying, are you debating? Are you saying that because the government didn't act right in the past, that means that they shouldn't act right now?
No, it's not the past. It's this government, EK. It's this DOJ dismissing lawsuits that they deemed was okay. Look, they deemed that some of the lawsuits on the books were DEI, right? But yet, so what about these lawsuits with the people on the day of the election?
Listen, all of that you can argue is wrong, but he specifically asked me about this subject. Why don't we stay?
Well,
my answer to this subject. Hold on, Big Hawk. Hold on. My answer to this specific.
We're trying to.
You
say
are.
We didn't hear you. We didn't hear you. You're cutting out, and then
I
you're
didn't
hollering.
say nothing, EK. That was Kat telling you was cutting out.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No, G.
Okay. What I'm saying, Big Hawk, is why don't we stay focused on the item at hand instead of going elsewhere? Because we can always say, what about this or what about that? He didn't ask me about that, and if he does, I'll have an answer to it. He asked me specifically about this case, and I gave my opinion, which was reasonable. If a person has been wronged by the government, they should be compensated for it. I don't think anybody can argue that.
Okay, so can I please? I'm asking. I don't want to cut you off.
It was Hawk, then you, then Swan. But Swan, after Quinn goes, EK's gonna have to respond, and then after EK responds, you can go Swan. Yeah.
So somewhere.
Did you can go after Swan, Prodigal.
So were you done, EK? I didn't mean to.
I'm done.
Okay. So first part of the problem. These are people who sat there and admitted in open court that they committed crimes against the federal government. They admitted to it. They literally stood in court and said, I committed a crime. Some of them did not admit to it, were found guilty of committing crimes. They had juries of their peers. They were sentenced according to the law, and that no one is above the law. The right is fundamentally always about law and order, and no one is above the law. That being the case, you were found guilty. The only reason why you're outside of the prison walls right now is because 45 is corrupt as hell, and he's just going ahead and keeping you, and he pardoned you. That's the only reason why you're outside of the prison walls today. It is a slap in the face to Black people to sit up here and we're going to make these people whole. We're going to make them whole. We're going to make criminals who attack the United States government, and we're going to give them taxpayer money because, well, I just want to. He could take all that money and put it into education. He could take all that money and put it toward funding these rural hospitals that are closing down. He could take that money and give it to the military for a raise. He could do 100,000 million other things outside of giving it to convicted criminals who attacked the United States government during the peaceful transfer of power. So when you sit up here and you try to say, well, the government, because it was the government and the government did them wrong, they need to be made whole. No, they were convicted of crimes, period. So
it wasn't just J6ers.
Sir,
I didn't ask
you. It's not your turn. I got a line going. I got it, Queen. I got a line going. I'll get you in there. Wait your turn. EK, did you want to respond before we let Swan go?
Yeah, I did, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity.
Oh, hush. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah. If they can prove in a court of law, all Trump judges, I don't know how many federal judges that
You're breaking up, sir. You're breaking up.
There's going to be a jury or a judge who decides.
You gotta say that again, EK. You broke up.
Okay, can you hear me now? If I break up, just say I'm breaking up. Just say I'm breaking up.
We did.
Then I'll stop talking. Am I still breaking up?
We did. You didn't hear us when we said it, but go ahead. Grote's twin.
All right, let me. I'm gonna be quick because I'm about to stop now. You can hear me now, correct? I'll be quick with this.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me, Kat? All right. Again, this isn't going to. There's a trial that will take place, a civil lawsuit trial. If it's frivolous, it will be thrown out. If it has merit, then the government would pay, just like any other case that comes before the federal courts. That's all I'm saying. If they were wronged, then they should get just compensation. If they weren't, if they were found guilty and it turns out for whatever reason they weren't, we know innocent people get convicted. Many of them were held and not necessarily convicted of anything. Many of them were held for times without bail. Many of them were put in solitary confinement when the crime didn't merit that. So again, I don't know all the specifics. Statement is, if you were wronged, you should get just compensation. If you weren't wrong, then you shouldn't get a dime. That's all I'm saying.
When did they go back to the courts and their convictions were overturned, EK?
I didn't say anyone's conviction was overturned.
Well, majority of the times when people who were wrongly convicted, which you said people and the government rewards them, when were they convictions overturned and deemed that the government broke laws to wrongfully convict them.
Again, that's the whole purpose of a lawsuit, to determine that.
But majority of the cases in which people are granted money from state, local, federally, when they're compensated for being wrongly convicted, they went to court and their charges were overturned and their convictions were overturned, and they state the evidence of why they were wrongly convicted, and then they get settlement. That's what they use in the lawsuits majority of the time.
Yeah,
Not just somebody pardoning. But
I
no,
mentioned,
what in this case,
three
hold
other
on,
things
EK, hold on,
besides
EK.
being wrongly
What
convicted.
happened in this case, EK, is Donald Trump decided to pardon them, and then he said, without a court or a jury finding them that their convictions overturned them, and said that they were wrongly convicted, he's going to reward them with almost $2 billion.
They have to win a lawsuit. He's not handing out checks yesterday. What are you talking about? They have to prove in a court of law that they were wrong. There are no checks going out.
Can I say something?
Hold on, got a line going. It's Swan and then Prodigal, and then it can go you, Lamont. Go ahead, Swan. Swan, can y'all hear me?
We hear you.
Go ahead, Prodigal, and then we'll circle back to her after Lamont.
They said it's a commission, not a lawsuit, EK. That's what they said in the chat. They're not suing. It's just a commission that he set up.
A commission then to
You
what,
may be
decide a
entitled
payout?
to your mesothelioma check.
Yeah, is it like almost like trying to set up a like what they did with the 9/11 fund, but I mean where they're trying to calculate how much to pay out to these people? Is that what they're saying? I'm confused.
Chad said it's a commission, not a lawsuit.
Oh, I mean,
When can you pull it up? If you don't mind pulling up the hold on real quick, EK. Because I'm trying to get, can you see what the exact fund is for the what was y'all talking about? Sorry, she started talking. Oh, the J6ers.
Well,
seeing if it's a lawsuit or a commission, twin.
Huh?
If it's a lawsuit that they're actually filing to right their convictions and said that they were convicted, wrongfully convicted, or is it just a commission that's going to pay out the money and decide that they're
the 1 point some billion that
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, either way, I think that like this is the exact problem that I was talking about earlier. Is like we're this administration, we're dealing with this shit that like we're not preparing for what's like down the road in the future, which is, as I said, an inevitable recession at this point. So I mean, like as a people,
I'll land on this sentence. As a people, I would stop delving into the BS like the administration and the headlines and all that, and start really preparing for what's the next
2 years, 5 years, and 10 years. There you go. Next person can go. That's all I gotta say.
I've been doing that.
So it's not just for J6ers. There was a lot of people that got persecuted under that last administration. I'm talking lawyers. I'm talking politicians. There's a lot of people who had to spend a lot of money in court because the Democrats came after them if they supported Trump. This is what this is for, including J6ers, who none of them was charged with insurrection. Some of them didn't. Some of them wasn't even there, and they got arrested for just making videos. And there's a lot that was going on that Democrats was doing that they're not telling you. They was persecuting anybody who liked Donald Trump, right? And these people were spending all this money with lawyers in federal court, and even some of them saying they had them so backed up that they were forced to take a plea because they didn't know what else to do. I watched a documentary of everybody talking about what they did to them.
Yeah, but Lamont, documentaries are great for
it's 1 point.
But they're not. Billion. Yeah, 1.7 billion, but they're not always rooted in fact. They can give a biased opinion, so that shouldn't be your only source of news. But like Quinn,
let's not say documentary. Let's say.
Hold on. But like I got you. But like Quinn said, these people either pled guilty, or if they chose not to plead guilty, they were convicted with a jury of their peers. Like I'm not understanding what y'all are
They
understanding.
wasn't
And you're,
convicted. They
now
took
this
pleas.
now hold on. That they were convicted. Now that's why they were in jail. That's why they had to be pardoned. You have to have a conviction to be.
A lot of people
pardoned.
took
Is a
pleas.
conviction. When you plea out, you plea into the. Oh my.
Yeah,
but it's
yeah.
not to a
Yeah,
jury
but-
though.
but
He's right.
I know that's what I just did. That not know what I just said?
No, I know you were saying that.
Okay, sorry. But then I also just want to say this, and we'll let Swan go. That see, y'all done made me lose my thoughts. So is it pure? Oh yeah, you're right. They weren't charged with insurrection and treason, which they should have been. I don't know what's up with this history.
Yes.
All my clips and segments, I be just YouTube.
What would a colony for indigenous Negroes look like? Remember what we learned about the urban Indian? Right? Remember what we learned about the urban Indian? Yeah. We are urban Indians. An urban Indian is a non-reservational Indian. And because we didn't want to get put on a reservation, we got reclassified to Negroes and coloreds and later on black people and Afro-American, right? Because we didn't want to get put on a reservation. So we got reclassified. And because we got reclassified, of course, they stripped the land, and then they pushed us into inner cities, right? We used to live in rural areas, Amish and all that shit, farmers, you know what I'm saying? They pushed us into the inner cities and they called us urban Indians. And urban Indians is widely uncounted in census records. Meaning, and you can research this, right? Urban Indians are widely miscounted in census records, meaning that they know how many of us it actually is. But they're going to tell you 13% for a long time. They know that it's a lot of us. They couldn't get rid of us. One of the biggest lies they told you is that they unalive 90% of the Indians, and that's the biggest lie. You only the fuck. Oh, that was my lock, boy. Hey, boy, thought something was crawling on me, boy. That was my lock. Woo! But yeah, that's one of the biggest lies that they ever told you. They never unalived all the Indians. You are unalived on paper. You not talked about in history, and because you're not talked about in history, because you're written out of the story, out of sight, out of mind, you become extinct only in the mind. But if you become extinct in the mind, you become extinct through perception. So that means that you're still here, but because society don't know who you are anymore, or not talk about who you are, brainwashed about what an Indian look like, and you don't know no more because they erased your mind. This whole time, people been mistreating Indians. The ones that know what they're doing, but there's those who don't know and they grew up taught to be racist, right? Because racism and colorism is an indoctrination. That's what they grew up around, right? But outside of the world, like, yeah, you talk horribly wrong. You feel me? So you got those who know who you are. You got those who ignorantly don't know who you are. You feel me? But at the end of the day, everybody's still mistreating the Indian because you still here. They couldn't get rid of you. And because they couldn't get rid of you, they pushed you into the inner cities, called you an urban Indian, Negro, black, reclassified you, stripped you from your land, $1 billion worth of real estate, scrubbed your history from the books, and created psyop movies to brainwash society. This shit is real shit. Shit crazy. What's that, Miss B? Miss P in the building. Peace. Soul was good. OG Tribe in the building. All right. He said, Craig. Yep, it's entitled 25. We need to colonize that classification. Yeah. Hidden gems in the building. Magnificent. What's happening? Peace. Yeah, we ain't never ran. What's happening, Mem9? Peace. It said all of us moving back down south. Yeah. There is a great migration of Black Americans moving back down south. A lot of people coming back home. Back home, which is actually prophecy, right? That we was gonna come back home to our lands after being scattered everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Why you think they trying to take all your voting? Well, let me clear that up. Because that's a misconception that's going on in Democrat believers. They're not taking the Black vote like how they say they doing. They're getting rid of the Democrat class. Black people just so happen to be Democrats. So real shit, they're trying to get rid of the Democrat class and make it more Republican. And that's what it is. So most of these so-called Black folks who's pushing that narrative, like they're taking your vote and all that, they trying to get rid of that Democrat shit. Because if you really knew the history about the Democrats, you'll understand why all this is going back into a reset. What's that in Bambi? What's that in EG Mines? It was the Democrats that let all the immigrants in. It would. From Port Galveston to Ellis Island, all the way up to now, it was the Democrats who let all the immigrants in. It was the Democrats who wrote all these crazy ass laws that persecutes the real Indians. The Democrats have been fucking over Black Americans since 1775. Nigga. Now, I'm not Republican. I don't fuck with politics. But that's what they're trying to do. And I'm cool with it. Whatever get the immigrants and the foreigners out, I'm smooth. I ain't even gonna lie. I'd rather kind of just have it as Indians and white folks, like how it was, because at least we know who's who. But you got all these other motherfuckers coming in like, nah, bro, this shit ain't gonna just be one-on-one. You feel me? But hey, man, whatever happens, happens. But I just wanted to clear that up because there's a lot of misinformation about that. Like people think that they're taking voters' rights and shit like that. Nah, they just trying to get rid of the Democrat Party now. Most of your Democrats is on the Epstein list too. You know what I'm saying? But I don't do no lie. I don't get into that. I don't get into that. You know what I'm saying? I don't get into that. Look, Black Americans just sit back and chill. But, that's all I'm saying. If you woke and you see, just sit back and chill. This shit ain't got nothing to do with us. A reset is happening. Right now it's time for us to remember who we are, teach our kids who we are, and prepare yourself for the future. Because these people not gonna go down without a fight. I'm telling you. This is only the first level of them still trying to fight to hold on to some shit. It will come to what people think and hope that it won't come to. I'm just keeping it real. With you. All that shit that people, a lot of people hope it don't come to. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But it will come to that. And you got to be prepared just like your ancestors was prepared. Because these folks not going to go down without a fight. This is a warlike tribe that we dealing with here. Right? And they go to war different. When these people go to war, they don't make no noise. History taught us this. When they go to war with you, they don't make no noise. They quiet. Right? Everybody else gotta let you know they coming. You know what I'm saying? The Mexicans, you feel me? All that shit. You know what I'm saying? Chinese war. Everybody gotta make a sound to let you know. But these people right here, they don't make no noise. Only thing they do is, that's all they do. They smile in your face, shake your hand, whole time going to war with you. How you doing? Yeah. Mm-hmm. They ain't got no war cry. They move in silence. You gotta peep game, man. In order to learn about strategy, you gotta study your opponent. If you don't study your opponent, then you going in there blindly. These people didn't studied us since they discovered us. We have never studied them. Most of our people too egotistical to study them. Hey, y'all, we need to study them niggas. Fuck, I need to study them. Man, them niggas is recessive, nigga. Them niggas is below me, nigga. I ain't gotta study them. Them niggas is from caves and wild, man. Them niggas is whooping your ass right now. That's your ego talking. You overestimating your opponent. You can say whatever you want about white folks and shit like that. They're whooping your ass right now. Whether you acknowledge it or not, you're getting your ass whooped. You're not eating real food. Your oxygen's fucked up. The water's horrible. History's rewritten. You've been brainwashed in psyops, nigga. You're losing. You're getting your ass whooped. It's time to wake up. Stop being delusional. You can say you better than these niggas, but right now, nigga, it's chess, not checkers. And you ain't gotta be smart to play chess. You just gotta know what you're doing. You ain't gotta have the biggest brain to study your opponent and know his next move. You feel me? And I'm saying that because a lot of times when we talk about plans and get-togethers and what we should do, we too loud. You don't need to be talking about that shit on no social media app. For some reason, our people want to put everything on social media. Everything ain't for social media. When we be talking about getting together and linking up and that shit ain't for the internet, man. That shit ain't for the internet. That shit's for off app. That shit for off app. That's why if anybody ever asks me, hey, what's the solution? Holler at me off app. I'm not gonna tell you on app. I'll tell you little steps, but I ain't about to give you the full plan. I'll tell you what it's called and you can research it and then come holler at me, but yeah, I ain't about to give you the whole, because I know who's watching, I know who's listening, I know that this is a social media app, everything's recorded. Like, nah, man, you gotta hit the telly, and I don't even want to hit the phone for real. I want to do shit face to face. You know what I'm saying? Keep that shit out everything, man. All we do is talk about where we meeting up at, right? Where we meet up at probably don't even be the real location type shit. You know what I'm saying? But we ain't about to go too far though. But indigenous Negro, they always knew who you was. They always called you what you was, even if they slip up in the news. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep going. Appreciate the gifts, y'all. Thank y'all for the gifts. Now, I don't know how many people from Kentucky in here or got people who live in Kentucky, but this next newspaper article is for the people of Kentucky, my Black Americans in Kentucky, right? And it got a lot to do with Churchill. It got a lot to do with the Churchill people, right? See, I live in Louisville, and I know about the Kentucky Derby, and a lot of Black Americans in Kentucky dress up for it and all that other stuff, but if they knew the history of it, they probably wouldn't do it. Especially since Winston Churchill and his wife used to call you derogatory names as a indigenous American. This journal article is from Thursday, October 18th, 1928. Look at that date, 1928, right? Walter Plecker in that era, right? British lady sees our pickaninnies. For those who don't know what a pickaninny is, right? For those who don't know what that word is, this is what it is. All right. Look at it. Let me slide over here real quick, right? That's what they used to call him, right? Pickaninny, right? Aboriginal child, right? It means an Aboriginal child, a tiny Aboriginal child, right? Kind of like a pygmy, right? So if y'all want to screenshot this, you can. But the bottom, it just talks about the British lady who sees our pickaninnies, right? Or our tiny Aboriginal people or children. That's what they call my grandmother in the newspaper, Aboriginal. And it says one of Lady Winston Churchill's first requests when she reached San Antonio for the American Legion, and it was that she sees some of your American pickaninnies because she thought they were cute. All right, what's that in St. Louis? St. Illinois. So that's just that. It gets deeper too, but the British lady, she wanted to see the pickaninnies because she thought that they was cute, right? The Aboriginals. Peace, peace. What's that in? She hard. Peace. She wasn't going to the reservations. They weren't going to the reservations. They want to go to the reservations. They say, hey, let me see your Native Americans on the reservation. Hell nah. Everybody always wanted to see you Aboriginal. Right. Right. There goes some more for my Kentucky folk. Nah, I ain't reaching. How am I reaching if I'm reading the newspaper articles? Y'all be weird. Y'all be how that nigga said you're reaching. How I'm reaching if that's what the newspaper say, nigga? The fuck is you talking about? Come on, man. Come on, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Oh, Lord. What's that in Phoenix? Peace, peace. The caucasity of these people. The caucasity of this people. Now, like I was saying, the real Kentucky Aborigines. For those who live in Kentucky. Right? And it says what? It says those real Kentucky pickaninnies, right? Aboriginals are now appearing at the Empire. Their cotton field ditties, meeting houses, hymns. I think they are hymns because there is a good deal about the Golden Shores. And breakdown make a very pleasing interlude. True, the singing is not extravagantly melodious for some of the voices, right? Here's who they talking about, your Kentucky Aborigines. Boy, where's the natives? We be reading all this history. Ain't nothing about a Native American on a reservation in it. Ain't no blonde, ain't no straight hair, pale skinned person. Right? Colony for Negroes, right? Just to recap for those who just coming in, right? A colony for Negroes, right? The colored people of the United States. Who is the colored people? The American Negroes. Who is these American Negroes? The descendants of the Aborigines. Right? Colored people. There's only one group of people who've been called colored in America, and you can pull up those who are drinking from the colored water fountain. And you can ask your grandmama about colored people. She'll tell you all about it. The colored people of the United States, who is that? The American Negro, not African Negro, not African descendant Negro, the American Negro. Who's this American Negro? The descendants of Aborigines, not Africans. Aborigines of America. Minneapolis Daily Times, April 11, Thursday, 1901. 19 years before Walter Plecker. All right. Just giving a little recap before we keep going, right? Another, same thing, right? Same magazine, Minneapolis Times, 1901, Indigenous Negro. See what they calling you on this one? Indigenous Negro. Who is this indigenous Negro? Who is this indigenous Negro? Now, who would be the indigenous Negro in this picture? Who would be the indigenous Negro in this picture, y'all? Top or bottom? Are these Negroes? I'm just being real. Are these Negroes? Let's keep it real, y'all. Because this newspaper article in the history book is talking about colored people, American Negro, descendants of Aboriginal, indigenous Negro. That ain't these people. These ain't colored people. Indigenous Negroes. Better yet, all right. Once again, when you talk about Aboriginal people all around the world, Aboriginal people all around the world, until you get to America, this is what they want y'all to believe. Aboriginal Negro, indigenous Negro, indigenous Negroes, Aboriginals. This is not an indigenous Negro. This ain't no Aboriginal. Hell, this skin complexion and this hair texture didn't even exist in prehistoric times to even be ancient. These people love science and DNA tests so much until you start breaking down to science about where the skin complexion and the hair straightening come from. Come on, man. Come on, make it make sense. They can't make it make sense. The shit don't make no sense. Right? Indigenous Negro. True American. Copper-colored races of America. The true American. The indigenous Negro is the true American. The true American is the indigenous Negro. See what I'm saying? So, let's get it in. I got some reading for us. Now, a lot of y'all been on here lately, right? Now, y'all can just put it inside the comments. But every time we talk about being indigenous, and people love to call us Africans and African descendants, The people that call you African descendants and Africans and all that type of shit, don't they be like essays, Hispanics, Mexicans and shit like that? You know, the ones that be like racist to us on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? And some of them in real life. Don't they be like Mexicans and shit? They do, don't they? Okay. He said those are the main ones. You know what's crazy? I told y'all a long time ago that if you're going to talk about the African slave trade, majority of your Africans went to Latin America, specifically Mexico. So if anybody is African or African descendant, it would be Mexicans. Literally. What do I mean? See, this is why I like getting books. See, they always be this why I love the library that I have, right? They always be the white man's books. You guys been reading the white man's books. Okay, well, let's read the Mexican man book. Right? Let's see what a Mexican say himself. So don't get mad at me, because for some reason people love to get mad at me when I read books. It's the white man's books. Okay, let's put the white man book down. All the books written by y'all that written by your own people. That shit too. Y'all remember when I shut down the Africans? They don't even come over here and troll me no more. You guys are reading the white man's books, and I pulled up the fucking African book written by the Africans themselves from the University of Nigeria, and the motherfucker said, yeah, them niggas ain't even real Africans. Them niggas come from Saudi Arabia. Them niggas start coming to my live after that. See what I'm saying? It's power in the books. Because these niggas don't read. They Google and chat GPT their ass off, not even knowing that these are software programs that is programmed to give you some bullshit. If you want that information, you got to dive into them books. Yep, University of Nigeria. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, let's get into it, right? African Mexicans in the discourse of modern nations, which is the same as this book, the Afro-Mexican ancestors in the nation they constructed, meaning the Afro-Mexican ancestors created Mexico and Mexican. The country, Mexican or Mexico. The identity of Mexican comes from Afro-Mexicans and the ancestors. Now, for my OGs, y'all already know, right? Sephardic Moor. That's why he's dressed like a Spaniard, because he is the Spaniard. He's the Moor, right? Caste system, right? Remember, right? You know, we already know that. But since they want to say African a lot, let's learn about a little African history in Mexico for a quick second. Because they love to act like they ain't got no African blood. So you get into the preface real quick. So the preface says what? In African Mexicans, in the discourse on nation, I explore how the Africanness of Mexican mestize or mestizos, I explore how the Africanness of Mexican mestizos or mestizes was erased from the national memory and identity, and how the national African ethnic contributions were plagiarized by the Criollo elite in modern Mexico. God damn. Whoo. That was a mouthful. Coming out the gate already talking about their Africanness. Erased. But it's not erased. They just don't acknowledge it. This is why when you guys mestizos, and people think, yeah, mestizo is indigenous and European. No, it ain't. That's not. No. Your first mestizos was indigenous and African. The white came later. Criollo just means Creole. The Creole elite, right? Spanish Creoles. You know, a lot of people don't really know about Spanish Creole, the language or the people, but Spanish Creoles exist. Spanish Creoles exist. So the Spanish Creole, right? The Spanish Creoles of modern Mexico erased the memory and the identity of the Africanness of the Mexican mestizo. All right. I examine the discourse on nation and part of the silent narrative, film, and popular culture forms that propagated the belief that only white was beautiful during a period I call, quote, the cultural phase of the Mexican Revolution, right? From 1920 to 1968, unquote, right? Key times. I look at the coding of visibly Black Mexicans to unveil the connection between the Black image distortion and the vanishing of Mexican Africanness. The vanishing, in quotation marks, right? The vanishing of Mexican Africanness, right? Precisely when a national identity that omitted its Blackness was forged. Precisely when a national identity, right, of Mexican Africanness, precisely when a national identity that omitted its Blackness was forged. I expose how the Criollo elite, who saw themselves as white, and their lackeys who desired wholeheartedly to be considered white, disenfranchised the nation as a whole by institutionalizing a Eurocentric myth whereby Mexicans learned to negate part of their ethnic makeup. The credit to Africa for its overwhelming contributions to the mestizos or the mestizos was denied. In their Eurocentrically blinded determination to build a modern nation, though ideological homogenizing, the self-proclaimed revolutionary government removed all Blackness from the ideal Mexican image and disseminated in and out of the country. This government was convinced that in order to take the country out of darkness and into the light, the population had to be whitened. Blanqueamiento, la raza. What they said? They said the population had to be whitened. Blanqueamiento, la raza. They had to whiten them up. Now, if you had to whiten up Mexico's population, they ain't talking about a city, they ain't talking about a town, they talking about Mexico. How many dark people was in Mexico for real? If you gotta whiten the population up. Y'all know I gotta put a display up. Let me say this again with the visual on the background. How melanated was Mexico for you to whiten it up? From 1920s to 1968, they just whitened Mexico. Listen to the dates that we just read from 1920 to 1968. Blanqueamiento. They just became pale skin like a motherfucker. And remember what I showed you about the invisible immigration? The Spaniards who was coming over from Spain being dropped in Mexico, 1920 to 1968. How was they whitening the population? They was bringing white Spaniards from Spain during Ellis Island and dropping them off. Come on, man. Blanqueamiento. But here's the problem with whitening the population, right? But here's the problem with it, though. Here's the problem. If you're whitening, that means that not only are you excluding the Sephardic and the Moor, who was Negroes, right, the Africans, but you're also excluding your indigenousness because you're whitening. So you take on a Eurocentric mindset. You take on a Eurocentric mindset because you didn't whiten the indigenous and you didn't whiten the Sephardic and the Moor. So everything is Eurocentric with you now. This is why you're so comfortable with using Jim Crow slang when you trying to disgrace Black Americans. But if you are indigenous and Indians, you wouldn't even use those terminologies or stereotypes because those stereotypes was also used for the Indian. All the niggas and Negro and all of that's what they call Indians as well too. So if y'all was really Indians for real, you wouldn't use Jim Crow stereotypes unless you're Eurocentric. That's why most of them have between 50 to 70% white European DNA, preferably white Spaniard or Portuguese or Italian DNA or white Arab for some of them. They just became whitewashed. Not the Basque. Y'all gotta stop calling them Basque people. They not Basque. The original Basque look like us. The original Basque are the descendants of Moors and Black Arabs, which means that they are still dark skinned. These people are damn near Caucasian. They are damn near Anglo-Saxon Caucasian because that's the white people that they start mixing them with. When you talk about the Anglo-American and Mexican War, yeah, most of them have German ancestors too. So nah, they mix with damn near Caucasians, honestly, that speak Spanish. Spanish speaking Caucasians. Yep. All that Negro shit is up out of them. All the Negro got bread up out of them. Let's keep going though real quick. Because now y'all know who really got the African DNA. Right? In their Eurocentrically blinded determination. Eurocentrically blinded determination, right? The self-idea Mexican image disseminated in and out of the country, right? We read that part, right? This government was convinced in order to take the country out of darkness and into the light, the population had to be whitened, blackciamento. During this epoch, and in the material studied, however, wherever African Mexicans, visibly black or not, are mentioned, they appear as quote unquote mestizos. Who is your mestizos? African Mexicans, huh? Obviously of their African heritage, right? Why are they called mestizos, right? They appear as mestizos. Why do they appear as mestizos? Because of their African heritage, right? And they are willingly undergoing whitening. See, it's here right there. They are willingly undergoing whitening. Willingly. I'm saying this, CR the Great, right? Willingly. Nobody forced them to block your mental. They willingly did it. Right? Eurocentrically blinded. And they still Eurocentrically blinded. No matter how indigenous they want to be, you're Eurocentric blinded. Right? Introduction. For Edward said, nations are narrations. And the power of narrating and blocking the formation and emergence of other narratives, quote, is very important for culture and imperialism. And it constitutes one of the most important connections among them. According to Jose Pereira, argued in 1492, quote, that language becomes the source of power when it proves an official home for the memory of all who contribute to the empire. And grammarian act as the official guardians of such home, unquote. Mestizos, or people of mixed blood, constitute the largest percentage. Listen, because these niggas be capping when they be talking about, I'm 100% indigenous. I'm full-blood Indian. I'm full-blood Mexica, Native American. These niggas, shut the fuck up. You lying and shit. Mestizos and people of mixed blood constitute the largest percentage of the total population of Mexico. It is generally reported that mestizos represent anywhere from 55 to 85% of Mexican people. 85% of Mexican people are mestizos with African ancestry that they do not want to acknowledge. The common belief, even at present, is that this group or minority, right? But how are they the minority if they are the majority? Listen, minority don't mean a small number. But we'll get that later though. This group or minority is the result of exclusive mix of Amerindians and Spaniards. Amerindians, copper-colored, Spaniards, Moors, Negroes, mestizos. Remember what we learned. Hello? Yeah, that's why the white population big. Facts. This partial truth, though, this is a partial truth. This partial truth was disseminated in Mexico and outside the country during the period herein identified as, quote, the cultural phase of the Mexican during the period, the cultural phase of the Mexican Revolution, 1920 to 1968. Today's Mexican mestizos, known throughout the colonial period in 1521 to 1821, right, as castas, began to be born shortly after the Spanish invasion of 1521, right? 1521, they was dark skinned. Listen to what I'm telling y'all, because we already broke it down, right? In 1521, they was dark skinned, right? The Moors, Spaniards, Negroes, Latinos, the Amerindians, copper colored. Your first mestizos was dark skinned. Your first mulattoes was dark skinned. Your first mixed blood people were dark skinned people. They were still Negroes. When the Anglo-Saxons and white people start coming over here, that's when you start getting this Eurocentric whitening. This is why they say from 1920 to 1968, because it just happened with them. It just happened with them. Not that long ago. All right. Peak game. Why Mexicans don't ever talk about their African heritage? That shit crazy as hell. But they love calling people African on goddamn app. You guys aren't Indians. You guys are Africans. Shit, nigga, you African. Nigga, you are the African. The fuck are you talking about, nigga? You guys aren't Indians. Look at you. You guys look African. Nigga, what the fuck do an African? I mean, shit, historically, you niggas are African too. Y'all look Arab, but, you know, we ain't gonna go that far with that one, though. We ain't gonna go that far with that one. So they clay white on paper, but had African in them. Man, hey, look, let's talk about it. All right. But it ain't just that. Mexico is a melting pot, right? Of Amerindians, Black Africans, the invading Spaniards, and other people such as Asians. The origin of the Semitic problem may be explained further by the fact that during the colonial period, the classification mestizo referred to only to the offspring of Spaniard and Amerindian, right? More in American Indian, colonial times. However, it must be stressed that this was merely one classification among over dozens of half racial classifications, of which the majority at times obviously and at times imperceptibly contain the Black African element. In 1946, Gonzalo Herrera Bachlin added another dimension to the problem when he rediscovered a Black population in Mexico's South Pacific coast. He classified mestizos as Indo-mestizos or Euro-mestizos or Afro-mestizos based on appearance. As a result of the term Afro-Mexican seems to have become more synonymous for the visibly Black portion of Mexican mestizos in a growing body of academia work. The problem with this perception is that it creates an artificial division of Mexican mestizos based on the way people look. You don't say. Yeah, they just be making shit up, right? You don't say, right? So they was calling you a Afro-Mexican based on the way you look, which is why the original Mexicans are in this classification as well too, which sounds familiar when you talk about, Afro-Americans and shit like that. But anyways, when you talking about us right now, we talking about them. Okay? So but it's an artificial division. Artificial. It's a social construct. It's an illusion. It is a false division of Mexican mestizos based on the way people look. For instance, the Black or African root of Mexican mestizos has become referred to as the third root, right? The third root. This, in the case of visibly Black Mexicans, appeared erroneously, meaning that there's Black Mexicans who aren't mestizos or mestizos, right? Indigenously, right? In some instances, it seems more appropriate to call the African element the first root, and others the second and third or fourth. They said what? They said it's appropriate though to call the African element in Mexicans the first root. Damn, your first root of ancestralness, African. Damn, who's really the Africans? You think that the Mexicans and the FBA will team up now since they both are African descendants? Or will the Mexicans and Pan-Africans link up since they both like African descendants? That's a crazy dynamic. But let's keep going though. Let's keep going though. All right. Let's keep going. I mean, as the OGs, we know what they mean when they say African, but just for comical purposes, they like to call people African. We're going to see who really got the African in them. What's that in opium? You talking about how Mexicans descend from Africans. You're going to love this one. You're going to love this one. Yeah, Sephardics and Moors, yeah, that's the 1500s. But now when we talking about 1946 and 1920s, some of these niggas might be Nigerian. What's that in Swarthy? Peace. We talking about how these Mexicans come from Africans. It's a dope book. Like, we know 1500s colonial times, Sephardic Moors, but when they talking about 1920s to 1968, a lot of them niggas got Nigerian in them, Ghana, Congolese and shit. Real, for real. I promise you. So they're talking about both periods, though. OG Tribe. They talking about both periods. So when they say 1500s and mention Africa or African element, we know Sephardic and Moor. When they talking about 1920s to 1968 and they talking about African element, they talking about modern Africa, right? Nigerians and all of them niggas. Mm-hmm. Yep. So check it out though. This shit get crazier. So they said in the Mexican mestizos, it is appropriate for the African element to be the first root, and the others be second, third, and fourth. It should be clear, particularly in the light of new readings of history, that a considerable part of Mexican mestizos, even many whose appearance would make one believe otherwise, meaning that the white passing mestizos also possess Black African genes. That's what he just said. He said there's a considerable part of Mexican mestizos, even those whose appearance will make you believe otherwise, meaning the ones who look white or white passing, right? Block your mento. They also possess Black African genes. That's crazy for them niggas to get on live and call us niggas and shit. That's crazy. That's like disrespecting your great grandmama. What's that in little? Peace, peace. That's crazy. They'll come on here and call us monkeys and shit. I wonder how y'all great great grandmama feel about that shit. She probably turning over in her grave. Man. The majority of Mexican mestizos are descendants of hundreds, if not thousands, of Black African enslaved people. That's another dagger right there. That's another dagger. They get on here. You guys are descendants of slaves. No, but you guys was. I haven't found the African or slave in my family tree, but I guarantee if y'all did y'all genealogy for real, y'all will find the African and the slave, because most of the transatlantic slaves went to Mexico and Latin America, 95 to 97%. Only 3% of Latinos or so-called Africans came to North America. This is why the American Negro is more pure than anybody else who's running around calling themselves an Indian. We are the purest aboriginals. We just read that. This is the same time frame from when we read those newspaper articles when they was talking about us American Negroes, Aborigines, Indigenous Negroes. This is the same time frame, and they telling you that these people that call you Wabo every day are actually Africans. And not just Africans, but they descend from African enslaved people. Peace, peace, drink. They the ones that descend from African enslaved people. Could they be projecting on us this whole time? I think so. Excuse me. Right? So they said that majority, right? It's 90 people in here. It's getting 90 reposts jumping. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for the likes, the love, the gifts. All right. I hope y'all enjoying the live. I hope y'all learning something new. Right? Now, for the people in the hallways and the people who's not well versed in vocabulary, who like to debate us, can y'all put the definition of majority for me in the comments, what do the word majority mean? Because they said majority of Mexican mestizos, even the white passing ones, La Raza, even those niggas. What do majority mean? Most, all, most, or a great amount? I'm saying to Rashida, peace. Most, okay. Most of them, okay. Just making sure our vocabulary is up to par. So the primary or the most, right? Or great number or more than half of Mexican mestizos are descendants of hundreds, if not thousands, of Black African enslaved people that started to be brought to Mexico from the onset of Hernan Cortez invasion, right? On the one hand, this understanding is crucial to dispel the myth that the Mexican mestizos are the offsprings exclusively of Amerindians and Spaniards. This understanding is crucial to dispel, right? Spell. What is a spell? And if I'm going to dispel, what am I going to do? This is crucial to dispel the myth that Mexican mestizos are the offsprings exclusively from American Indians and Spaniards. We know that is not true because the American Indians are copper colored and Spaniards are dark skinned too. So if these people that call you Wibos was only Amerindian and Spaniards, they would be a little bit more darker than what they are today. Okay. And on the other hand, it is important as it helps clarify that when visibly Black Mexicans are referred to, it is not a reference to a separate group. It is not a reference to a separate group, right? It is reference to a portion of Mexicans that due to their looks alone were singled out by the racist Criollos. The racist Creoles, the Spanish Creoles, the racist Spanish Creoles, who thought that the controlled, right, discourse nation during the cultural phase of the revolution. This work analyzed the coding and distortion of the image of the Black Mexicans in and through literature and film, right? Look at that film, right? Propaganda, huh? The African heritage in popular culture images or sites that by the official intervention became a symbol and icon and credentials of the identity. And it explores how the Africanness of Mexican mestizos was erased from the collective memory and national imagery. What? The so-called Africanness of the Mexican mestizos was erased from the collective memory and national imagery. Damn. So they out here erasing history. Right? They out here erasing history. And I believe this book because I've encountered so many of them who would tell you, I don't come from no Africa. I'm a mestizo. I'm American Indian and part Spaniard, but I'm mostly Indian. They be capping though. But I know that a lot of that history was erased from them, or a lot of them know this history and they're erasing it themselves from their own collective memory, which means they doing it on purpose. Let me go and spark up my joint real quick. He said, that's why I never feel sorry for none of them. Man, look. And it's crazy because of their Eurocentric mindset, they don't like us and we ain't never did shit to them. We ain't the ones that whitened up your population. Just Blaze. Feel me? Because of their Eurocentric mindset, they hate us for no reason. Maybe we remind them what was taken from them. And maybe that's why they really hate themselves. Because that's what it is. It's projection of self-hate. Maybe we remind them of the beautiful melanin that they once had. Maybe we remind them of the robust and the muscular, the size and of what they once had before they block your mental themselves. What if we remind them of what the original Indian looked like? But because of their Eurocentric mindset and their racist, hey, you got to erase the dark people. They'll tell you that Indians was pale skinned. They're not part African. And it's crazy. It's crazy. So that's why they stare so hard, yeah. What does Sephardic mean? Sephardic is a person that lives, Sephardic is a person from the Iberian Peninsula. Sephardic come from Saffredi. Saffredi is just another name for the Iberian Peninsula. But I thought my phone was charging this whole time. The whole time it wasn't charging. Hold on. Dropping too many gems. They trying to drain my battery on me. I'm not even playing, y'all. I put the phone on the charger at 85%. That shit down to 16. But we're gonna keep rocking out though. We're gonna keep rocking out. If y'all new to the page, make sure y'all hit that follow button so y'all can be notified every time I go live. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Shout out to the new people who's coming back, tuning in. Thank y'all for the likes, the love, the gifts. I really do appreciate it. These niggas got that African in them. Peace, peace. So let's go ahead and rock out with this one. Any correlation between Sephardic and Sephardism? Yeah. Sephram? I would imagine so. So they did it with propaganda, right? They did it with propaganda, with white signifying powerful and civilized, and blackness equated to uncivilized. Marking as applied, right? Marking as applying paint to make blackness stand out, done to highlight the color line. The omission of prominence, the omission of prominence and the preeminence of black figures reproduces and perpetuates the myth that blacks are subservative. For Sneed, quote, codes are not singular portrayals of one thing or another, but larger and complex relationships, unquote. The following cultural texts are the focus of this work. The book-length essay La Raza Cosmicia, or something like that, or was the cosmic race, missions of the Iberian American race, right? In 1925. A sample of ideal Mexican mestizo images that detach from their African components were implanted in the collective memory in psych through various means of mass persuasion. Remember, we talked about that mass persuasion? They said they detach darkness, right? We're just gonna say dark skin because that's what they mean, right? Even though they saying African component and all that, they dark skinned people, right? Because that's what it means, right? Whitening, right? If they're whitening, that means they don't like the opposite, right? Blackness, dark skin, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So it was implanted into their collective memory and their sight through various means of mass persuasion or propaganda, right? The text mentions above are examined to disclose how visible Black Mexicans are coded in accordance to the white aesthetics. The white aesthetics. The corpus studied and confined to the cultural phase of the Mexican Revolution, 1920 to 1968. However, this study refers to the other historical periods as deemed necessary to provide support and a context to analyze the contents of the works from the perspective herein called the African Hispanic American approach. What? The African Hispanic? The African Hispanic? Damn, that crazy. I wonder how many African Hispanics out here who's white passing because they don't like their black side or their dark skin side. Self-hate. And a critical view that examines the text concerning the Black experience from a Black perspective. Chapter 1, quote, The Revolution and Invisibility, African Mexican in the Ideology of Mestiza and La Raza, reveals the race agenda forming the core of Jose Vasconcelos or cosmic race ideology. All right. It exposes how, as soon as Vasconcelos was named Minister of Education in 1920, so all this La Raza shit that niggas is talking about today, they pulling it from 1920, the Spanish version of Jim Crow. His perspective, which promoted physical and mental whitening of the population. His perspective, which promoted physical and mental whitening of the population, began to be disseminated via mestizo channels of mass persuasion, such as the public education system, the newspaper, the radio, the mural paintings, the cinema, the impressions of popular nationalism, the literature, among other medias. God damn. That boy made sure he was going to make people believe in this whitening shit. Seemed like he pulled a book out of Jim Crow. I mean, most people pulled a book out of Jim Crow in 1920s. I'm just saying. Yeah, everybody pulling a book out, a page out of Jim Crow, because that's all that is, just a Spanish version. They even tried to do that with us, but it wasn't. It wasn't going. They even tried to do the whitening of North American Indians or mound builders, but man, we weren't having that shit. Some of us mixed. I do say that, you know what I'm saying? We got white passing people out of, but majority of us weren't going for that shit. We was like, nah, they can't use my condom, bring them home type shit. Y'all know what grandmama taught y'all, right? So she said, just lying, right? So they wanted to physically and mentally whitening, and they did it through mass persuasion. All right. This chapter uncovers how the African elements of Mexican mestizos were systematically erased. Paradoxically by integration. It exposes how at all times the perspective marked by Black phobia, right? Marked by Negrophobia and white aesthetics. It was that all non-whites were on their way to becoming some new type of white due to the natural selection and love. Huh. That sounds familiar. That sounds like some shit that they be doing up here in North America, interracial marriage agenda. That sound like that interracial agenda that they be pushing up here on niggas. Right? Appreciate the gift, OG Tribe. Appreciate the gift. Appreciate the gift. Thank you. So a lot of these people don't know that they got that black grandmama in the closet because it was systematically erased. And it was family erased. Because as you see with a lot of these videos, it be older generations teaching and programming the kids. There's a lot of videos of that, right? They'll put the dark-skinned doll and the white doll in front of the baby, and the baby, you know what I'm saying, if they choose the dark-skinned one, I heard that they get whooped until they choose the white one type shit. And that be coming from like they grandmamas and shit, great grandmamas. You know what I'm saying? Mamas and daddies and great and grandpas and shit like that. Like that shit started from home. But it comes from a system, but it was a system that their older generations grew up in. And they just passed down the same racism, the same colorism. They just pass it on down. They just pass it on down. But shout out to everybody that's in here, man. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Y'all good? Y'all straight? Check in on y'all. Let me check in on y'all real quick. Let me go back to the background. Take a little intermission real quick. Let me hit the coffee. Programmed until it became natural. Yeah, facts. It was programmed until it became natural. That's a fact. It's a fact. Mm-hmm. And as we can see today, that shit is on autopilot. For real, that shit is on autopilot as we see today. Sometimes these folk be more racist than the white folk. I'm for real. Like, you know, all my years of being on social media and doing what I've been doing on TikTok and shit like that, I've been called more niggas and monkeys by essays than actual white people on this app. I swear to you. And in real life, nigga, I live in Kentucky. I ain't never been called as many niggas and monkeys, even in real life in Kentucky. And I live around like, damn, bro, you niggas is, in my eyes, y'all niggas worse than the white folk, bro. But it makes sense why they would be worse than the white folk. It's because they're looking for that acceptance. They're trying to be accepted to whiteness. They're trying to be in proximity, close proximity of whiteness. But they would never be in close proximity of whiteness, no matter how racist y'all are to black folks. Because white people do it, you would never be white. White people would never accept you. White folks will tell you this shit themselves. They'll use you, but they will never accept you. You just a light-skinned Negro to them. I'm just being real. You just a light-skinned Negro. Because technically that's what you is. You a light-skinned nigga. You a biracial nigga. Y'all hate that dark side, but y'all light-skinned niggas. The white passing niggas. It hurt your soul to know that you come from niggas. All type of niggas. Indian niggas, African niggas, y'all come from niggas. Y'all grandmamas lied to y'all. Take great grandmama out the closet. She deserved to be free and acknowledged. You know what I'm saying? How y'all gonna honor the dead but not respect the melanated ancestors. Stop playing. How y'all gonna celebrate the Day of the Dead, but not acknowledge the so-called black ancestors, who more likely fought for your freedom more than your white ancestors did? Y'all white people to us now, but in reality, y'all are confused, light-skinned niggas who is Eurocentrically blinded for the acceptance of a whiteness that you're never gonna get. Now, we're gonna switch speeds here. As y'all can see on my background, got the giant back there, so y'all know where we're going with it. I just wanted to drop that quick little gem on y'all about how there's hella historical and academic books that talk about how Mexico erased the blackness, or the dark skin, or the African, or whitewash or whiten the American Indian. They got a whole history about that. It's still going today, but they got a whole history about it. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, they definitely can stay on that side. Shit. Y'all, them niggas is on the same side as sellout Negroes and backstabbing Negroes. Like, all them niggas is in the same category. I got a whole category of y'all niggas, and that category is very diverse. Y'all all Negroes, but y'all are all different type of Negroes. You sell out Negroes. Y'all go in that same category. Y'all in that same category. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they fought to be white. That's what that whole thing that I was reading. Like, not only was they fighting to be acknowledged as white on the census, but they was also physically and mentally whitening their population and people to go with what they was fighting for on the census records. So you damn near can say they ethnocided themselves, which will be like the fifth group of people that we read about that ethnocided themselves, technically, for whiteness. Us and a few other people are the only ones who ain't never assimilated or none of that shit for whiteness. This is why we still call black. Because we was like, nah, we good on that white shit. But a lot of other people, a lot of other people sold their own people out, ethnocided their own history for the status of white. Right. So let's get to these giants real quick, y'all. Let's get to these giants real quick. Got a couple of pages. We ain't gonna be able to get through a whole lot. My phone battery is dying. I wish it wasn't. I don't know why it's doing that. But if it get too low, then we'll just have a part two for well, I'm getting my hair done tomorrow, so we'll have a part two for Wednesday if the battery get too low. Yeah, everybody white but us. That shit crazy, ain't it? Everybody white but us, huh? The only ones who fought not to be classified as white, even though we had our chances. Real shit. I ain't playing. We had our chance. We literally had our chance to be classified as white. We ain't accept that shit because you had to assimilate. And you had to take on their ways, their customs, and all of that type of shit. And we refused to. And because we refused to assimilate or civilize, we are called ghetto. Because remember what I told y'all and showed y'all? Ghetto means unassimilatable. Those who are unassimilatable are called ghetto. So when they call you ghetto, don't look at it as a bad thing. Look at it as a badge of honor. Your ancestors fought the assimilation. No matter what history have always showed you, no matter about the integration and all that type of shit, we still have never assimilated. We still haven't. You still hard-headed. You don't listen to their laws. Fuck the police. You still smoking bud. You still bullshitting. You still riding around, music up loud, rim spinning. You still growing your locks. Fuck the cut. You know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't assimilate. You still do your culture. And they call your culture ghetto. Unassimilatable culture. It's not white culture. It's Indian culture. You still do it. All right? You still do it. You know, urban. All right? You urban Indian. All right? He said, "Bur ghetto." Not for real. We just be living ghetto fabulous. That's it. You know what I'm saying? We just be living ghetto fabulous. Unassimilatable fabulous. You know, we be living a way that everybody was afraid to live. That's another reason why they jealous of you, because they feel like they was forced to assimilate. And then you look at us, we haven't assimilated. And we just, you know, we be out here just doing our thing. You feel me? Well, why they get to do such and such, and we got to assimilate to be whiteness? You want to be labeled as a Negro? No? All right, then. So, you know, peak game. Them niggas ain't want to, look, man, everybody want to be black until it's time to be black, right? Y'all want to be classified as Negroes and colors too? No. I do like the fedora hat and the zoot suits that they be wearing, though. The lowrider looking good. Everybody want to be melanated until it's time to be melanated. I'm saying they be a youth. So, we about to get into these giants, y'all. We about to get into these mound builder giants. All right? These mound builder giants that they never told you about that existed. Because to tell you about the giants in America, they would have to tell you that the Old Testament was America. The Nephilim, the Titans, all of that, America. Not saying other regions and other tribal people didn't have their giants, but we had the most giants. Because this is the original land where the first giants was born. Okay? A lot of us American Indian mound builder indigenous Negroes, you still carry the blood of the giants. This is why some of us are born with extra pinkies or extra toe, which is actually a giant trait, a giant Indian trait, because they found a lot of skeletons with extra pinkies and extra toes. You know what I'm saying? They tested some of these skeletons and they carried the genetic marker for Mongolian spots. Remember where the Mongolian spots come from, right? Some of them tested for sickle cell. You know where sickle cell come from, right? All right. I was born with an extra pinky and an extra toe. Yeah, I was born with an extra pinky, and my daughter was born with an extra pinky. They took both of ours off at birth, though. Said me too. I still have it. That's what's up. Mm-hmm. Facts, Lola. Facts, facts. See, I thought I was just weird. Nah, that come from deep ancestral connections to the giants of America. A lot of Haitians are born like that too, yup. Mm-hmm. That is an American Indian trait. From India Superior, like all of us, like Indians from North America, South America, West and East Indies. That's a trait of ours. It comes from our giant ancestors that once walked and ruled the earth. This is another reason why they know exactly who you are. Oh, trust me, they tested your DNA with these giant bones, and it confirmed everything that they knew about and read about. I'm telling you. Said the Mongolian spots do it correlate with the giants too. I mean, there's a lot of giants who have the DNA traits of the Mongolian spots, but they don't know where the Mongolian spot really come from. They just know that it's a dominant hereditary gene in Black Americans, and those who carry it have some type of common ancestor with the Black Americans. You know, and a lot of Asians carry it, or Asiatic races carry the Mongolian spot, but they don't know. They don't really know too much about it. It's a mystery. Sickle cell was found in the giants, the Mayan giants. What about height? Yeah, we carry all the traits of our ancestors. So we Indians, and you an Indian. And we talking about America, and we talking about these giants here. Yeah, we still carry all their traits. They manifest. Some of them manifest as birth defects, as they call them, right? They label it a birth defect because they know where it come from, but they not gonna tell you. So that's what they call it. But some of these birth defects or mutations are ancient DNA or ancient attributes or limbs that's just manifesting every now and then, and that's what it really is. So we carry a lot of the traits, even the tau gene. That's where the tau gene come from. It come from the giants, the extra pinky, the extra toe. You know what I'm saying? The builder, the knowledge of geometry and building. These giants were highly intelligent. They operated highly advanced technology, right? So a lot of them were scribes, wisdom people, and we know the story of the giants, right? Right? So they are closer to the knowledge and enlightenment. So a lot of them, they had the information. So didn't Beethoven have an extra finger? I'm not sure. He might have had an extra finger. I have to research that. So let's get into it. So we're gonna be reading from that book right here. If y'all want to screenshot it. The Ancient Giants Who Ruled America, The Missing Skeletons in the Great Smithsonian Cover-Up by Richard L. Dewhurst. Let y'all get y'all screenshots. All right. The Ancient Giants Who Ruled America. All right. Who ruled America. So do a quick little recap from what we read yesterday. Yep, they found the 6-fingered giant mummy in Kentucky. Yep. See what page? It's page 17. So page 17, it talks about New Hampshire giant, 9 feet tall. So we're in New Hampshire with it. And it says relics of a prehistoric age have been brought to light in Noble County. The find is in York Township, where workmen excavating for a public highway found the skeleton of an inhabitant of early days. The bones indicated that the person was fully 9 feet tall. The bones are usually large, and the position of the skeleton when found indicated that the person had been buried in a sitting position. The belief is advanced that the remains are those of a mound builder. This 9-foot giant that they found in New Hampshire is those of a mound builder. Who built the mounds? Who built the pyramids? Giants. Right. These were the bones of a mound builder. Most of these giant bones that we gonna be reading about, all of them are mound builders. All of them are mound builders. All right. So the history of the town of Rockingham, Vermont, 1907, when the earth was removed from the top of the ledges east of the falls, a remarkable human skeleton, unmistakably that of an Indian, was found. Those who saw it tell the writer the jawbone was of such a size that the large man could easily slip it over his face, and the teeth, which were all doubled, were perfect though. So he had double rows of teeth, but they was in perfect, like straight. It was perfect. The skeleton was kept for many years, deposited in the attic of a small building on the north side of the square. This building was then occupied by Dr. John H. Wells' office and drugstore, and stood where the Italian fruit store now does. When the building was rebuilt a decade ago, when the building was built a decade ago, more bones disappeared. Disappeared, right? Giant bones just vanishing out of nowhere, right? 9-foot tall niggas. Indian niggas, right? 9-foot tall Indians, mound builders just disappearing, huh? Don't nobody know what happened to the 9-foot nigga. That's crazy. It disappeared. So the bones of giant Indians found in Maryland, right? So there has been received at Maryland Academy of Science the skeleton of an Indian 7 foot tall. It was discovered near Atadium, where are now skeletons of 3 powerful Indians at the academy who at one time in their wildness roamed over the state of Maryland and armed with such instruments as nature gave them, and that their limited skull taught them to make. Two of those skeletons belong to individuals evidently of gigantic size, vertebrae and all, 7 foot and up. All right, peace, 4D. Flipping the page. And the legs, right? And the legs are nearly as thick of those as a horse, and the length of the long bones exceptional. The skull of the fine proportions ample, with the walls of the moderate thickness and the great strength and stiffness beyond, with a powerful esophageal ridge. The covers of the forehead are moderate and not retreating. So they're not retreating back. So these don't look like Native Americans, right? Negroes, right? Of course, they're mound builders, right? Suggesting intelligence and connecting with jaw of moderate development. The locality from which these skeletons came in the Frederick County near the Atadium Creek. It was formerly supposed to have been the battlegrounds of 2 tribes of Indians, the Catawbas and the Delawares. So these giant Indians that they finding could be from the war of the Catawbas versus the Delawares. Are these giants fighting? Because remember, If y'all was here yesterday, I read about all the other giants being found with axe and hatchets and swords and helmets and shit. Imagine a time where you walking outside your house and it's like 159-foot niggas, and I do mean niggas, going against another group of 9-foot niggas from a different tribe. And your ass like 5 feet, 6'1". You said I would have loved it. I would have loved it too. I would have sat down eating some popcorn with my indigenous ass. I would be like, I'm Shaba, nigga. I ain't got nothing to do with this, but who you got your money on? The Catawbas? Who you got? Delaware? Okay, I've been out there running numbers on niggas. Okay, so we got 150 for the Delaware. We got 200 for the Catawba. Okay. What's your tribe? Chickasaw? Cherokee? Okay. I'm Shaba, boy. I gotta see who gonna win this shit. This shit crazy as hell. These niggas been beefing for like 10 years. You feel me? I heard that. You heard that too? Man, nigga said when I catch you, it's on. Niggas on. Like real shit. Hey, look, man, I would have had the Mary Jane out there blazing. Y'all know we like a good scrap. Y'all know we like a good scrap, man. Stop playing. These are mound builders. These are indigenous Negroes, man. Y'all know we would stop and watch a good scrap in a heartbeat. We ain't gonna get too close, but we gonna watch that bit though. You know what I'm saying? So the Catawbas and the Delawares was beefing. It was a battlefield that they found these giant skeletons on. Before the coming of the white man, this site was occupied as a village by Indians of great stature, some of them 6.5 to 7 feet in height. Okay. See, I'm 6'2", so I would have been considered a giant back then. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? But y'all talking about 18-foot and 9-foot niggas, you know, I ain't really a giant, you know, probably a giant amongst giants, but you know, the 6.5 to 7 foot tall. So this was a tribe of tall niggas. Right? Excuse my language, but you know, I'm talking to my people, so it's all good. So what he's saying that this was a village, this was a tribe. Everybody in the tribe was tall. The shortest person was probably like 6.5 foot. The tallest nigga like 7 to 7'10". This was a tribe of tall niggas. That's crazy. You know who ain't tall? Native Americans. We know that this ain't y'all ancestors. For one, y'all ain't even from the east or the southeast. That's for one. For two, y'all don't even get tall. Trust me, I know. Before I hopped on live, I was just in line with an essay. My nigga was all of 5 foot tall, fam. And I'm looking at him like, and y'all think this nigga built the pyramids? I'm like, in my head, I'm like, I'm standing next to him, and people online would think that he built the pyramids before me. Nigga can't even reach the top shelf to get a drink. Hey, Holmes, you think you can reach that for me, essay? Yeah, I got you, fool. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Stop playing, man. We know that this ain't y'all. We know that this ain't y'all. We know that this ain't y'all. They don't get tall. They don't. So P gang said, don't let me put some polo boots on. I would be like 6'5". Nah, facts, bro. Look, I'm 6'2.5". If I put some polo boots on, boy, I'm a good 6'3.5" on a good day, man. For real, I'm a solid 6'3.5" on a good day. Right? If I put some J's or some Air Maxes on, you know, I could push 6'3". But you know, I'm 6'2.5". My mama 4'11". So imagine that. I swear to you, my mama 4'11". I'm 6'2.5". Both my grandmamas, who are Indians, are 5'4" and 5'2". My daddy was an even 6 foot. I towered over him by the 10th grade. You know what I'm saying? But I get my height from my great grandmama though. Right? Nah, real shit. I get my height from my great great grandma. My great great grandma she was 6'10". That's where all of us get our height from in the family, which is the woman, right? She was 6'10", and she used to keep 2 straps in her bra. She wasn't playing no games. From all the stories I heard, big mama, that is for sure big mama. 6'10", yeah, big mama. She ain't play no games. She kept 2 straps in her purse, man. And she was always ready for some shit. For real, she was always ready for some shit. But you know, them giant jeans though, we still carry them. We still carry them. I would have loved to meet her though. I ain't gonna cap. Like I would have loved to meet her. For real. So did she need it? I mean, shit. You never know. You never know. She might have needed. You remember, you know, it like you gotta think like that's back in those days when she kept 2 straps. That's back in them days when them Klan people used to come through, and you know, folk used to come through with that bullshit. So a lot of our people stayed strapped, not for our own people, but it was for them people. You know, when we had our minds right. So you know, I'm from Georgia, so that shit was very much needed in the deep South. You know, so shit, granddaddy kept the shotty behind the door. Grandmama kept the 2 in the bra. They was not playing. That's how my family rolled. That's how my family rolled. Cousins keep the machete in the trunk. If the straps ain't gonna get you, the machete gonna come through for sure. Yeah. Yeah, man. But let's keep going though. Yeah, Queen Khalifa, the Amazons. Yep. Queen Khalifa was a giant. Amazonians. Amazonians are giant women. That's why they was called Amazons. They was giant women, giant Indian women. He said, "What, you were 9 pounds 11 ounces?" Who, me? Yeah, I was. See what my mama said. Yeah, my mama said when I was born, cause she almost gave up on me, giving birth to me for like an hour, but it was because I was 9 pounds 10 ounces. Yeah, yep, fat ass baby. I was a fat ass baby. I had 9 pounds 10 ounces coming out. Everybody's like, yeah, he gonna be tall. Shit, that's how they knew I was gonna be tall. Yeah. 4'11" woman pushed out a 9 pound 10 ounce baby. Yep. I got baby pictures that you would literally think that I'm 3 and 4 years old, but I'm not even 1 in a lot of the pictures. Like for real, for real. You're like, nah, you gotta at least be like 3 lows. Like shit, nigga, I ain't even 1 yet. What's that in Dark Mother? Peace, peace. Your granny had the machete under her bed. Ah, yeah, man, you already know what it is. Gotta keep that. The machete ain't just for chopping down sugar cane. Chop your ass down too. You think shit sweet around there, bitch. Ain't no sugar cane around there, bitch. Your younger brother 6'4". Mm-hmm. You already know, boy, that bitch ain't for no sugar cane. Shit sweet around here. So let's get into the Potomac River giant real quick. They found him in 1956, right? So the skeleton of a giant Indian, right? Another mound builder, right? A giant Indian, maybe 7 or more feet in height, who passed away and was buried about the time of Christ was born. So this giant Indian was around the time Christ was born, right? So we're gonna say about 1 AD. Excuse me, right? So they're gonna say about 1 AD, right? And it has been unearthed. It was unearthed from the prehistoric burial ground and along the Potomac River near Point of Rocks recently. Nicholas Yeager who has been excavating at this and other sites of early Indian villages along the Potomac River in recent years, discovered the skeleton of the giant Indian along other artifacts buried with the body. Saturday, April 29th. Just a few weeks ago, Mr. Yeager said that a part of the large size of the Algonquin Indian, look at that, boy, I know that's a Negro. Algonquin Indian, boy, I know that was a Negro. Mound builder. Interesting thing about the remains is that the bow and quiver of 5 arrows were buried with the body. This giant is 7 feet higher, so this bow and arrow has to be big, right? And they were buried with the body. 2 elk antlers and 3 1/2 inch arrow points, damn, in the center of the tibius are part of the quiver arrows. Near point of the antler arrows is a perfect boiled bone fish hook, revealing his fishing line was also placed with the body. 3 large white flint triangular arrow heads were found at the site of the left tibia. This aborigine must have been a hunter with great strength. Great strength. This Algonquin giant that they found. All right? This Algonquin giant. We're going to get into the new chapters. I'm just recapping for a lot of people who probably missed it yesterday. Right? Just re-going over what we talked about. We got enough time. It's all good. The battery holding strong right now. So yesterday, we also talked about this 18-footer. Yep. 18 feet mound builder. 18-footer, boy. Can you imagine coming out your house seeing an 18-foot Indian walking past your shit? Speaking to you like that shit regular? Ocio. Like real shit, bro. Think about that shit. Ocio. Where you going? I'm going fishing. You trying to come? Yeah, man. Can I jump on your shoulders or something? Like that shit crazy, bro. Your homeboy 18 foot tall. You know who we went and got every time shit popped off. I'm gonna keep it real. Every time something popped off, I know who we went and got. Hey, cuz, these Spaniards tripping, nigga. Hey, these Siberians coming over here, cuz. We need some help, man. These who? These damn Siberians. There's millions of them coming. Call the squad. Cuckoo. 18-footers and 10-footers and 9-footers and 7-footers coming out the woodwork. Man. But as funny as it sounds, now you understand why they America. That's a hidden fact that you ain't really gonna find in a book. You only gonna understand that when you put all the stories together to get the bigger picture. Now you understand why they America. When you pull up them 1800s and 1700 pictures and it looked like a motherfucker dropped on us, because they did. It's because we still had giants living with us in our villages and tribes. They're telling you the giants that they found that passed away, but giants still exist still to this day. Back then, our giants weren't playing basketball, though. They were still frontline with shit. As far-fetched as it sounds, but it's true. It was true. After a lot of the trees got chopped down, a lot of the oxygen dropped, a lot of the foods got GMO, the atmosphere changed, giganticism, which is a disease as they classify it, giganticism now affects the body different than what it normally do. Back then when people was giants and shit, They wielding hatchets and axe, athletic. They building pyramids and shit. They not brittle. But today, because of everything changed, gigantism, people with it don't live as long, and they are brittle as hell because of the environment change. For giants, you need giant trees, which can produce the amount of oxygen that is needed to fuel the body and joints and shit. They knew that. Chop down the trees, drop the BOMBs on us, wipe shit out. Our giant ancestors hid us in bunkers to protect us. I shit you not. All the bunkers and shit that's in America, that was ours. Our giant ancestors knew what was going on. They knew what they was going to do because they was going to war with the other giants, right? Because other nations got giants too. We just had the most giants, right? We Shamites and shit, right? God's children. Like, we didn't come from evil angels or demonic demons mating with women, right? We come from a divine mixture of divine angels and women to fight the evil hybrids and shit like that. So this why there's a lot of giants and shit fighting around this bitch. You dig what I'm saying? But they knew that they was going to use a nuke, right? They knew that they was going to do that. So they hid us, smaller Indians, who still carry the Nephilim DNA. They hid us in bunkers. When they put us in bunkers, that's when they BOMB'd everything, and all the giants, all of them, even theirs got hit too. You know what I'm saying? Those who did get away, they hid underground, in ground, in earth, whatever you want to say, but for the most part, they all got wiped out or petrified. Because if you drop a BOMB and it's hot enough nuclearly, it could petrify shit. Okay? So a lot of them got petrified, a lot of them turned to damn skeletons and shit. Skin came off of them. You know how that shit go. So, he said Goliath wasn't the enemy. I have to do some more research in that, but I feel like when it comes to David and Goliath, I think that's like some tribal beef, because a lot of tribal beef got put down into the biblical narrative as well too. But I think it was just some tribal shit that went on. Because Goliath was a giant, David, you know what I'm saying? And just like how we read about the Catawbas and the Delaware and shit like that, it probably was some tribal shit. But to them, it was like some biblical shit to them. So that's how they wrote it down. Oh yeah, they definitely had them. You said that legend? Oh yeah, they definitely had those legend. Mm-hmm. They definitely had those. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's a damn, what is it called? I don't think I got the screenshot on this phone either. Let me see something. Real quick, y'all. Let me see something. Let's see if I got this screenshot. Mm-hmm. Yeah, my bad, y'all. So I ain't got it screenshotted. So the next time, so when I show you something about the 1800s that'll confirm that they had it in the 1800s. They actually had those back in ancient times too, though. hmm They had advanced technology to do that. We are living in a primitive technical age. They was highly advanced back then, alchemy and all that. They was doing all that. Ain't nothing new up under the sun. Yeah, it's done on purpose to keep us primitive. Yeah, that's facts. So yeah, read this one real quick though. Just read this right here. So the Big Whopper, 18 feet and counting. The following newspaper account from the 1870 edition of the Ohio Democrat postulates that the giant, whose skeleton was found with a 9-foot long sword, right? A 9-foot long sword, must have stood 18 feet tall in his stocking, unquote. It then alleges that the skeleton was shipped to New York. Since this account is highly speculative, to say for the least, let's just say that this was one big skeleton and leave it at that. 18 feet with a 9-foot sword. Who the hell is he fighting? Decepticons and shit? God damn. My niggas out here fighting Decepticons. 18 foot with a sword, but who you got beef with? What was really going on back then? Who you got beef with that you need a 9-foot sword, bro? Why are you 18 feet tall? Who is trying you? Who is trying you, man? Right? That shit crazy. So the Cordiff giant, undone with an enormous iron helmet, right? Let's keep reading about him. So on Tuesday morning last, while Mr. William Thompson, assisted by Mr. Robert R. Smith, was engaged in making the excavation near the house of the former but half a mile north of West Hickory, preparatory to erecting a derrick, they exhumed an enormous helmet of iron, which was corroded with rust. Further digging brought to light a sword, which measured 9 feet in length. Curiosity incited them to enlarge the hole, and after some little time, they discovered the bones of 2 enormous feet. Following up the lead they had so unexpectedly struck, in a few hours' time, they had unearthed the well-preserved remains of an enormous giant belonging to a species of the human family, which probably inhabited this and other parts of the world at the times of which the Bible speaks when they say, and there were giants in those days. The helmet is said to be of the shape of those among the ruins of Nivea. The bones of the skeleton are remarkable, white, and the teeth are all in their places, and they are all extraordinary in size. Damn. So he was well preserved, as he's saying. right? They was well preserved. What's happening, Saint? Peace. Let's take it on down to Georgia. Georgia. Shout out to all my folk from Georgia. Whoever's from Georgia in here, if not, then peace. Shout out to all my kinfolk who be tuning in and watching. Let's take it to Georgia, because they found some giants in Georgia. Twist me up another paper plane real quick. Peace. Shout out to everybody that's in here. Roll it if you got it. High Learning Book Club. So were they talking? So were they faking the giant bones for dinosaurs, or were those dragons? A lot of those so-called dinosaur bones are dragons. They just left off the wings. If you picture a T-Rex with wings, it's the same. It looks the same as a dragon that they show you like in Disney movies and shit. So a lot of those so-called dinosaur bones. They just never put the wings on them. They got the wings. Don't get it twisted. They just didn't put the wings on some of them. The word dinosaur is a new word. It was coined like mid to late 1800s. Before the 1800s, there was no such word as dinosaurs. They was always known as dragons. Hey, shout out to Georgia in the building. Shout out to all my folk from Georgia, man. Shout out to Augusta, Georgia, Savannah, Georgia, Atlanta, Marietta, Jasper, Valdosta, Statesboro, Burke County. Shout out to everybody, man. Y'all already know what it is. Macon, Savannah in the building. You feel me? I had to twist that up real quick. Y'all good? Y'all straight? You know, I gotta check in on y'all every now and then. Let's check the time real quick. 2 hours and 30 minutes. Okay, we're making good time. Shout out to Columbus, Georgia in the building. I have some partners out there in Columbus. Man, I had to check the time, try to keep the live at 3 hours, so it don't be too long to upload on YouTube. And I'll put my YouTube on the background for those who want my YouTube. You know, you catch up on some lives. I got all my videos and sources on there as well too. So yeah, talk about Georgia. Let's drop down to the bottom. So giants found in Georgia. The find of a giant race. So this is a race of giants. This ain't one, this ain't two, this is many, right? They said a race. Right? The find of a giant race averaging 6.5 to 7 feet tall electrified the nation, as attested by the following Sunday photo feature, which appeared in prominent newspapers across the country on August the 2nd, 1936. This article appeared complete with comparative photos of the giant skulls and photos of the entire skeleton laid out on its back at the site. Beneath one of the photos of the main archaeologist pointing to a giant skull was in the caption, quote, Dr. Preston Holder, who is directing archaeological study and excavation on Sea Island, Georgia. Sea Island, Georgia. Let me find out that this giant race was Geechee. It wouldn't surprise me. We Algonquins, mound builders. Let me find out that these giant race of Georgia, averaging between 6.5 to 7 feet tall, was a race of tall Geechees. Sea Island, Georgia, that's Geechee territory. Yamasee, Geechee, Creek, Uchee, right? So Pete Gang. So Sea Island, Georgia. And it points out the unusual characteristics of one of the amazing finds. The skeletons of these hitherto unknown American Aborigines. We just learned who the American Aborigines is from the newspapers, right? The indigenous Negro, right? The American Aborigine, the indigenous Negro, right? Show that they all range in height from 6'1.5" to 7 feet and more in height. This race of giants found in Georgia. Now, once again, we know that these ain't Native Americans. We know that these ain't Native Americans. Bro, I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, and grew up in Augusta, Georgia, bro. I ain't never seen no Native American down there. I don't even think we got reservations around that bit. Most of the natives I done talked to and debated on this app, they don't know shit about Georgia. They don't even come from Georgia. They come from Alaska and Canada and fucking Washington State, New Mexico and shit like that. Like, then who is these Indians on the southeast if it ain't y'all? And why do they say indigenous and indigenous Negro and Aborigines when they talking about us, but they only say Native Americans when they talking about y'all in history? Why are we called colored people and colored, and y'all think y'all brown and copper colored? And again, they don't get this tall. They don't get this tall. 6'1.5" to 7 feet and or more. This is a race. Not one, not two. They found a lot of it. It's a race averaging. Averaging meaning that this is the common height amongst these people. 6'1.5" to 7 feet and more in height. That's crazy because back then I would be considered a giant. Today, I mean, some people still call me a giant, but this shit normalized now. Right? That shit normalized now a little bit. So I'm 6'2", my grandpa 6'9", uncles, everything in between. Facts. He said, no, it ain't. Y'all still giants. That's crazy. I don't be feeling tall, though. I don't be feeling tall. That shit, not unless I stand next to somebody shorter than me, then I'm like, damn, I'm gonna be taller than a bitch. How tall you is? 5'5", 5'6". I'm like, damn. But I don't be feeling tall. But then I be feeling short because I stand next to like 6'9" people. This is why I be saying, like, imagine how tall these they talking about giants that's 8 and 9 and 18 feet tall. As somebody that y'all will consider tall, that's tall as fuck. I stood next to a 6'9" person before in job corps. I felt like I was 4 feet tall. Whatever that felt like, I felt like that. I'm talking about nigga 6'9". Even though I say I'm 6'2.5", 6'9" don't seem like, oh, okay, a couple more inches. Those inches is a lot. That nigga towered over me. Boy, back up real quick. He just back up a little bit. I don't need you hovering over me, fam. Yeah, appreciate it. You know, I love. You know what I'm saying? Like, god damn. Them niggas don't never be playing no basketball or nothing though. It's crazy. Every time I meet somebody like 6'9" and 6'7", they'll never play basketball. They work at like T-Mobile and do art. Ain't nothing wrong with it, but you know, you don't know how to dunk, boy, that's crazy. You right there at the rim. You don't know how to dunk. Shit, wow. He said, cause their knees. Shit, yeah, them knees do not be playing. You ain't gotta tell them about them. Yeah. When you tall, them damn knees do be buckling. I ain't gonna cap. So let's keep it in Georgia real quick, right? Right? Let's keep it in Georgia. Now we get into the new page of the book, y'all. For my OGs who didn't, was here when I read this, we get into the new pages of the book. To the new people who's tuning in, never heard this, we get into a new page of the book, right? So recap was over. So now let's keep it in Georgia though, right? What's that in BCU? Peace. Right? Let's keep it in Georgia. And remember, all these Indians that we find in our mound builders, they finding these Indians, these giant Indian skeletons in mounds, buried next to mounds. A lot of them are Algonquins, right? Catawbas, Delawares, right? Sea Island, Georgia, right? Geechees, Creeks, Muskogees. You see what I'm saying? So Georgia's sand dunes yield startling proof of a prehistoric race of giants. There it is again, plural, a race of giants. How many giants have they really found in America? Because they saying a race, that could be anywhere from 100 to 1,000 plus. A race. See, it's 45 million of us, and we're considered a race of people. So when they saying they finding a race of giants, that's a lot, man. And we ain't got that one museum that got them in there. Melanated the Sub was at it. So perhaps the discovery of the first dinosaur bones, dragon, right? I'm just gonna go ahead and say dragon because I don't really fuck with that dinosaur term and I don't want to confuse nobody. So perhaps the discovery of the first dragon bones on the North American continent created more sensation in scientific circles than the recent revelations of prehistoric man lately developed off the coast of Georgia. Excavating the sand dunes of the sun-sprayed Golden Isles, right? The sun-sprayed Golden Isles, Georgia. Archaeologists have gouged out the strange records of an amazing prehistoric race of giants in Georgia. With pick and axe and spades, these searchers, until the parts have burrowed their way beneath the surface of the palm-clad dunes of Georgia's semi-tropical coastal island. All right. It delved into the mysteries of a previously unsuspected race of mankind. The question uppermost in the minds today is, quote, what manner of man were these? The members of whose tribes all average between 1.5 to 7 feet tall. So he's saying, who do these people belong to? What tribe? And the other one saying like, shit, whichever tribe has commonly tall people, I guess, in Georgia. There's a lot of tall Muskogees in Georgia. That's all I'm saying. When you talk about digging up skeleton, giant bones in Georgia, them damn skeletons could be Itza. They could be some type of Muskogee. They could be Yamasee. They could be Geechee from the old Geechee. You know what I'm saying? They could be Wet'suwet'en Indians from Savannah, right? They can't be Cherokee, so don't be thinking Cherokee. We talking about prehistoric times. Cherokee wasn't in Georgia in prehistoric times. Cherokee just migrated down from Canada a little bit before colonial times, right? So y'all got Cherokee and y'all ancestors out on the wheel. Y'all come from Canada, and y'all migrated down to Georgia and the eastern coast and shit like that, right? So it could be anyone. Hell, the prehistoric time, it could be Mayans. Because we know that Mayans was in Georgia, in the same area where they finding these skeletons. So these giant skeletons could even be Mayans in prehistoric time. All mix. Even. They said they found iron helmets. All right. Iron helmets. If I'm an 18-foot giant, it'll take me no time to get from the Yucatan to Georgia. If I'm walking, that'll take me no time. All right. TikTok AI summary said, debating the existence of giants, prehistoric races. Share your thought. Ain't nobody debating TikTok. We're reading a book. But anyway, you keep going though. So, and it says what? It says Preston Holder, archaeologist, in directing the excavation work, which has been sponsored, right? Which has been sponsored by the Smithsonian Institute. There go the Smithsonian again. Right? Hey, every time shit disappears, come on. We've been reading this book for a little minute now, about 30 minutes in. Every time one of these giants disappear or the whole race disappears, goddamn Smithsonian ain't that far around the corner, huh? All right. So he was sponsored by the Smithsonian Institute. Slowly, right? Slowly, painstaking, Holder is endeavoring the piece together of slender threads that will lead him into the past. And he has expressed the opinion that the Smithsonian enterprise will throw important light upon a thus far unrecorded tribe and perhaps establish a new link in history of mankind in North America. We ain't never get that light though. That's what he said. He said, after I'm done, the Smithsonian enterprise will throw important light upon thus far unrecorded tribe. We ain't never get that light shed on that. I'm just gonna let y'all know that now, right? Nigga, stop asking. But anyways, the Golden Isles extended in a chain from Savannah as far south as Fernandina, right? This is what they mean by the Golden Isles, right? Which is our Gold Coast. Because for those who don't know, Georgia is also a gold state where you can find gold in the grounds and at the lakes, the rivers, the natural lakes and rivers, the beach mainly. You know what I'm saying? You can find gold all through Georgia and South Carolina when you go to Myrtle Beach and shit, right? So this is why they call it the Golden Isles. So the Golden Isles extended in a chain from Savannah, Georgia, as far south as Fernandina. They are today inhabited mostly by wealthy Americans whose luxurious summer homes dot the landscape. The Golden Isles are romantic in an extreme. The known history of these islands fairly reeks with pirate lores and tales of mystery and violence and lost treasures. Lost treasures, huh? They ain't never find it in Georgia, right? Pirates, right? Sephardics, Moors, huh? The new airport, Old Giants, but today only one of all islands still remain open to the public. It is called St. Simons and Sea Island. And had it not been for the never ceasing stride of modern civilization, it might well be that the new proof of America's prehistoric giants might never have been found. So they saying if they would have gentrified the Sea Islands, we would have never known about these skeletons and shit like that. That's what he mean by that. And then out of all these islands, only one remains open to the public, meaning it's only one that you can go to. So what's on the other ones that y'all found? is the reason why we can't go to them. So-called can't go to them. What's really over there? Huh? I know what's over there. Folk better do their genealogy, man. Do genealogy. Shit might be your stuff. Might be your people they finding and digging up. Might be your people they digging up. All right. So let's get to chapter 2, North America, the land of giants. What was North America called? The land of giants. There's a biblical place that's called that as well, too, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But North America was called the land of giants, the land of serpents, and the land of giants, Amaruka. I saw good genius music was happening, right? Amaru, the land of the plum serpent, the land of serpents, the land of giants. So while the idea of prehistoric giants inhabiting the United States may seem strange to us today or the result of some fanatic hoax, in the 19th century, reports of archaeological evidence regarding giants were commonplace. In addition, one must remember that America was an agrarian society at this time, and its citizens were in regular contact with their fields, as well as the mounds and the remains they found while plowing, right? Knowledge of the giants was part of the current thinking. Back then, knowing about giants was common, right? So knowledge of the giants was part of the current thinking, as was the heightened awareness of who the mound builders really are. Listen to what they're telling you, because I just told you this earlier in the live. Everybody know who you is. Everybody know who you come from. Back then, we talking about back then, it's 1800s, this 1900s, early 1900s. All right, 1901, 1902, 1912, 1920s, right? Back then, everybody knew, right? Knowledge of giants was common, and the heightened awareness of who the mound builders really are. It's you, indigenous Negro, American Negro, Aborigine descendants, right? As this chapter demonstrates highly credible reports of skeletons and artifacts from the eastern states to the Pacific Oceans. There were our brothers over there, right? Not from the eastern states to Africa, from the eastern states to the Pacific Ocean. I've always told y'all it's a reason why they don't compare us to the Pacific Ocean's Aborigines. What did Thomas Jefferson tell us about the Asian Aborigines and the American Aborigines? They're the same people. The Asian Aborigines or Pacific Aborigines are just mainland Americans that left a long time ago and became the first inhabitants. They told you that story backwards. It is not out of Africa. It is out of America. See what I'm saying? So they said that these skeletons, these giants, these mound builders from the eastern states to the Pacific Ocean appeared in the newspapers across the country with surprising frequency. The fact that this idea seems so strange to us today can be directly attributed, at least in part, to the role the Smithsonian played in suppressing evidence. The reason why you don't know is because of Smithsonian and Tavistock Institutes, social engineering, indoctrination, propaganda, reclassification. Okay? That's why you don't know. That's why it sounds like a fairy tale. So in the century, earlier estimates of the age of the remains were increased by many magnitudes, with range from 5,000 to 14,000 years old for some of these giant skeletons. So some of these giant skeletons they found in America was here before so-called Jesus existed, right? Old Testament days. I examined the report of these extraordinary results in chapter 3, in addition to finding linkings some of the early magnificent humans with mastodons, giant Indians with mastodons, right? Which became extinct some 20,000 years ago. Not surprisingly, many find indicated that the giants were royal beings. Ooh, we gonna let it breathe right there. They said what? They said these giants were royal beings, as the reports of copper crowns and pearl robes in chapter 4 make it clear. You are the heirs to America. You are the heirs to America. You come from royalty. But what you don't know is that royalty are giants. Your ancestors. 7-foot to 18-foot Indians, mound builders. Who built the pyramid? The 18-foot giant right there. If this 18-foot giant is carrying a 9-foot sword, and I know it's heavy as shit because knowing us, he probably made it out of gold. You know, we do everything with gold and shit. Knowing him, that bill probably made of gold, copper, maybe. That's heavy, 9 foot. I'm pretty sure he could pick up a boulder and build a pyramid. Especially if you get like 20, 30 of them working together. You get like 100 giants, 9 foot, 18 foot tall, the swole niggas. I'm pretty sure they can build a pyramid. It'll be just like this. Sometimes it probably be like carrying a couch. All right, right here, right? 1, 2, 3. Put that motherfucker right there, slide it. All right, yeah. Mortar, chisel it out and shit like that, like bricklaying. That makes sense. But now, they never told you about ancient American history because it deals with you, indigenous Negro, and who you were tied to. So instead of saying it was indigenous Negroes and their ancestors who did it, they tell you it was ancient aliens that built the pyramids. Who built the pyramids? Ancient aliens. Some niggas came all the way across the galaxy, light years, to build pyramids. Why? We don't know. But then when you go inside the pyramids, it show you indigenous niggas building the pyramids. They're giants in the codex. Even the Mayans in the codexes tell you that they was giants. Right? You ever seen the pictures of the melanated Mayans and they holding the invader Siberians? Y'all ever seen that hieroglyph, that codex? That was a giant holding that nigga up by his hair. Like, what the fuck is this? Those was giants. Peak game. Peak game. They just not telling you it, right? They're not telling you this shit. Because then you'll start putting this shit together, right? Then, like, real talk, then you'll start putting it together. Whether you believe religious or not, all the history is around you, just broken up in pieces. You got to put it together to get the bigger picture, right? America, Garden of Eden. It was called Eden in India, right? Eden, India, right? Old Testament in America, deals with creation, Genesis, Nephilim, giants, flood, deluge, Jesus, meaning son. You talk about the stories of the Israelites, it's in America. Cedar trees out there in California, Utah, right? Jerusalem, Utah, right? Gopher wood, Florida, right? Quail, the whole southeast, when God permitted the Israelites to eat quail while they was wandering, whole southeast. Quail is indigenous to America. You know what I'm saying? So when you start putting it together, and they literally tell you in your face, what is America? The land of milk and honey. Promised land. Promised to who? You. You the Shamite. You the Shemitic. You the Indian. You the American. You are the children of the sun, the children of soul. The soul people. You. This the whole reason why they brainwashed you to believe less of yourself. We're not about to teach you this history. We're going to teach you that you came from slaves. We're going to demonize everything y'all do. We don't like you. We don't like your God. They don't worship the same God as you. They got you praying to their God, though. Oh, yeah. They got you praying to their God. Maybe things don't happen for these people because you're praying to their God and their salvation, and you don't even know it. Dear God. And they God be waking up. Yes. I pray for prosperity. And a white man hit the lottery and you still struggle. They gotta manifest everything through you. So if I can get you to pray through my God, you'll manifest everything in reality for us. Your belief is stronger than ours. So we gotta pray to this. We gotta pray to the universe 1,000 times before something manifests. Y'all can pray 1 to 2 times and speak it into existence. So we have to get in y'all minds, hijack your consciousness, and get you to manifest everything that we're trying to do. And that's what they do. They learn how to make you curse yourselves. We are not cursed people. We have never been cursed people. Only time we are cursed people is when we curse ourselves. That's the only time a curse works, is when we do it to ourselves. And that's what they do. Everything is set up for you to curse yourself. All you got to do is live high vibration. People don't want to live high vibration. You know McDonald's is not good for you, man. We all got to die someday, nigga. Nigga don't want to live high vibration. You know all these celebrities worship. Oh, here you go, nigga. Oh, conspiracy theory. It's just a show. Nigga don't want to hear the truth. See what I'm saying? They are cursed. They put the curse on themselves. Why? Because they chose to be hypnotized by the bullshit. Because you choose to listen to this. You ain't got to listen to this. There's a lot of conscious rappers out here. You don't listen to underground. You stuck on mainstream. There's a lot of soul music people out here and everything. That shit sound good too, I'm telling you. But you curse yourself all the time. Even when you speak this language that's called English. Even though we know it don't come from Britain or England people, the only reason why this language that we speaking is a curse is because we speaking it the wrong way. And what I mean by speaking it the wrong way is that this Anglicized English is, for the most part, Hebrew backwards. And I'll do a whole live about it one day. I promise to you. It'll probably be this week. But yeah, most of this shit that we speaking in Anglicized English is Hebrew backwards. Some of it is Arabic backwards. Some of it is Gaelic backwards. Some of it is American Indian backwards. I mean, like, Because these are backwards people. Everything they do is backwards. This is why when they got control of shit, they went backwards. We was going forward, right? Advanced technology, free energy, you know what I'm saying? Ethers and shit. Nigga it was no such thing as rent, no light bill. It was none of this shit. No grocery stores, nigga, eat free. Like, it was smooth. When they overthrew us and took over, everything went backwards. Because they are backwards people. A curse is just a spell that's told backwards. So the antidote for the spell is to tell it the right way. Real shit. Big game. We'll do a whole live about it. I even grab a couple of these words that we say on an everyday, maybe in our ebonics and shit like that, and show you how it's actually Hebrew, Sephardic, Sephardic. Some of it is Arabic, some of it is Gaelic. Right? A lot of people haven't studied this because most people don't know ebonics or our language, but I do, and I studied it. I did a whole live for people one time. You still speak your language. There's no British person that speaks like you. It's not. Even when you go over there, they still look at you like you speaking a different language. That's because you are speaking a different language. Your language is a language of many different tongues. And what if you were speaking your old language is just in reverse? Right? Because America's the old world. There was one language that gave birth to 1,000 languages, which means that this language would have to have every bit of every language in it. This is why a lot of people adopted words from the American English. When you adopt words, that means that in your original language, there was no word for this. They had to adopt the word barbecue into their language. They had to adopt the word America to their language. They had to adopt a lot of our words because they didn't have these words. But as American English, or American Indian vernacular English, as I call it nowadays, it is a combination of Old Gaelic. It is a and that comes from the Chaldeans, or the Ireland people and Scots, right? Of what you would call Scots today. It is Arabic. We speak Arabic words. We got some Sanskrit in there, especially when we say the word ganja. Ganja is literally Sanskrit, and it means what we say it for, right? So it's Sanskrit, right? We got Proto-Hebrew words and Hebrew words. You know, we got a lot of American Indian words, which just creates a lot of these other words. So when you really know what you're speaking as a Black American ebonically, your ancestors created an evolved version of Old Creole or Old Indigenous languages. And they created it so we, the children of all the Indians, can communicate with each other. Because at one point in time, all Indians didn't speak the same language, but we were always doing commerce and trade with each other. So we all came together, you know what I'm saying? And we created a commerce language, which is your first so-called Old Creole or Old Ebonics. This is why it's a commerce language. This is why me as a Shada, you know what I'm saying, with Geechee roots from Georgia and shit like that. This why I can go all the way to West Coast and kick it with West Coast Indians, my West Coast brothers. And they probably come from Mohawk tribes and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Or some Pacific Islander tribes. Some of them might be Malaysians, but I can talk to them. They can talk to me, right? I can go up north and go to New York and go to Brooklyn, Staten Island, go to Harlem. I can go over there and I can talk to a lot of those northern Indians. And we all understand each other. Because that's what American Indian vernacular English is. It's a commerce language that our ancestors created so all the children can keep in contact. Because they knew that these people was trying to erase our language. Our ancestors grew up in this time. So they was watching it. They seen it happen. So this is why they preserved a lot of it. So this why I say that you still are very indigenous. You just don't recognize the indigenousness because we all been brainwashed to think that Indians, TPs, Siberian war bonnets and all that ain't no Indian. That's bullshit. Siberian turtle eye, all that. That's not us. That's not our shit. We are mound builders. We are descendants from Mayans and Olmecs, Levantas, Incas. We come from Amaruca, not Turtle Island. We come from Amaru, the land of the feather serpent, the land of serpents, the land of 1,000 tongues. America, the land of soul, rich soul. This is where we come from. I don't know what the fuck a Turtle Island is. I'm just keeping it real. You know what I'm saying? So we come from something deeper than what people can understand. But our language is dope. Your accent and dialect is, you still got your indigenous accent. I mean dialect, because dialect and accent is different. Your dialect is still very indigenous. Your accent is the admixture of Sephardic and Moor, whether your people mix with them or the Sephardic and Moor grew up around our tribes and we adopted them in. So your dialect is very indigenous, but your accent might have come from, like for an example, like Louisiana and Haiti, right? Those are Huguenots or French, Sephardic and Moors accent, but the dialect and the word structure and everything is indigenous, right? For like Florida got a lot of Spanish or Spaniard, and Irish, Sephardic and more. You know what I'm saying? Which contributes to their accent, but their dialect and structure of the words is still indigenous. Same thing with Georgia and et cetera, et cetera. So your dialect is still indigenous. Your accent is whatever Sephardic and more landed in your area with your tribe. Peace, peace. What's happening? Hopefully that makes sense. Just keep reading though. So these giants was royal beings. While certain monuments and parks in various parts of the country offer silent testimony to the creative efforts of these early peoples, few of us are aware of the true scope of the mounds and cities that once revealed advanced ancient civilization. In chapter 5, we take a closer look at studies and reports about pyramids and pictorial mounds. While in chapter 6, we learn of discoveries of once thriving cities most of us have never heard of. When we learn of the importance of the copper mines in the upper Michigan, in the Isle Royale, and the Mika mounds in North Carolina, reported on chapter 7, we must necessarily take a deep breath and think, what are the mines telling us? They are telling us that as early as 10,000 BC, American Negroes were mining Mecca for ornaments, as well as mining and refining copper into weapons and jewelry and grills and exquisite grave goods, along with the buried treasures spoken of in chapter 8. In later chapters, reported and studies of the mines make it clear that this land was home of very ancient, fully developed, sophisticated cultures capable of fine weaving, mummification, beautiful artworks, and even duck decoys so expertly crafted you think of a New England decoy marker made them in workmanship, right? Discrepancies between the amounts of copper estimated to have been mined and findings of copper in the country hint a worldwide trade in those very ancient times. A worldwide trade. America's the real old world. People should have been asking, matter of fact, let me speak in Ebonics one time. Folks should have been asking, where was these niggas getting all this copper and cotton and shit if they never been to the Americas? Because that's the first thing I thought when it was like Christopher Columbus never been to the Americas, the first time discovery. I was like, that's cap. How they never been to America when these niggas was wearing cotton? How these niggas ain't never been to America when they got copper, corn, shit like this before 1492? They already knew about it. It was a worldwide trade, but the trade was between us and our brothers, right? They knew over there because Sephardics and Moors who left America a long time ago took cotton seeds and cotton and copper and gold. They knew where to get shit. They just never told people, but they knew where they kept it. You know what I'm saying? Peep game. I'm telling you some real shit. Eventually, folks caught on though. Niggas was like, y'all lying. We know where you're getting the gold. You know what I'm saying? Spot blew up, got hot. Yeah, we was the plugs for real. Yeah, we was definitely the plugs, and we kind of still the plugs too. This is why everybody innately always asks you for shit. Like even though they don't like you, innately they always ask you for shit. Anything. Yeah. Where can we get some weed from? Excuse me, Mr. Black Guy. You know where we can get some weed? They always be asking you where weed at and shit. They ask you where the straps at. You know what I'm saying? Like they go be, if you want to find some shit, come to the hood. We have always been the plugs. We still are the plug. Every hot dance and sound, man, we always been the plug. You know what I'm saying? So P game facts. So it was a worldwide trade though. Right? It was a worldwide trade. That's crazy. In fact, a long history of pre-Columbian Europeans and Asian contact is evidence all over the American continent, right? Listen, pre-Columbian Europeans and Asians, we ain't never heard about that, right? It's all evidence all over the continent, as seen in artifacts like Roman coins and engraved tablets examining reports on chapter 9, or the existence of red-haired, pale-skinned giants. So, we already know copper-colored Indians, giants, us, right? But they also found red-haired, pale-skinned giants in America. Is that why the 18-foot copper-colored Indian needed a 9-foot sword? Was we fighting giant wild men who was invading these lands? Because Russia is right there. Because when you talk about giant wild men, shit like that, that's over there in Germany and Russia. There ain't nothing but right over there across Alaska. And they say Siberians invaded. Was these giant Siberians finding giant Indians since we in prehistoric time with it 20,000 years ago? Come on. Come on. It's our mutated cousins. The albinos that we banished coming back home. What is it? I don't know. Send it to the Caucasus Mountains. Oh, y'all thought y'all was just gonna get rid of us, huh, nigga? Yeah, them niggas came back on us. Shit, we talking about giants that ruled America, and amongst other giants. Shout out to everybody that's in here, man. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. If y'all haven't hit that follow button, make sure y'all do. Thank y'all for the gifts. Thank y'all for the likes, the love. We starting off Monday on a good foot. So they found a red-head, blue-eyed Mandan's giants of North Dakota. Listen to this. Yeah, facts. They found a red-haired, blue-eyed Mandan of North Dakota, or the 9,000-year-old Caucasian mummy of Spirit Cave in Nevada, reported on in Chapter 10. Some still argue that there was no European contact, even when confronted with the evidence of the Florida bog mummies. Hundreds of red-haired corpses, so perfectly preserved that their hair and brain tissue can be seen and tested, and they still ancestors of the later Europeans, and not the other way around. Added to this are the startling reports of finds of 7,000-year-old skeletons of a race of blonde-haired giants, along with the remains of a megalith Stonehenge era temple in Catalina Island in California, given in Chapter 11. The suggestion about possible far-flung genetic and cultural connections shared in Chapter 12 All right, in Chapter 12, provide fascinating material for musing on, offering insights regarding very ancient travel and cultures, north and south, east and west. Only true historical inquiries, unclouded by prejudice, will eventually tell us the answer. Meaning, you got to remove your racism to get the answer. But what we have instead is a perfect storm of wrong-headed thinking in order to protect current scientific theory. Essential to promotion of wrong-headed thinking has been the Smithsonian Institution, an institution originally intended to quote-unquote increase the diffusion of knowledge among men. Ugh. Although scant official papers exist to attest to its purpose behind the statement, its true mission to unearth the real history of America is evidenced by its finest commissioned and published books, Ancient Monuments of Mississippi Valley, written in 1848 by Ephraim G. Squire and Edwin H. Davis. The lavishly illustrated work is an invaluable and open-minded study of the huge number of earthworks findings along the Mississippi River. We know that those are niggas. But something happened after promising beginning, right? Something happened after that promising beginning. What May research has revealed is that the Smithsonian has been at the center of a vast cover-up of America's true history since 1880s. The Smithsonian has been the center of a vast cover-up of America's true history since the 1880s. 1880s is key. The Smithsonian was originally founded in 1829 with $500,000 startup. All right. Shit. Mm-mm. We're gonna read this one. We're gonna wrap it up for today, y'all. I gotta get me something to eat real quick, and my phone is on 5%, so we're gonna get it in one time. The eyes are mostly water. There's in the root. Blue Eyed Mummy. Who funded the 150K? You already know who funded that. You are look. You already know who funded that 150 that 500K. You know what I'm saying? Now you know. Now you know who funded that 500K. You know who funded that 500K. $1880s. That's around the same time the Rothschilds start taking over the education system, medical centers and shit, right? America really started getting hijacked for sure. Man, look. 500K. Somebody dropped 500K on the Smithsonian. Smithsonian been out here getting every bit of that money. They would tell us anything but the truth. Yeah. Them folks said, what giants? If you speak about giants in public, people look at you crazy like a conspiracy theorist. That's how good the brainwash is. Because remember, the Tavistock Institute is around the same time too. For those who missed that, the Tavistock Institute are the people that control social engineering. Your advertisement, your movies, your media, your TV shows, your music, your frequencies, your commercials, your companies. The Tavistock Institute, and it's out there in Britain and shit, right? But the Tavistock Institute, the Smithsonian, all these niggas work together. They all technically the same people. You know what I'm saying? The Slavic, Slavs, wild man, giant descendants. You know what I'm saying? Referring tales and shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the great ape King Kong, we Godzilla, they always put it in the movies. Right? They're alien, we're a predator, they're parasitical. We try to not be parasitical and unalive it. You feel me? They always put us and them in the movies in every different way. But yeah, man. But the Tavistock Institute and the Smithsonian work together, and a lot of other folks. So now the brainwashing is so good that in 2026, if you walk up and talk to people about giants and giants in America and just giant spirit, a person gonna either think that you are a Christian and you talking about some Bible shit, or a person is gonna think that you crazy on some conspiracy shit. The whole time, these niggas found thousands of real giant American Indians here in the mountains. And it's actually true. That's crazy. Propaganda, that should be working. It's very subtle. So yeah, read this real quick before we get ready to wrap it up for the night, y'all, man. That shit crazy. Yep. Read the Tavistock Institute of Human Relations. Yeah. I already covered it on live. I recover it again for the new people, but yeah, we dive into all that over here. However far your mind can go, we go there. We just stay away from the Anunnaki and all that, you know, Sirius star system, galactic shit. We don't go that far. You know, we stay right here in our realm. But however far our mind could go, we go. PsyOps, COINTEL, CIA documents, history, Gnosticism, Hermetics. You know what I'm saying? Like, we get it in. High Learning Book Club. So check it out, though. So they said, but outside of this, the discoveries may have often been illegitimately used, especially for the purpose of connecting the tribes of North America with people of so-called races of antiquity in other portions of the world. So a lot of people use this giant information a lot of times in illegitimacy, trying to connect other people of the world to America. Again, a brief review of some conclusion that must be accepted in the present status of the science will exhibit a futility of those attempts, unquote. In the study of the antiquities, there have been much unnecessary speculation in respect to the relation existing between the people of those whose existence they attest and the tribe of the Indians inhabiting the country during the historical period. It may be said that in the Pueblo discovered in the southwestern portion of the United States, and further south through Mexico and perhaps into Central America, tribes are known having a culture quite as far advanced as any exhibited in the discovery ruins. In this respect, then, there is no need to search for extra liminal origin through lost tribes for any art they're exhibited. With regards to the mounds, so widely scattered between two oceans. Let me say that again, because they just told y'all about two different Indians right there. Right? They just told two different Indians, right? Pueblo discovery, southwestern portion, United States, further south, Mexico, perhaps Central America. Tribes are known to having a culture quite as far advanced as any exhibited in discovery in the ruins. Boom. That's them. But regards to the mounds, though, that is so widely scattered between two oceans. We got mounds scattered between two oceans. It's a fact. If you don't believe it, you can go research it. There's mounds in Ireland. Sometimes they're called highlands, but there's mounds in Ireland. There's mounds in Scotland. There's mounds in Britain. There's hella mounds over in Asia. Like there's shitload of mounds and pyramids, mini pyramids and shit like that over there. Pyramids and mounds in Hindustan, nigga. Only where that there's no mounds is in Africa, for real. There ain't really no mounds in Africa. But the mounds are between two oceans, Pacific and Atlantic. Right? Yep, there's all make his in Ireland too, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Pete Gang though. So with regard to the mounds, so widely scattered between two oceans, it may also be said that mound building tribes were known in the early history of discovery of this continent, and that the vestiges of arts discovered do not excel in any respect the arts of the Indian tribes known to the history. Right? So they saying that the mound builders was different than the Pueblos and all them. Of course, those are Siberians. Of course, we would be different than them. Right? So there is therefore no reason for us to search for an extra liminal origin through lost tribes for the arts discovered in the mounds of North America. Right? The mound building cultures of America. Right? The mound building cultures of America are believed to precede the American Indians. The mound building cultures, right? Mississippian mound building cultures of America believed to precede the American Indians, meaning mound builders were here before American Indians. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. Giants. Giants, Giants, Giants. The last little bit. The giant king's mouth stuffed with immense pearls. At another Ohio site, immense pearls were stuffed in the skeleton's mouth, and a bear's tooth necklace was also adorned with pearls, both indications of royalty. As he was buried together with a woman, she is seen as his queen. So a king and a queen, as we would call them, were buried together with pearls. It's deep. That's deep. Rock and bling back then, always, man, you know how we do. That sauce ain't nothing new. That drip is ancient. Say, what's the name of the book I was reading? The book that I was reading, I'll go back to the cover for you. Let me know where you get your screenshot. Cool, cool. Ain't no problem, man. Y'all already know what it is. So, I hope y'all enjoyed that live. They found a lot of stuff in America, covering it up. Got people thinking mythology and fantasy. The whole time, that was probably your ancestor. That was probably your great, 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 great granddaddy who was 18 feet tall. You don't know. You ain't dig them up. You don't know how big they. You don't know. You don't know what your great, 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 great. You don't know what your 10th great granddaddy really looked like, or your 10th, 11th great grandma looked like. Ain't no pictures. Whole time, these are giants in your family tree. Whole time. Whole time. Whole time. Whole time. Your ancestors was giants and shit. So, with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up though. I gotta get me something to eat, right? Get me like some fried rice or something, you know what I'm saying? Nothing too heavy. But we'll do part 2 of giants that ruled America, because we still talking about the royal giants, the royal beings, the royal line, the giants, right? So we still diving into that. So we'll do part 2 Wednesday when I get off work, probably about like 5:30, 6:30. We'll hop on East Coast time, give everybody enough time to come home, get situated and everything like that. And we'll get started with part 2 Tuesday. That's my break. I ain't doing no teaching Tuesday. I'm chilling. So till Wednesday, I'm gonna holler at y'all. See y'all in these TikTok streets though. Peace, 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 peace. And if you haven't grabbed my book, since I am a self-published author and everybody love it, very 5-star material, hit the link in the bio, the Gumroad link. Go and get you Reclaiming Your Consciousness Part 1, Part 2, or Anaclepsis of America. Get this real history. You ain't gonna get it nowhere else. Enjoy y'all night.
ni idea. Yo soy así. Cuando una persona me quiere hacer el daño, en vez de yo ofenderme y decir, ay, no voy a hacer más like, que no voy a hacer esto, que cállese. Cacho, eso me da un motivo a mí de empujar y hacer fuerte y, como digo, estoy cansada porque yo estoy cansada. Pero a mí nada me va a detener. Con lo que dice esa muchacha, ahora que me va a dar más ganas de hacer todo. Es que, ¿dónde estará mi beso, amores? ¿Dónde estará? Es un coso de tiene muchas pesetas. No lo encuentro. Mira, y cuando yo pegué, ya mismo pego hasta vender cosas aquí, ¿verdad? Lo que quiero es llevarle la ropita viene primero a secar para entonces. Y tengo de esto nueva, pero aquí no puedo poner lavadora ni nada. Es más, las voy a vender porque esos días, si ustedes no la van a usar, ay, si no la van a usar, díganmelo para venderla porque son de estos nuevas. Lavadora y secadora Samsung digitales. Tú sabes, no nuevas de paquete, pero son, Voy a morir que estoy buscando aquí en esta cartera a ver qué hay. ¿Dónde estará ese piggy bank? No, aquí no hay nada. Yo tengo un piggy bank lleno de... Míralo aquí. Aquí hay peseta, amores. Se me va a quedar ahí. Mi amores, no hay nadie comentando. Dice, I had a lot of socks. Nereida dice, yo tengo un montón de medias. No, es que tengo que tratar de avanzar a pagarle ese dinero para que corra las 24 horas para ir a sacar el préstamo otra vez porque se me queda ahí. Porque tengo que pagarle el storage, tengo que... Ay. Aquí sí hay. ¿Viste? Por eso es bueno guardar menudo. Mira. Por eso es bueno... Ay, tengo una hambre, amores. Por eso es bueno guardar menudo. Mira. Esto yo creo que lleva aquí como un año. Ya. Vamos a ir a secarle la ropa al nene. Yo no tengo nada ahí. Estoy loca por ver el escritorio y todo ya hecho, amores, hecho. Ok, ya. Yo no tengo nada. Papi, you have anything else? Your socks or anything? Yaciel? You don't have nothing else? Okay, I'm gonna go put it. Okay? Okay. Y te dije para hacerte espagueti. Yo voy a cocinarla, amor. De verdad, yo voy a ir a cocinarle. Él no quiere, pero yo sé que a la vez que esté, él se lo come. Ay, mi amor, me siento tan rara, como que... Bueno, vamos a ir a hacerle eso rápido y ya. Vamos. Quédese ahí. Vamos con el carrito a ver si... Como yo digo, mis amores, yo no molesto a nadie. a nadie. Pero yo donde quiera que voy saludo a todo el mundo, hablo con todo el mundo, me río con todo el mundo. Pero cuando las mujeres te ven tu cuerpo o ven tu brillo o algo, ahí es donde pega la mierda. Te pegan a mirar mal, te pegan a criticar, porque la mujer se siente, escucha que gritando. La mujer no se quiere ella misma, entonces pues por eso es que pega crítica a la otra mujer. Porque ¿cómo es que se llama eso? ¿Cómo es que se llama eso, amores? Su autoestima. Así que se dice. O sea, que no se quieren ellas mismas y pues su autoestima tan bajo y pues ellas se ven en el espejo y se ven tan feas y no se aman, no se quieren ni nada. Entonces pues cuando hay una mujer bonita así como yo, que tiene un cuerpito bonito, que se ha hecho su teta con sacrificio, porque fueron con sacrificio, trabajando todos los días, cansada, con sueño, pero hizo sacrificio, ¿entiendes? Pues vienen a criticar. Pero es como yo digo, yo te apuesto a ti que viene un doctor y dice, ay, te ganaste una operación gratis, te apuesto que vuela y va y te lo hace. De verdad. Este carro no entraba allá. Ok. Vamos a ver si. Demore, espérense, voy a ponerlas aquí porque no puedo con ustedes, con esto. Ay, no tengo batería. Sí, mira, no sé. Y yo digo, mis amores, que está cabrón, porque yo nunca he echado un live diciendo, ay, estoy rica, estoy sabrosa. Nunca me he presentado así normal para que la gente vea. Nunca yo me he presentado en live así. Nunca. Que si yo fuera una mujer que me presentara así bien, ay, mis amores, yo mira que sí. Pero yo nunca, siempre me he vestido así, obvio. Yo siempre me he vestido así. Yo siempre me he vestido así. Siempre. Con mis deportivos pero yo nunca bingo. Nunca me he presentado así enfrente a las cámaras, están diciendo que yo estoy bien rica, que yo estoy bien buena, que mamalona, que sí. No, mis amores. Bendito, mi nene vino y lavó su ropa a mano. Mi amor, hay que enseñarlo cuando no hay, que se ponga a lavar la mano y mira, ni me pidió, me dijo, ok, mami, ¿qué hago? Fue buscar detergente, rompió la bolita, eché el detergente, lo lavó a mano. Mira, mi hijo de 14 años. Es como digo, mis hijos son humildes. Ya. Vámonos. Vemos ahorita cuántos minutos tiene. Mi amor, alguien que me diga cuando pase 48 minutos. Alguien que me diga cuando pase 48 minutos. Pongan su reloj. 48 minutos, amores. Tío, pero ¿y cómo esa gente tiene lavadora y secadora ahí, amores? Amores, yo voy a preguntar. Porque si es así, yo voy a ir a buscar mi lavadora y mi secadora. Mira, esa gente de ahí tienen 2 secadoras. Mira, les voy a enseñar. Miren. Miren, míralo ahí, mira. Aquí. Tienen 2 secadoras y una lavadora, mira. Pero ¿cómo si las casas no tienen tubería? ¿Cómo es eso? ¿Cómo es eso, amores? Y se ven que están prendidas, tiene una luz azul como que tiene conexión y todo. ¿Y cómo ellos lavan? Yo voy a chequear. Yo voy a chequear eso, porque yo tengo una lavadora y secadora nueva que se la di a Angelito. Son Samsung negrecitas y son digitales, nuevas no del año, ¿verdad? Pero son nuevas, you know. Bendito, mi casa se ve pela, mis amores, pero ustedes van a ver cuando yo pegue a llenar todo esto de mercancía y todo. Ay, qué rico huele mi casa cuando uno entra. Ok, vamos. A alguien que me avise cuando. Ya cerré un poquito para que no vea. Ok, ya, mis amores. Vamos. Vamos a hacer nosotros, que hay que hacer nosotros para seguir limpiando. Ay, mis amores, yo lo voy a cocinar al nene. Yo sé que si lo hago, él se lo come, ¿verdad que sí? Mi amor, le cocinamos al nene rápido. Yo sé que si yo lo hago, él se lo va a comer. Yo lo voy a cocinar rápido para que voy ahora. ¡Cállese! Adiós, mira, aquí yo tenía de anoche también. Vamos a cocinar. Lo cocinamos rapidito, amores. Él no ha comido. Él no ha comido. Yo le dije, papi, ¿tiene hambre? Y me dijo, no, pero si me lleva a casa de mi amigo, ¿cómo? Mira qué cabrón. Si me lleva a casa de mi amigo, comen, como quien dice. Yo le dije, no, para casa de tu amigo tú nada más vas a ir. Comienza la... Ok, gracias, Barbie. Marilyn y Anita, gracias, mis amores. Gracias por resolverme. Gracias, de verdad, Marilyn y Anita, gracias por resolverme, amores. ¿Y dónde está mi sweetheart, la que me hizo mi compra? Que me ha durado, nena, en cantidad. Me ha durado la comida en cantidad. ¿Dónde está mi chica que me hizo mi compra? Chica que me hizo mi compra. ¿Dónde está mi chica que me hizo mi compra? Cállese. Anita, gracias. Marilyn, gracias. De verdad, gracias, chicas. Le cocinamos, ¿verdad? Vamos a cocinar rápido. Eso está rápido. Y así tiene comida para mañana y para hoy. Yo como no como, yo lo que como yo te saben espagueti. Marilyn y Anita, yo sé que yo voy a estar así todo el tiempo. Gracias, gracias, de verdad, gracias. Si cuando yo pega a vender cualquier cosa, tú quieres lo que sea, rápido griten que ustedes van a ser las primeras, todas las que me han ayudado en estos momentos difíciles para yo volver a abrir mi boutique. Lo que ustedes quieran, ustedes pidan que ahí estamos. A la orden para lo que sea. Vamos a hacer espagueti rápido al nene. Ay, me siento rara cocinando sin mi esposo aquí. Me siento rara, amor. Porque a él le encantaba mi espagueti. Me escribió hace rato y me le contestó, bendito. Vamos a cocinar rápido un espagueti para el nene. Vamos a hacer un espagueticito. Rapidito ahí. Vamos a echarle agua a la pasta. Gracias. Como le dice, sí, sí, con cocina. Ok. Vamos a cocinar, amores. Esta de aquí nunca sirvió, no sé por qué. Yo pongo esto para no poner el de esto encima. Hoy nos vamos a emborrachar hasta el tope. Mis amores, denle en tiki, vámonos, que nos vamos a dar tiki toda la noche. Ay, se fue todo esto, se mojó el teléfono. Ay, se mojó el teléfono. Ay, se mojó el teléfono, amores. Ahora, todo el mundo denle en tiki, mis amores, denle en tiki, denle en tiki, denle en tiki. Denle en tiki. Chica, ¿cuál es la risa para yo reírme también? Ok. ¿Cuál es la risa? Que yo también me quiero reír, mi amor. ¿Cuál es la risa? Ok, vamos a echarle aceite al espagueti para que no se pegue. Un poquito de aceite, un poquito de sal. Y si le llego a decir a la Yulicia, ahí lo que estoy cocinando se jodió todo. Cogen para acá. He will eat, mamá. ¿Cómo que he will? Mi hijo, sí. Mira, aquí había un poquito de anoche. Pues bien, estoy hecho una borrachona. Él se lo come. Yo no, yo me hago mis potes de espagueti. Él no quiere, pero él se lo come. No es que está enamorado. Está enamorado, pero ya tú sabes. Que se enamore y se case también, me dejen todo sola. Gracias, mi amor, por estar aquí conmigo. Bendito. Ay, no tengo batería, puta madre, no tengo batería. Ay, mi amor, se va a caer la batería, no tengo celular, se va a apagar. Y el cargador. ¿Dónde está el cargador, mis amores? Recuerden dónde está el cargador. ¿Dónde está el cargador, amores? El cargador. Te voy a soltar, pero si pegan a brincar y todo. Ay, mi amor, el cargador. Hoy, si alguien dijo Prince, vamos a celebrar. Hace 2 días. Hoy vamos a celebrar. Oh, ay, tenía 8%. Ok, vamos a hacer esto rápido. ¿Dónde está la que me hizo la compra? Mira, esta compra me ha durado. Ay, padre. Esta compra me ha durado, muchacha. Gracias, mi amor. ¿Dónde está mi beba? Que yo no sé de la beba. Mira, beba. Esto te acostaste. No voy a subir a nadie, pero beba, déjame saber si estás ahí. Es esto, déjame saber si estás ahí, mi amor. Si te acostaste, no te acostaste. Ok, so vamos a hacer la carne. Se cocina rápido, amor. ¿Dónde está la que me hizo la compra, Endito, que no la veo? Sweetheart, estás ahí. Gracias, Licra, por compartir, mi amor. Siempre por estar aquí conmigo. Juanita, gracias por siempre estar aquí, mamá. Yo siempre hago una ensaladita, siempre le cocino una ensalada. Siempre hago una ensalada. Ok, ya. Vamos a hacernos nuestra bebida. No voy a hacer el espagueti ahora porque si como espagueti me voy a poner como que va y después no voy a querer hacer nada. So, vamos a darle duro a... Vamos a ir a hacer las cosas de la boutique. Vamos a hacer las cosas de la boutique. Ale, ¿qué hace esto por acá? Esto no va aquí. Esto va acá. Es que tu amor... Mi amor, nadie está comentando. Están ahí, están bien, están ahí. Denle tiquitiqui, amores. Estamos aquí. Estamos poniendo las cosas de la boutique. Estamos haciendo las cosas de la boutique. Dice Luz, dice que sí, aquí viéndote, Sonia. Ok, mis amores. Pueden comentar, pueden hablar, amores. Pueden preguntar lo que sea, que yo les contesto, sea de mi esposo, de mis hijos. A mí no me molesta nada, amores. Recuerda que cuando uno es farándula así, que uno está haciendo TikTok años y años, que divulga todo, pues ya se jodió, ya está todo allá afuera. So, a mí no me molesta nada de las preguntas que ustedes hagan. Nada, nada, nada. Nada, amores. So, ya estamos cocinando la nene. ¿Cuándo vas a mandar los perfumes? Sonia, tú me compraste, mi reina. Tú me compraste, Sonia. Número 1, no somos amigas. Número 2, si me compraste algo, pues entonces pues yo te contesto. Pero sí, mi amor, yo le contesto preguntas a la gente que me compró. Gente que me apoya, gente que me sigue, gente que me da tiqui-tiqui. Esa gente yo le contesto todo, no me importa. Pero gente que no me apoya, gente que no da tiqui-tiqui, gente que yo a esa gente no le contesto. Ella dice que sí. Ok, ¿qué tú me compraste, mi amor? Solamente te pregunto porque que yo me recuerdo una Sonia, yo no tengo nada de una tal Sonia. ¿Cuándo llega tu esposo? Él me dice que más o menos como antes de que se acabe la semana. Sonia, más o menos cuando tú me compraste, porque yo no me recuerdo de tener una Sonia que yo la haya vendido. Solamente te estoy preguntando, porque como digo, de que yo me recuerde, no tengo ninguna Sonia. Que yo me recuerde así que uno, tú sabes, como que apunta en los papelitos. Sí, y te pagué por catch up. Ok, ¿qué día más o menos? Como digo, si yo estoy diciendo, para que no te preocupes, si yo estoy diciendo yo no me recuerdo, no te preocupes porque viene mercancía en cantidad. So, si no llegas, porque hay mucha gente también que pasa que comenta los comentarios, piensan que yo les doy la cosa y me pagan. ¿Entiendes? Pero como digo, no te preocupes porque vienen, te digo, cosas en cantidad. Me escribiste por privado, me mandaste dirección y las evidencias. Dice, un Yara, un Versace. Ok, está bien, mi amor. Porque, como digo, yo ya decía que ya no había Yara, pero yo sí traje para mí. Porque, como digo, yo no le podía vender todo a ustedes en 5 pesos ayer y pues yo, ¿qué iba a tener? ¿Entiendes? Pero yo tengo un montón. Ok, en lo que está eso, ¿cuánto batería? Ay, quédense en 3 minutos. Venga, voy a hacer todo esto rapidito antes que ustedes. Vengo ahora, mi amor, para hacer todo rápido, porque si me llevo el teléfono en la mano, pues no voy a terminar. Tengo 9%, amor. Ay, no. ¿Qué haces, mi amor? Ay, yo me voy a todo. Ay, Dios mío. No, no. Ay, ya no quiero. Ay, Dios mío. Ay, padre. Ay, Dios mío, Padre Santo. Ay, Dios mío, tú estás buscando. Ay, Padre Santo, tú estás buscando. Ay, Dios mío. Tú estás buscando lo que no se sabe. Tío, perro. Hola, mi amor. No te veo, no te andas. Salte que te pincho. Jen, salte. Salte que te pincho, papi. Ay, mi amor. Venimos de vuelta, mi amor, venimos a arrasar ahora. Ay, mi amor, miren qué lindo, déjame hacer otra vez y diferente. Ya, estamos listas para... Ok, ¿qué pasó aquí? Déjame ver qué pasó con esta gaveta. Mi amor, la ropa, ya es hora. Ya es hora, amores. Dame, te dije que no. Mi amor, ya es hora. Ya es hora la ropa, chicas. ¿Ah? Mis amores, ya es hora para la ropa. Ay, es que te voy a poner todo, todo. Ya voy, amores. chica, no es por ahí. Mira la ropa. La ropa ya terminó. La gente que está diciendo se le quema. Yo estoy entretenida, es que no hay batería. Marilyn, Anita, comenten. Gracias, mis amores. Gracias, chicas. No te va a besar como yo, no está tan rico así como yo. Voy a guardar todo esto porque a mí no me gusta los trastes. Guardar esto. Esto.
They do that, man. I'm trying to find it now. I'm trying to find it. There's a whole bunch of people in here, though. You see the eye right here. This eye's blacked out because he got red sticking out on him, the nose, mouth. There's a big old face. It shows a bunch of faces in there. There's another one here. The eye, nose down here, mouth. And you see the chin again here. They're all in a frozen state over there, man. Yeah, they are, man. You froze, big guy. You're frozen. You're frozen. I ain't want to get into it. I could show you more. Your homeboy right there. What happened, how he passes away is in here too. I ain't going into it, but it's in there. Oh, I did flip it for you. I did flip it. I did do a flip. Flippy. I ain't showing it. I did do the flip though. I ain't showing it. I ain't flipping out. I ain't gonna flip out on you. We're gonna leave it be now. Y'all got all dreamy. You got dreamy right there. They thought lice was pets. They did. Nah, we can't go back to that. You got the whole artifact. I showed it before. But we too close, man. Y'all go look at it. I'm in there though. But it shows stuff that's like I can't really tell you anyway. I can't really say anyhow because it shows what happens. It shows what happens. Yeah. They did. They thought lice was pets. They did. What? You think I'm lying? I'm not lying to you. I think I'm lying. I'm not lying to you. Lice ain't pets, man. Lice ain't. Europeans thought lice were pets. 15th century Europeans thought lice were pets.
In medieval Europe, noble women were obsessed with towering wigs, a fashion trend that brought many unbearable problems. To maintain the shape of their wigs, they couldn't lie down to sleep and had to constantly sprinkle starch and apply lard to set their hair. However, the lard would quickly start to smell, and combined with not washing their hair for long periods, The stench was noticeable from afar. To mask this odor, noble women would sprinkle perfume powder, but it neither covered the smell nor repelled lice. Lice thrived in the noble women's hair, causing significant distress. To alleviate this suffering, they carried small bottles to lure the lice out with blood. Imagine noble women with lice-infested hair, reeking of urine, feces, and sweat, attending balls in grand but foul-smelling palaces. It's truly unimaginable. In medieval,
They wasn't the real royalty. That's why.
noble women were obsessed.
So now I'm going to talk about the fleas and the lice and the vermin that plagued. The Georgians said trial and error, but mostly error when it came to anything. If your ex-boyfriend got a bit cocky, how many lice did this lady have? So lice have been with humans for millennia, and as a result, humans have found all kinds of ways to de-louse themselves.
Europeans have always been ridiculous. There is my grand killed my nets.
During the 18th century, huge powdered wigs like this were all the rage. But although they might have looked quite sick, did you know that I'm about to make what were the medieval story make? Yes, the finer side was to get rid of lice, and this goes way back to ancient.
When and why did
You can go look that up. It's very heavily documented that they try to normalize it, and they ain't just talking about, because that was the you heard what she said, that was the noble, the people they were calling kings and queens over there were smelling like shit, literally. So what was the regular lady smelling like?